He takes out both JP and has to hold on to this hill and get his team to lead. There goes the gamble of Angel, doing it all by himself. He goes on to the collection Angel. Swooty double onto Mason and straight. That's going to be... Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Splitgate Pro Series Summer Season Finals. I'm Frank, and joining me back in the booth for another day of Splitgate action is Blue. Blue, have you recovered from yesterday, and are you excited for today?
I'm absolutely excited for today. It's the grand finals, of course. Why wouldn't I be excited? We've had such a competitive season as well, so I'm ready to just jump into it, man.
Yeah, it's going to be fast and furious with all the action here. Again, a $60,000 grand final. That is the total prize pool that is at stake just today alone. Again, the entire season worth over $100,000. So, and like you mentioned, the competition has been fierce top to bottom. Those first through 6 seeds are all so close in skill. It's really going to come down to who is the best on the day. But speaking of things that are the best, do you have Amazon Prime?
I do.
If you do, and if you in chat have Amazon Prime right now, you also have access to Prime Gaming. Now, Prime Gaming has a series of unique benefits that Prime members can take advantage of. This includes free games every single month that are yours to download and enjoy. You also get a slew of snazzy in-game items for your favorite titles, including Splitgate and more. You can get things like skins for weapons or characters, consumables, or other things to help you elevate your gaming experience. And if you thought that was all, well then you'd be incorrect. Because with Prime Gaming, you can also get a free Prime sub to use on Twitch every single month to help support your favorite content creator. So the last question I have for you, the chat, the viewers, is what are you waiting for? Sign up, connect your accounts, and start claiming today. Check out all of those offerings at www.gaming.amazon.com. Again, exciting offers always available with Prime Gaming. And there were some exciting matches, too, in that final day of the Splitgate Pro season, but one really stands out, and I think it really kind of tells the narrative of what today's tournament is going to be. And that, of course, was the Moist versus Xset upset. So Moist managed to not necessarily reverse sweep, but win against Xset after they took the first map, 3-1 in that series. I think it was big for Moist, especially because they knew they could compete with these teams. They started off hot in the initial first days of the Splitgate Pro Series, faltered a little bit towards the middle, but definitely finished strong here. I think Hunnit kind of being that in-game leader and kind of the hype man for his teammates really kind of elevated them to play against Xset and eventually topple them, and it was an exciting match to watch for sure. But Blue, any thoughts about this matchup in particular that stuck out to you?
Not just really good to see Moist finally hitting the ground running here, able to get a good series underneath their belt to show that they can truly be competitive, especially in today's bracket as well. Going up against Xset there, really had to give a big shout out. Once again, you already mentioned him, but Hunnit having a fantastic performance not only inside of that match, but throughout the entire season too, keeping that constant aggression rolling and being one of the real big players that allows for Moist to get into situations and come out on top of them as well.
Yeah, I think they're definitely a hype team to watch. They're a team that you can, visually see the energy in their gameplay, and that always makes makes those matches exciting, but I think the big thing is that upset is not going to be the last one we are going to see in the Splitgate Pro Series. I think this bracket is about to get maybe a little weird just based on the standings and those kind of things going forward. But before we get into these matches and take a look at that bracket, let's break down the rules, format, and prizing for you guys. So again, the season finals format, $60,000 in cash prizes, 6 of the top Pro Series Splitgate teams. All of these matches will be best of 5, and we'll be doing map bans as well for each one of these. It's going to be a double elimination bracket as well, so there's opportunities for one of these teams to falter early and rally back. And then of course the top 2 seeds from the regular season are receiving a bye, so that will be Space Station Gaming and E United. Hopping over to that prizing, it is fat. Let's call it that. That is some fat prizing. First place going to be taking home $30,000. Second place taking home $15,000. Third, $6,000. Fourth, $4,000, and 5th through 6th, $2,500. So a lot on the line here. And then of course, here is your bracket. So looking at this round 1, you see the kind of not 1 and 2 teams. It's going to be XZ going up against Luminosity, and we have some things to talk about there for sure. And then of course match number 2, which will be played in the background, will be T1 versus Moist. I could see an upset happening right there, if I'm being honest with you. If Moist comes out hot, T1 historically kind of a slow start team. They take a little bit to get warmed up, but are a great team. But I could see Moist kind of, if they come out guns blazing, we might see E United versus Moist in match number 4. And then that has implications for upsets as well, because if you harken back to the G4 Invitational, Moist defeated E United in that bracket. So we could definitely see there's a realm of possibility where Moist makes it all the way to match number 8, just kind of right off the rip. And then looking at that top side, you have great rematches there. You know, Luminosity, kind of the notorious Game 5 team. They've competed with all of the top seeds, and they were really turning the corner in their gameplay. So, you know, if they manage to tackle XZ here, they might find themselves up against Space Station. So a lot of cool things, a lot of exciting things. And then of course, at the end of today, not only will we crown a winner, but we will also be crowning an Astro MVP. And what that MVP will receive is an entire kit of Astro Gaming products. Fantastic opportunity to kit yourself out here. And of course, the exclusive SPS 2022 MVP speaker tags are in there. You have the A40 and the Mixamp TR, the BP35 backpack, the CS03 crossbody sling, and the A03 in-ear monitors will be what that MVP is receiving. So a lot of exciting stuff, a lot of things to be won here today. And then of course, you talk about those upsets and the prizing. There's a lot to talk about here. So getting right into it, let's jump into it right off the rip. Here is your map rotation for that first series. It's going to be King of the Hill on Foregone Destruction. Then we're going to be hopping on over to a map number 2, TDM on Olympus, a Domination map number 3 on Crag, King of the Hill on Silo, and then if we need the Game 5, which we just might, it will be a TDM on Atlantis. Blue, anything jumping out at you with the map rotation here?
Good variety of maps overall. Not a whole lot of similarity to when these two teams played back at the very beginning of the season, which we'll talk more about that in a moment. But it is going to be interesting to see how Foregone goes, because that was one of the maps we saw repeat back on that initial match. It was played in TDM, though, so it's probably going to end up being a little bit different. Not to mention, too, that Luminosity has found much more stable positioning inside of the league since then. But indeed, we do need to talk about it. This last engagement between these two teams was one of the closest matches we had all season. In fact, Luminosity just barely ended up dropping that one on the first 2 maps, lost the first King of the Hill by a single point, and lost the second game on Foregone by only 5 kills in TDM. So this is bound to be a banger of a match right to start the day off.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. Like you mentioned, 2 overtimes in both of those King of the Hills that XZ managed to win. I think they have that clutch factor, but Luminosity has done nothing but improve throughout the season. So jumping right on board with Huff here, striking quickly. Able to take one player down. XZ with a small lead off of the initial break. We see Luck manage to secure that shotgun, so he's going to look to push onto this hill as LG was kind of swarming it. They do have control, but Luck is on the hunt. Few players here joining in, and he's just going to play this one patient. I respect it. Waits for that team to spawn back in before making this push onto the hill.
Luck finally able to get his routing going here to be able to insert himself into the tower, pick up a kill, and he chains it into a second one too, catches Grad, trying to get aggressive against this tower setup that Xset are currently working into, and as a result that tears it apart. Puts the members of Xset in control of the situation, but keep in mind, they're playing defensively. They're not going to be able to push out towards a hill just yet. It's still LG gaining all the points right now as they just passed 25, especially on our new hill here, which is going to come up in a second. That's where the emphasis grows quite heavily for Xset, as they need to find some stable ground to begin getting some points on the board.
Yeah, Luminosity Gaming learning their lesson from that previous series and trying to extend this lead to disallow Xset to win by 1 point yet again and deny history from repeating itself, all on the back of those objective points by Grad. He is going huge in the objective department, but right now Maddie back in from the brief hiatus during that match day 5 and 6 and stepping right up to the plate here, holding this hill, denying the Luminosity push, tries to battle against two players from LG there and will eventually fall. 3 down now for Xset is going to give Luminosity an opportunity to rack up some hill time.
LG indeed steal the hill away, still with about half of it remaining as well, just when we were about to see Xset tie the game up here, so an unfortunate break for their squad. They'll have to wait for the next hill, more than likely to make another big bid for it, but they are going to be able to trade evenly with the members of LG on this upcoming fight. In fact, it's all brought down to crazy, so Xset will steal away the last 10 or so seconds of this hill, stopping more than anything a momentum gain from LG here, but again, the emphasis now shifts to the next hill transition, where we need to see if LG can get themselves on the right footing here to be able to keep things consistent.
Yeah, Bala getting hit with that little two-step strafe, so he is going to go down, and Maddie does not want that sniper in play, so he's going to reduce the ammo capacity. And that is taken down, so we'll have to see if that gives an opportunity for LG to use that sniper for themselves. But for the time being, Huff going on an absolute tear, 32 objective points and 12 kills. He is the workhorse for Xset right now on this map, manages to pick up the killing spree through the portal, and he is rallying Xset to potentially topple the LG 1-point lead.
Xset were low after that fight, however, so they try to jump directly onto the hill, only opening them up for more fire to come in from the fresh respawns on LG's side of things. They'll steal the hill right back, be able to keep their lead by about 5 seconds. Either way, still incredibly close. The problem is Xset is on the wrong end of a bit of a trade chain right now. They need to try and find a way to get ahead of this situation. Otherwise, LG is going to constantly keep fragging them off the hill and be able to keep the small lead that they've had for pretty much this entire game so far.
Yeah, 2 down, now 3 down for LG. Might be tough as those power weapons are going to spawn near that 7-minute mark with that hill rotation. We'll have to wait and see what they try to prioritize, but right off the respawn, it's going to be 2 down yet again for LG, so this is going to give Xset a little bit of an opportunity to set up here, but undoubtedly LG rushing that hill and the 2-for-1 with the shotgun. Luck getting lucky, embodying the word as he tries to fend off the Luminosity push.
Nearly is able to get Bala there as well. He's brought down quite low, but impressive stuff from Bala. Despite the low HP, he's able to survive, picks up another kill with the shotty as well, and now has good defense setup. Even if he goes down, Grad, of course, is here to be able to take some of the heat off of him. Portal wall is well defended, so no one's really going to be able to insert themselves in without an EMP. They'll finally get the opportunity to do so, but now as well, we've seen Bala get his HP back. He's going to be able to jump out for one more frag before he also goes down to Xset, trying to make this play yet again. Still that same problem for Xset, though, always just getting control of this hill in the dying moments of it, only able to scrounge maybe 10, 20 seconds off each one. That's keeping them that same amount behind overall on the scoreboard from LG.
Really like how Luminosity is playing their lives on this rotation too. Only Bala going down is going to give Luminosity an opportunity to at least set up for this hill before they start to grab some of these points, but I do like the way they're playing this one patiently. Mason, though, going to fire back and take down Crazies. Bala, though, has that sniper. The triple kill now coming out from him is going to be clutch for this Luminosity hold, and it looks like Huff is going to narrowly escape the Bala pressure.
This gets the sniper down on the ground as Maddie confirms the trade onto Bala, but more than likely going to see another teammate or another opponent be going in to quickly pick that back up. So don't expect it to stay dead for too long with still 4 shots remaining in it. Maddie continuing to sneak off frags here, especially over in the neutral part of the map towards the middle, but Huff going to reinsert himself when LG goes for the big play. Huff will make a big play of his own too, knocking out most of the resistance here and claiming at least a few seconds of time on the hill for himself, but the problem again surfaces that he's alone here. No support, and obviously he's going to be low after taking that fight, so he's only really able to gain another 5 to 10 seconds onto it. Let's see now as Xset are at least on the hill to start things off, but they're not going to be able to take that initial control. Once again, LG wipes the initial Xset presence off of it. It's going to be LG gaining the large majority of these initial points here on hill number 5.
Yeah, I wonder if Luminosity, too, is kind of trying to make the in-game shot call of really slowing down Huff, because he's been the terror on the map for Xset right now. 54 points of objective time and leading in kills for his squad. So that might be an opportunity for Luminosity to extend this lead if they can just slow him down. But for the time being, it's Grad answering back. Gonna just fire some shots downrange. Huff, last alive in the hill, is gonna go down to the Grad double kill, and this is a nice opportunity for Luminosity to get the remaining points on this hill before it rotates out. And then, of course, power weapons around that 4-minute mark will be one of the final pushes that Xset has to try to shore up this Luminosity lead.
Really great team fights being taken so far here by LG, with this one being a bit of an exception here. For the most part, LG has not had a problem completely wiping out the Xset roster and giving them freedom of control of the map for a very long period of time, as we just saw at the tail end of that last hill. Now we need to see them pick it up a little bit, as they do lose quite a few players at the start of this engagement. Xset Maddie just goes for a little rerun there as he whips the initial shotgun shell, but is able to get quick correction upon that to be able to throw himself back into the fray for a second pickup there. Xset, though, still in control of the hill and racking in some serious points right now. They absolutely need to as well. A little less than 4 hills to go here, and Xset still about 40 seconds behind. Unfortunate for them, they have just lost the hill, but again, Maddie still has this shotty, so he's going to be able to move in with the final round on it and be able to deny not only the hill control, but knock out the chance to take him down as well.
Yeah, that's really exactly what Xset needed in that moment, is that pressure play by Maddie with that shotgun to just break up the Luminosity offense there and try to scrounge some points in that hill to make up the difference. But it has flipped back in Luminosity's favor. Of course, the hill will be rotating in just a few seconds, so Grad going to do his best to try to stay alive, and he will. But Vexy will go down in the background. Crazies manages to find the snipe and manages to find Huff before being taken down himself, and that gives Luminosity a little bit of time in the background. But here comes Mason with that sniper and SMG combo, with Xset being in control of this hill. He is a force to be reckoned with right now. 33 kills to his name, trying to spot down and hunt down Crazies, manages to do so, and Xset is doing an excellent job here of rallying back in these final minutes.
Indeed, good denial coming in there, specifically against Crazy's push, but here's the problem. LG now spots an opening to be able to work themselves back in. Xset realized a little late that they need to come back and retake this, but the retake is still strong for them. A few players low, but not low enough to where Crazies can outright abuse it in a 1v3. Huff's also going to be able to knock out Vexy, which means realistically we are looking at a very, very close comeback now for the players on Xset. Still about 10 seconds remaining on this hill, so you can expect them to be right around 170 to 180 as we head into the 2-minute hill. Just 2 of them remaining here as Xset continue to fend off most of the resistance coming in from LG and bank all that time on this hill.
Yeah, if you're Luminosity right now, you're getting flashbacks to match day number 1 as Xset tries to shore up this difference and eventually take that lead. But for the time being, they managed to get 3 down, and that's going to give Crazy's Grad and Vexy a little bit of time to work and a little bit of time in that hill. So they'll be able to extend this lead somewhat, but of course we've seen Xset clutch up these King of the Hills and win it by 1 point only. So we'll have to see if they can make that final push that is necessary. Crazy's going to miss that snipe, tries to get the shot onto Maddie, but Bala will be able to clean that one up before Crazy's is eventually taken down by Huff.
Huff gets the aggression going to be able to steal the hill away only for a split second. For the most part, it's going to be thrown into neutrality, but Xset realizes the priority they need to put on that hill, so they are trying to get as many points as they can. Ultimately, though, still too low from the previous fight, so Vexy has no problem moving in, locking in a triple kill as he finds Luck sitting up on the catwalk by the tower as well. Huff will finally be able to trade at least 1 frag out here, make it 2 as he's trying to push his opponents off the hill. It'll be ultimately a small gesture, though, as we're about to move hills anyways, just trying to minimize the player count. It's a pretty even as the hill spawns. Neither team going to be directly on top of it. You can see some players like Crazies here trying to work their way out of a bad scenario. LG is going to go 2 down for a split second, and that leaves the hill open, meaning Xset has got a chance here, but they're going to need about half of this hill to be able to bring it back, and that assumes LG don't gain anything from it either.
Yeah, and you can see LG kind of playing with their backs against the wall right now. Xset has control of this hill, and there's plenty of time remaining in the realm of Splitgate King of the Hill for Xset to do this. Now we see LG trying to make a play here. Bala tries to make the push, but he will get pinged down by Luck. Huff will take down Vexy, and Xset is just 8 seconds away from taking this lead. 20 seconds left in regulation. And Mason is just on the hunt, trying to use these portals, get some portal fire going. He does have the shotgun for that denial of the push as well if Luminosity comes in, but for the time being, Xset has taken the lead. This is the last opportunity LG has, and they manage to retake the hill in the final seconds, and now can they hold?
Huff coming back in. He's going to be the hero here, trying to save the day, and it won't work out. LG get revenge against Xset from the very beginning of the season, and they instead will be able to take this first map of the series by that 1 single point, I do believe.
Poetic justice, I think, at the very least. I think I got so hype I leaned back in my
He
chair
accidentally
and
muted the
my mic. I did almost fall backwards there. So that was an incredible performance. Poetic justice from Luminosity coming through here in match number 1, the very first game of the season finals, and LG manages to take the first map off of Xset. They've got to be feeling good after that one.
Definitely the case here. Fairly close, though, at the end of the day, so LG still probably has to be a little bit concerned about how these future maps may go. Is fairly far from a consistent lock in there to be able to take it by like a good 40-50 second of excess in time, so Xset is going to want to, or rather, LG is going to want to try and clean things up a little bit. Xset will certainly want to do so as well. Obviously, we talked about it in the middle of that map. Team having a little bit of an issue with regards to kind of getting out of that trade chain they were locked into against the members of Luminosity. They're constantly on the tail end of it, getting maybe that last like 10-15 seconds of the hill. Took them until about halfway through to break it, and for a split second we saw them take the lead, but then falling into that same pattern again towards the end allowed for the comeback to happen.
Yeah, so well played by Luminosity, and I think the cherry on top is that, of course, that was a map that Xset picked, so that's when they expected to win. Going into map number 2, this is Luminosity's pick. So we're going to be going to Olympus TDM, and it looks like right off the break, Vexy is going to be securing that shotgun for himself. Despite 2 of his players going down, he will have an opportunity through the portal to take down Maddie. So nice little response from Vexy here, and finds another one. The blind fires managing to connect. Great work from Vexy to tie this one up in 3s.
Power weapons making up the difference here right now, but Xset has one to utilize as well, so they're going to be able to quickly negotiate control over the lead back under their own control. Nicely shot as well from Vexy. Gets the double off with just a single rocket. He's up to 4-0, tries to make it 5, but Maddie is going to say bye-bye to him before he can lock that one in. Rails are still up, but they have changed hands. Bala has stolen it away, and he's still got 3 shots left on it as well. Some impact certainly to be made here, but he gets a little bit too aggressive. Throws it onto the ground, still 50% of the charge remaining, and it will be in the hands of another member of Xset.
I just really love the fact that Vexy saw 0 players physically on his screen while getting 4 kills with 3 rockets. If that doesn't show you that Luminosity is feeling it right now, I don't know what else will. But Luck doing his best to make up the difference here. Grad, though, with a great little jump strafe going to secure that final shot. 3 down for LG will give Xset a bit of prio around the map. Maddie finding the kill through the portal is stepping on the gas. You can see the movement trying to just hunt down these LG players. 3 down yet again. So they have them on the rotation. They have them in the spawn trap, and Maddie just on the hunt, doing a great job working around his teammates, finding these picks. 3 down yet again for LG. Double 3 downs is going to give Xset the 7-kill lead here. So well played. Way to go. Good job bouncing back for Xset there.
Absolutely the case, and it's surprising to see Xset taking such a strong lead too, given that this is the first time we've seen them play onto this map all season here. Have seen Luminosity go to it quite a few times for themselves, obviously with a positive record too, but things are not looking so positive at the moment, as we nearly have double the score for Xset right now when compared to LG. Trying to play it a little bit more passively, as you can see, locking themselves in the tower. That's a little dangerous to do that, so you can see they're going to try to negotiate positions outside of that as quickly as they can, but they are somewhat limited right now, because Xset has just been locking down so many of these individual 1v1s, and unfortunately LG has not had the greatest luck with locking in trades either, because of the excellent support structure that's been set up for Xset.
Yeah, it really seems like Vexy with those rockets, the power weapons, they felt the most comfortable making pushes and kind of hunting down Xset, but the tables have turned, the tides have changed, and it's all in Xset's favor right now, as Mason manages to secure the collection agency here for Xset, giving them a 12-kill lead, make that 13, as Mason takes down another player of Luminosity.
Gonna try to get this finisher off on a Crazies, but thankfully his teammate will help him out there. Maddie will get it done instead. And like I said, we'll continue to just kind of hold on to their lead here. No reason for them to get hyper-aggressive. More so need to play this passively now to ensure that we don't open up a play opportunity for LG. They're going to find one, though. Bala, along with one other player, will be able to negotiate those 2 kills. Vexy going to get caught a little bit here, so he's going to back away from that engagement. We'll have the portal open, though, and that'll lead to an execution from Grad, one that won't work out too well, thankfully. But Bala will at least be there for the exchange. LG are holding on, but unfortunately not making any huge progress on diminishing the lead that Xset has had. They've been sitting at about +10 for nearly the last 2 to 3 minutes now, and it's not showing any signs of changing.
Yeah, and it really seems that is kind of indicative of that first map. Xset did manage to outslay them in that King of the Hill, but Luminosity had the strategic superiority to secure that hill time. But all of that momentum from that slaying power from Xset has carried over into this TDM. 4 down now for Luminosity as Huff and Maddie secure individual kills for themselves. Huff also with that triple kill in the kill feed, going to extend this lead to 13. It will drop down to 12 momentarily, but really all of that momentum in Xset's Xset's favor right now. I'm not sure how many power weapons still on the map,
They fell off.
is in play. Yeah, they fell off, and well, LG in this TDM starting to fall off as Xset's carbines are doing all the work they need to. A brief sign of life in that kill feed. Grad and Crazies securing a few kills to their name as they take this lead down to 10, but for the time being, Xset remains in strong control.
About 2 more minutes here until we see the power weapons come up for the 3rd time. We'll have to see if LG can properly utilize them this time. A bit of an awkward encounter for those that caught it on the stream. Ball trying to work his way down to the bottom of the map as he was being pursued after picking up the power weapons. Had to try and route through portals and wasn't in the best position to hop into that portal wall sitting at the very bottom of the map, so had to slow himself down. That just kind of left him in the open and easy to be picked off. And so we saw both of those power weapons get lost as he had both of them in his hands. At least got a kill from, I believe, the rockets before ending up going down. That's not the complete end of the world situation for him, but still turning into one here for LG fairly quickly. Still locked in at that -10 deficit with no real signs of it continuing to change here as Xset now sits only 15 kills away from locking in the W on the 2nd map.
Yeah, LG doing their best to try to slow this down and kind of stop the approach of Xset towards that 60-kill finish line. And for the time being, they've managed to slow them down and start to try to work their way back into this one. Again, around that 4-minute mark is when the power weapons will come back online. So Luminosity undoubtedly wants to try to secure those and play around those, but it's really, can they deal with the Xset pressure until then? The lead has been chopped down to 8 for the time being, but it really is that team shot difference. I think Luminosity tries to take these individual fights with these angles, but Xset is really doing a great job in the team shot department, shutting down some of these flanks, but the momentum's starting to shift, starting to equalize, but of course Xset only needing 10 kills to close this one out and tie up the series 1-1.
Definitely expect things to slow down over these next few moments. Great play from Vexy, working with Bala there as well to push out the pressure on the inside of the red tower here. That's going to flush out most of the positioning that Xset have to play with. They'll try to reestablish themselves, I believe, on the other side by blue tower. We can already see Mason positioning himself up there with Huff supporting on the box catwalk, but still seeing issues here for LG to try to actually line up these frags as the members of Xset being quite elusive, and why wouldn't they be given how close they are to victory here and the fact that that lead is finally starting to shrink a little bit. We've got the power weapons starting to spawn in. You can see the rails in front of you there for a second. That means the rockets are probably up pretty soon, if not already as well. LG definitely trying to prioritize it, but they see this open portal. Vexy doesn't want to throw his life away here given how close to the end of the game we already are.
Yeah, throwing that grenade denies that portal. Not sure if anyone managed to secure the railgun. All right, both players from Luminosity.
Grad
Looks like
got it.
Grad will pick
Yeah.
it up. A little bit of a stumble there, but Luminosity does manage to secure some of these power weapons. The lead has been cut down to 5 yet again. Xset only needing 5, but it looks like LG has some of these long-range power weapons. Mason did manage to secure those rockets, however, so this lead will briefly extend, and Luminosity needs to play perfect if they want to work their way back into this one. Grad narrowly escaping Death's Door as he will try to reposition, but now Xset only needs 3 to wrap up map number 2.
You can see this from Grad's POV as well, just kind of desperately hunting for any opportunity to work himself in and line up some frags on this railgun, but it just hasn't been popping up. Xset are playing this too smart right now. Even the portal shots are just not playing into it. You can see Grad just kind of pre-firing in hopes of lining up something, and it's not going to work out. Xset with too much control over Olympus. They take the win on their very first time playing it throughout the season here in the SPS.
Yeah, so well played to Xset there. I think Luminosity had a really good response. Unfortunately, with a 15-kill lead, they just couldn't get that momentum to crest over that hill and sort of retake that lead, but they made a valiant effort at it. You can, of course, see the desperation in that railgun play, just shooting it through any portal, hoping to connect, but it is that Xset KD superiority coming through in the clutch in the TDM here.
Not hugely dominant, but you can definitely see what the struggles were for both Grad and Crazy's only able to get single-digit frags over the course of that game. You usually don't see players, unfortunately, that low, so that's a little bit of a rough one for LG, as they were really having trouble trying to line up the team shot capability and execute the full roster of Xset outright to give them some more considerable map control, which they could have chained together into another team fight as well. But they've got plenty more chances as the series basically resets at this point into a best-of-3.
Yeah, I think going into the domination on Crag, kind of the big thing or the standout thing for me is really Huff is kind of that Slayer, the real thorn in Luminosity's side, and I think the power weapons on this map really play into his play style with that railgun and shotgun being available. He's gone on big tears on this high ground, but it is Luminosity knowing that history is being used to its fullest extent here, so they're going to shut him down off that early break and try to take some of these hills. But for the time being, Xset does have A and C capped, with Luminosity looking to branch out and retake one of these sides.
Shotguns and rails are going to be the prize power weapon for this map. Looking like we've already got some control for Xset in the shotgun department. Generally can be exercised pretty well here down inside of the mining tunnels, just kind of that lower half of the map where the rail is able to put a lot more power on the upper portion of it. Didn't get to see who actually scavenged the rails. We'll try to catch up with that in a little bit if it hasn't already been used. Maddie finally going to get an opportunity to use out the shotgun. He knocks out Vexy with it, but as you can see, opportunities are kind of limited right now for Xset as LG takes the initial control and is running away with it with about a 30-second lead.
Yeah, Xset does have an opportunity on this unguarded C hill to try to retake it, and they might have an opportunity in that background as A is neutral. We'll have to see if they can secure that and start to retake this lead, but for the time being, it really is Luminosity kind of playing these objective modes just a little bit more clean, the decision-making a little bit more powerful for them, making better decisions to secure some of these caps. They don't have to worry about the slays only, as a little tough sequence of events is going to lead to Huff going down. Crazies is going to pick up that kill on luck. The double kill, can the triple kill be secured? Isn't going to be able to find him through that portal, but it looks like a teammate will clean that up for him, and for the time being, Luminosity definitely running away with the Game 3 dom.
LG continuing to show dominance here on the team-based modes and the objective-based modes as they've locked in that triple cap and now have nearly a 100-point lead over the Xset scoreline here, exercising continued control over it as well. Only just now are we going to start to see some progress for Xset, and it cost them 2 players. We're still kind of at an even keel between both of these teams too. Yes, we'll see Xset be able to get control of B, but getting that second hill is going to be a problem, and more importantly, keeping it will be the issue, as we can already see LG back on B, pretty much got it for free as well. Xset's going to roll in here, try to reclaim it for themselves, but it's going to take a moment, as you've got pretty much the whole team from LG up, but not anymore. Everybody except for Ballin out down. We've got the respawns coming up, but they're going to have to respond quickly as Xset do play this out fairly well to lock in what should be a consistent 2-cap now.
Yeah, but right off the spawn, you see Hills being decapped. Now Xset only has B. They do manage to retake C with Luminosity taking A, so it was a really nice job of Xset kind of mobilizing immediately off of the 3 down for LG to take those hills, but Luminosity fires right back. 2 down for each squad now as we hop on board with Vexy, who's trying to hunt down Mason, manages to do so with that pistol, but then Maddie will trade out for Vexy. So Xset manages to hold on to 2 of these hills, but that Luminosity triple cap giving them a nice little cushion there as they still lead by about 100 points.
Luck with the rest of Xset going to be pushing heavily into B to try and defend this out for themselves, and they'll be able to succeed in getting it. Obviously at the cost of a back cap, so only going to be able to guarantee the 2-cap for themselves unless they get in the way of the C play, but not looking like that's going to happen. They're denied outright when they try to go back and defend that, and even worse, we see another player from LG work themselves over to A, and while yes, it's taken a few moments, they have been able to successfully cap it because Xset was otherwise distracted here. Here's where LG can overextend and make an issue though. If they put too much presence onto this B point here and end up losing themselves to it, that's where we could see Xset start to come back into it pretty quickly.
Yeah, here we have Crazies, though, did manage to snag that shotgun, has 5 potential kills loaded up, and I really like the way Luminosity has bounced back in the slaying department. You see Grad 16 kills, 1 death, Vexy 15 kills, 5 death, Crazies 13 kills, 4 deaths, everyone positive. Bala, though, putting in the objective work, trying to just reposition and be a nuisance, is doing the job just good enough. Xset does manage to have 2 of these hills, both A and B. Crazy's not really doing too much effectively in retaking with this shotgun, but does manage to at least deny Xset from getting that triple cap. Does manage to find Huff on this nice little flank, but from the backside is going to be forced to hunt down Luck here as he's approaching on his player. So the killing spree going to come through for Crazies as LG manages to decap that C hill and retake A. Now we'll have to see if they can get that second site secured.
A little bit chaotic right now, as neither team really able to get a consistent number of caps and actually defend them, but LG's not going to be panicking too much about that as long as they continue to gain at least some points here. They're still ahead by a pretty considerable margin, and for the most part have been able to continue pushing that advantage by usually getting these 2 caps going for themselves. Looks like a big push coming in from LG here onto that B hill to try and save the day on it, and already working on another triple cap for themselves as well. We have the opposite situation of what we had on the previous map happening now, where it's Xset getting themselves 2 spread out, not able to find that consistency to be able to defend these hills, not just cap them, and as a result of that, LG to an extent is beginning to run away with their advantage.
Yeah, Luminosity's doing a really good job of using those hills almost as an extra player to kind of pull Xset out of position, spread them a little bit too thin, and then just kind of utilize those teamworks and flank angles to stay competitive and stay ahead in this one. We've seen Xset with a decent amount of 2 caps, but Luminosity really is just doing a good job of playing this one patient, not trying to overextend and just getting those guaranteed secures versus being panicked despite being down in that hill capture against Xset.
We're going to continue to see the volleys go back and forth as you hear our announcer constantly talking about the recaptures of the hills here. Xset finally able to get themselves a 2-cap, but for how long is going to become the question. As usual, LG able to roll in with no problem. Bala and Grad coming in very nicely off of that back flank portal. Takes down most of the resistance, and immediately it's LG resuming that 2-cap. That's the big problem for Xset, because they just can't lock it in right now, and they just can't find a way to get the full wipe against LG so they can springboard that into some more consistent control here. Like you said, the fragging department definitely improving as well by quite a bit. You can see Xset's players, if you look at their kills, definitely struggling in comparison to the previous map.
Yeah, and LG's doing a good job setting up for these power weapons that are about to spawn, but with 2 down, there's an opportunity for Xset here to regain that map control as the power weapons pop up, but Grad going to make that difficult for them with that killing spree. Sees Mason and Huff there, but he's going to look for that flank, check that angle, and then approach this C hill, and it looks like him and Crazies might be able to secure that one. He will hunt down Mason in the process, at least get him weak, and force him back off of that point. As the power weapons do spawn up, I believe Luck did manage to secure that shotgun railgun. Not sure if it's in anyone's hands or even spawned up just yet, but Luck has an opportunity here to really gain some momentum for his team, and there it is, the triple cap. This is exactly what Xset needs in this moment.
Luck with some nice insertions here with the shotgun as well. Lines up the double. That should steal away the B hill. More importantly, defend it here for Xset. Finally getting that consistency going. Once again, though, a little late into the game, so it's going to be hairy as Xset try to bring it back. But they seem to have control over the chain right now as they lock in another 2-cap for themselves between A and B here. Great fend-off coming in from Xset's Maddie as well, knocking out one player. The second one does escape him, but 3 out of 4 down is good enough for this situation as, like I said before, it maintains the 2-cap, and that's what the priority needs to be here from Xset.
Yep, Luminosity does manage to take A and C yet again, so they're at least going to continue to bounce back in the lead that Xset had previously cut down, with 2 down for Xset, Mason and Maddie, kind of those main slayers, the combo, the duo, the gun buddy is going to be taken down, so Luminosity going to have a little bit of pressure taken off of them, but it's a nice job from Maddie on that respawn to take down a few members of LG, so they do have this 2-cap, but it is Luminosity just holding on to those triple caps just a little bit longer to extend that lead. That's kind of giving them that cushion, but here comes Xset yet again with a brief triple cap, and they're really trying hard to make this comeback here in the final 2 minutes and 20 seconds of play.
LG, at the moment, just desperately trying to defend their one hill that they do have. It's going to allow them to get pretty close to that 700-point marker, but pretty sure Xset can encapsulate them as long as they keep the 2-cap going. You're going to see how well the defenses have now been set up. Crazy's being immediately denied as he tries to sneak over towards C. Gets the decap off onto it, but at the same time, Xset have also decapped the home point from LG, so now their point gain is stopped entirely. Going to be able to potentially steal away A, but we've got a problem here. Vexy sneaking on the backside, knocks out both players with some assistance from Bala. That'll be A now. Reclaim 2 down as well for Xset, so a good opportunity for LG to get this swinging into a second hill, but they haven't been able to find it just yet. Working on C, but it looks like it's been successfully defended again by Xset, so they're still on their way back to trying to claim map number 3.
Yep, backs are up against the clock right now, but Xset is doing a great job of cutting down this lead in about the 50-point range at this point. So Luminosity really needs to make something happen here. They've been doing a great job all game, so it would be a shame if it slipped away in these final moments. LG with 2 down is going to give Xset these 2 hills undenied, uncontested, and with the triple cap here, Xset is poised to take the lead.
Xset looking for that quick revenge after map number 1, and they're certainly about to get it unless LG can summon their own strength. They're going to need to rebound hugely, but the problem is, again, Xset just being ethereal here with the way they're able to read into the rotations from LG. Haven't been able to get anything going. You can see this with Mason here, just a swivel on his head, looking for portals left and right and doing a fantastic job with the rest of his team helping out, of course, to shut all of that down. One more push going to come in here as Xset have taken the lead away. They still have the 2-cap locked in. Crazies, yeah, he'll sneak off that kill against Mason, but it's such a small gesture at this point. They are not making progress on stealing away any of these hills. They now need to completely decap Xset, and they have not been able to do that for a few moments. So it's going to be Xset bringing it back on their own regard here on domination to take the lead in the series at 2-1.
Yeah, just a really composed victory for Xset. They really just did the math in their head and said, we just need 2 hills, and if we hold 2, the rest of this, get a couple of triple caps, we'll be able to topple that Luminosity early lead. So really great job from them. I think this is one of those cases where the slaying power is making all of that difference. You see Maddie dropping the 40 bomb and you know, Luck and Mason not far behind. So it really was them just kind of rallying in the kills and being to translate that into the hill captures that you know, ended up doing Luminosity dirty with the lead that they had. had.
Yeah, they had to improve on that in the mid-game, too. I called it out at one point. Xset was lagging behind a little bit in the kill department, but they were able to pick it up to a huge degree. Like we said, just kind of having an issue finding a good way to insert themselves into the fight. We've seen this on some other maps as well, even for LG to an extent, but they were able to fix that problem, truly take control of the situation, and like you said, ride that 2-cap all the way back into the lead. Had that nice 3-cap, too, to really just push it over the edge and make sure there was no chance of a sudden comeback from LG.
Yeah, but this, of course, is an opportunity for Luminosity to tie up the series, force that map 5 here as we go into that King of the Hill. They did manage to win by 1 point, so we'll have to see if Xset is going to start running out of gas, because they have really been stepping on it to kind of tackle Luminosity, because Luminosity has been putting up a great fight. It's really just the consistency throughout it till the very end that they're unable to maintain. So going into the King of the Hill on Silo, this is a good opportunity for Luminosity to tie up the series, but Maddie with that sniper rifle going to make it difficult for them.
Xset definitely going to have a little bit more experience here on Club Silo. They played it 4 times throughout the SPS season, only once for the Luminosity roster, so going to be a little bit out of depth with regards to that in terms of live matches. Obviously, there's scrims and whatnot to consider too. We'll have to see, as obviously when we saw things played out back on Olympus, that was still fairly close, even though it was Xset's first time jumping onto it. Xset, though, able to dominate with a few kills, wiping out most of the LG resistance, should allow for Xset to be able to take the lead in a second too. Obviously, it's going to be very delicate, though, as we've only got about 10 seconds lined up for each team.
I think what's really starting to become apparent is Luminosity feels like they're getting a little frustrated on there, because all of their approaches onto these hills are getting thwarted so efficiently by Xset. We see constantly LG being 2 to even 3 down at times, and that's just letting Xset kind of have their way with the map and set up in these great positions. Grad going to be poked down there. Looks like an SMG will eventually take down Huff on that little tear he was on, but the damage for the time being has been done. Mason now has control of this hill with that shotgun, so Luminosity just needs to find the answer. They found it in the first King of the Hill, but kind of faltered in the other 2 maps, and they'll be looking for an answer here, but so far Xset is just keeps asking them more questions.
Fairly delicate hold coming in from Ball. A nice juke from the Xset player when he realized he's a little bit out of his element with regards to being able to win out that 1v2. Makes a reinsertion. I believe it was Maddie too, so he's going to be able to eventually negotiate that 1-for-1 trade that he was looking for, where he otherwise would have been knocked out outright. LG still overall win the defense of this hill, so they're finally going to be able to crawl a lot closer to the lead here. Might not be able to take it outright, as we can still see a few stragglers from Xset looking to bleed off the presence on hill. Not to mention, of course, we're changing hills in about a second here. So no, LG will not be able to immediately steal that lead away, but they will now be just 4 seconds behind the total from Xset.
Yeah, I don't hate that decision from Luminosity to rotate out versus tying it up. I think the issue is right now they just need to play their lives a little bit better, stay alive against this Xset pressure, and Mason absolutely popping off 11 kills, 4 deaths as him and Maddie managed to take down Vexies and another player for LG. And again, it's 3 down as they tried to approach this hill and get that break. So maybe just cleaning up these pushes and the overtakes on LG will be the answer that they need, but for the time being, Xset is just watching all of these flanks and predicting these angles perfectly as the killing spree from Mason is going to come through, and Xset continues to rack up time in this hill. Bala tries to contest it, but is taken down immediately in a crazy snipe. A crazy reaction out of Mason will take down Vexy as Xset continues to hold this hill.
Some excellent individual plays coming out from the Xset roster today, and definitely highlighting Mason and Maddie so far throughout the course of this series. They've kind of been the highlights for the course of this season as well, so good to see that they're able to continue that now into our grand finals day. Away from that, though, Xset, as we were just mentioning, still in control of the situation here at 76-36. Mason with another nice shot at the sniper. He's going to get an excellent transition into a double kill as well, continuing to harass out all of that presence from LG that they try to throw onto the hill. Might bite off a little bit more than they can chew here finally, but no, the other player from LG ends up backing away, but the problem is Matty Toot will end up backing himself directly into the push from LG, which will finally lead to his death here.
We see these great little spurts of pressure from Luminosity, but it's always on a single player kind of making the plays, whether it's, Bala or Grad approaching these hills, and I think Xset is working just much better as a unit. You see Crossfire constantly being employed from the entire team, and that's just making it so difficult for LG to get their footing here on this map, but they do manage to find this hill with the remaining 10 seconds, so they're going to milk that time for all it's worth, and then try to topple Xset here on the next hill rotation.
It's interesting you mentioned how good the team shot's been for LG2, or for Exit rather, because I definitely agree, but it's interesting because that's kind of changed, like many things over the course of this series. It was definitely LG, at least for me in the first map, that seemed to be playing that element of the game a lot better, but they've kind of fallen off in that respect. That might be playing into the frustration element that you were mentioning before. LG is constantly having their setups torn apart by these sudden flanks from Exit that are getting 2, 3, if not 4 kills outright.
Yeah, I think it almost comes back to that trust that we saw in the domination. Exit just had the game plan and they stuck to it, whereas it seems like Luminosity, some of these players might be feeling like, I have to put the team on my back, I have to be the one to do this, whereas if they were just playing as a unit like in map number 1 and just kind of trusting each other a little bit more in that process, they might not be kind of going 3 down and leaving these opportunities for Exit to get all these team wipes that they found. So we'll have to see if LG can just kind of take a breath here, because they're still in this one, only about 20 points behind with half of the time remaining in regulation here on the King of the Hill on Club Silo. So here's a little opportunity, 2 briefly down for Exit. Luminosity manages to stay all 4 up, so we'll have to see if they can take this fresh hill, but Exit always being able to bounce back. You see Mason going up huge with that double kill. It leads to Luminosity being 3 down yet again, and Exit having a nice brief hold on that hill.
Center hill here, though, so it's going to be difficult for either team to try and claim any serious amount of points. You'll need to kind of take control of the surrounding area as well as the hill itself, so oftentimes a little bit too much for our teams to play into. Huff's, of course, going to try to get the points back that LG now just stole away by putting the 2 players on top of it. Still has portal pressure coming out against him, so he doesn't want to stick around here forever for the reasons I just mentioned. It's way too easy to get clipped off from halfway across the map on this hill, so he needs to back away. Can only sit on it for about 5 seconds or so, and even then, still gets chased down by a member of LG as he tries to escape through portals.
Yeah, and LG finally manages to get a little bit of control over the map, but then of course it's only when there's about 10 seconds remaining on the hill. They could get within about 6 points here if they manage to hold the whole thing, but yeah, unsurprising that they want to try to rotate out and set up for the next one. Of course, Mason reads that like a book, manages to take down Vexy while he tried to secure that high ground, but that does leave a brief opportunity for LG to take this hill, but with Crazies going down on that control, Bala being forced back, it's going to give Exet the opportunity to start racking up the points yet again.
Shotgun's up, Vexy going to try to steal it away, but Mason just unloads the pistol to be able to stop that from getting away. It'll work out quite well here, and Mason will even get a nice little shot against Bala to take him down too. The shotgun's still waiting in the wings for him to be able to pick up after he downed that player a few moments ago. First shot and second shot, not going to line up here for Mason though. Unlucky to say the least as he works his way in, and LG obviously able to defend this hill. They're going to take the lead away now because it's been 3, if not 4 hills in a row where they've had considerably more time on it, including that center one where they were still able to steal about 20 seconds from it despite the difficulty in doing that.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta just wait for your opponent to make a mistake. A little bit of a fumble with that shotgun allows some of these members of LG to play it, but of course Huff is an absolute menace. So he's just gonna come through, take the hill from you and wipe your entire team, and then take the shotgun for himself briefly. So a great little play out of Huff there. Gets Exit the lead back briefly as he tries to battle down Grad and is gonna secure that final shot. The flank will come through to take down Huff, but the damage has been done. Exit has retaken this lead for however briefly.
Maddie looking for a way to engage here, and Luck doing a nice job of kind of bailing Maddie out of a bit of a tough situation there as he was out in the open. Ball and one more member of LG, though, going to be able to successfully eventually bleed him out. Like, it's his pressure away from the hill at this point. Mason now trying to defend it. LG with a lot of presence, though. They're going to be able to bleed him and the rest of the Exet presence off of it. So it's LG still with that hill control. Going to be trying to take the lead away once again as Exet was able to reclaim it with about a 20-second advantage as well, but obviously quickly diminishing down to already about 10 with LG having their own spree on top of it. Had to jump off, though, so not really going to be able to keep that consistent. Looks like we're going to see them start to build up towards it a little bit more here, and they will eventually be able to pass it as our next hill is coming up in about 5 seconds.
I think Luminosity has cleaned it up a bit in these rotations. They're at least making sure they go 1 for 1 with these rotations on some of these plays, and that's really at least allowed them to stop some of this Exet pressure around the map and take the lead back for themselves. But here we see Mason secures that double kill, will eventually fall, so 3 down for Exet will allow LG to hold this hill, and a huge killing spree and triple kill out of Crazies will allow Luminosity to extend this lead. And this is one of those hills that you can really rack up a lot of time. You see all of the portal walls have been covered. They're denying all of these entry points. We'll have to see if Exet can make this push. They do manage to take down Crazies and take down Bala, so the push is here, but can they hold onto this hill for enough time to take the lead?
Whole pile of bodies on its hill with how many players are ending up going down. Mason trying to defend off against the next push, but needs to wait and see where it's going to end up coming from, of course. Everybody from LG needing to kind of re-engage from below as their positions have also been reset here. So Xset will become the benefactor of that as they surge forward once again, looking to try and steal this lead away, but once more as well. LG making some serious efforts to try and bleed off Xset from the hill. Huff is left alive, but he's going to be, I believe, one of the only ones to do so as we come down to our final minute and final hill with LG initially in control and now surging ahead again with the lead as they near wipe the entirety of the Xset roster.
Yeah, Xset put in so much work to kind of slim down that lead that Luminosity had, but Luminosity with the great hold and the great pressure takes 3 down for Xset. So that's given them a lot of this hill time right off the rip as they were fresh off of that rotation. So they've extended the lead to about 30 points now, but it now is 3 down for LG. Xset looking to retake here in these final moments. I think they will need to force that overtime, but they do have control of this hill, of this zone right now, but Luminosity is all spawned in. They do manage to take down Huff, who has been a huge threat, but you have Maddie watching some of these flanks with that shotgun. 3 down though for Xset, gives LG the hill. He manages to find a few kills, but Crazy is going to clean him up and I believe give LG the win, unless 3 down now. Here's an opportunity for Xset. Bala is in the hill, so LG will clutch that victory to force a map 5.
Bala thankfully as well having the shotgun there so we can deny that last second push coming in from one of the members of Xset. Beautifully done by LG as they once again clutch it out in those final 10 seconds or so of regulation time on our King of the Hill game mode and are going to be able to take a second map as a result of that. This series continues to be neck and neck as indeed we are tied up going to the final map to decide who moves forward in our first match of the day.
And this is where it gets a little scary because I think this is kind of a repeat of even the first 2 maps of the series. If you're Luminosity, you have to focus on that kill pressure on the TDM because this is just a repeat, right? It's an LG victory by a narrow margin where they get heavily outslayed. And Xset carried that slaying momentum into the TDM and then really had full control of that map. So if you're Luminosity, you at least have the benefit of knowing what their plan is going to be going into this one. And they just can't let Xset get out to that 15 kill lead that they did before. So going into the TDM on Atlantis, it's going to be less of an open map. So that might be an opportunity for Luminosity to shut down some of that Xset team shot that was so potent in that TDM. So this one, I mean, I think it's a toss-up.
More so some of the flanking that we've been seeing from Xset over the course of the series too is not going to have as much effectiveness because we are going to Atlantis here, and those opportunities are going to be fairly minimal in comparison to the other maps we've been playing into. What a sneak shot coming in there as well from Vexy to start it off. Once again, LG first to the power weapons, or at least the big one on the field here, is they're going to be able to take that railgun and immediately exercise control over the big aquarium room.
Wow, really nice pick there from Vexy. Does manage to take down Mason, so a brief little lead for Luminosity here off the back of securing some of these power weapons and almost catches another player there through that portal. So I like the little setup from LG. I think this is more in their comfort zone. They're able to play this map a little bit slower, and that's kind of been their MO. Even in some of these objective game types, it's been a slow and steady approach. Comes Xset though trying to approach. I believe Crazy's does go down, is respawned in now, however, and it's a really nice job of just Luminosity kind of slowing down Xset off of that previous map.
He's going to wrap himself around as obviously we've got the railgun empty. No one picked up the bat surprisingly enough, so Vexy's just going to grab that and why not grab a kill too? He'll take down Luck, be able to knock him down and look for another opportunity here in a few seconds. Actually, I think he's going to wait by this corner. Yep, runs through it, but oh, what a bait by Maddie. Does it at long range, so that's immediately going to drop the bat and give it over to Xset.
Yeah, really nice read, really nice play there from Maddie, and that's 3 down for LG. So Xset immediately cutting this lead down to 2 and getting a few power weapons off the map as well. Going to be a huge momentum swing in their favor, and now you see them trying to approach from some of these angles, but Vexy has been really a menace on some of these flanks. Grad putting in great work as well, cleaning up a lot of these kills. 7 kills, 2 deaths for him as LG holds on to a 4-kill lead, extending it slightly, and yeah, I'm not surprised neither one of these squads wants to drop down into that lower bracket. So they're both playing this very patiently, very methodical. Nice little pick through the team shot there, thanks to the assist from Grad. It's going to be able to take down both Luck and Huff from Xset. So this lead extending to 6 now. I really think Luminosity is doing a good job of not allowing Xset to work their way back into this one.
Playing this way more passively as well, not really leaving any opportunities for Xset to suddenly just jump in with the whole squad and be able to break out the bunker setup that LG has gone for here in the big aquarium multiple times. Going to continue to sit here, just wait for players to peek the corner. They've got the lead lead, too, so it needs to be Xset to initiate here. Maddie's going to be able to find the capability to do so, however. Takes out Vexy, Crazies. Now we see Mason coming in with the bat. That's going to tear apart the rest of this setup. Balla off the respawn goes down, too. So excellently played from Xset to breach past that. Puts them within arm's reach of a comeback now, too. Only 3 kills behind. It's probably going to continue to shrink as Mason goes off with another double. Realistically, probably could have gotten a triple if he had a little bit more team support there, but Grad finally is able to clip him off.
Yeah, Xset basically does what they need to do here. They need to not let Luminosity just turtle up and kind of hold that wall. So it was a great job just doing the research. Okay, what portal wall is open? Where can we sneak in? They managed to find one lower on the Luminosity setup and convert that into just being down 1 now. What was a 6-kill lead for Luminosity has been cut down entirely. It's tied up at 21s, and with the power weapons coming back on the map and 2 down for Luminosity, Xset might be an opportunity to take the lead here.
LG, though, obviously desperately going to try to hold on to that, so they'll preserve their current positioning as much as they can. Balla as well catches Mason working his way in, but with power weapons now on the field, it looks like Xset has been able to pick up the new rail. Puff already using it to pick up 1 kill for himself to knock out Balla, and that again has kind of re-equalized the situation. LG not able to line up these killing sprees that they were finding at the beginning of the game, and as a result of that, they're failing to get away with the lead again. In fact, Xset has once more just tied it up, now at 23s.
Yeah, that bat too was delayed in its pickup, so that'll be up a little bit later than that 7-minute mark. We'll have to see if one of the players remembers that fact. Huff, though, manages to pick up the double kill with the rail, is going to give Xset that 3-kill lead, so they're doing exactly what they need to with that power weapon control. You see Grad still trying to just play it patient, but for the time being, it's not really the same ball game. When you're down by 3, you can't play it as passively as they have been. It does look like Vexy managed to secure that bat, so that might be an opportunity for them to rally a bit, get their footing back in this matchup, cut down this Xset lead, but Xset being aggressive now and kind of forcing Luminosity to change gears is allowing them to extend that lead because Luminosity just wasn't ready for that huge swing in kills.
See Maddie finally getting outwitted there, jumps into a fight with 2, and he was only expecting 1. Grad will be able to take him down. Huff with the immediate exchange, though things have gone a little bit more chaotic here over the last 2 minutes. Neither Xset nor LG really able to negotiate decent control over the overall map, so constantly just flooding around looking for kills, as we just saw Luck able to negotiate one against one of the members of LG, but Grad does very much the same thing, and now they're pursuing Luck as well. He's going to have to be careful to make sure he keeps himself tucked away for a bit longer so we can get the HP back. He'll be good, though, and now can jump back into the fray again.
Yeah, Huff as well, in the span of a few minutes, has doubled his kills, finally being taken down by Vexy. He did have that bat, so that's going to give Crazies an opportunity to pick it up, but he's immediately going to be tagged down by Luck with the triple kill, hunting the 4 spot, but is going to be taken down. Damage done, however. Xset, the 10-kill lead, hitting that 40-point marker with Huff regaining access to that bat is going to give Xset just great positioning here, great pressure on the map as they continue to march forward in securing this Game 5 victory.
LG really need to try and gather some control over the situation. They might be able to do so a little bit here. There we go, full team wipe. That's what LG needed to get themselves back into control. Now they're going to try to play it into this aquarium again. Problem being they don't have the lead anymore. There's no real reason for Xset to try and play into that. They're still going to have to be the ones to get aggressive here, try to catch these guys off spawn. Grad's already read into where the rotates are going to come from, but yeah, I doubt they're going to play into that, knowing the bat is under the control of LG, and specifically if they're properly reading into this, they'll know Grad has it as well, so won't be trying to go for that rotate there. The good news is Grad's been an excellent distraction here. He's allowed for Crazies to get himself into a winning angle, and he's now picked up another kill. LG continuing to shrink the deficit here, hugely so. It was at 10 about a minute ago, and now it's only down to about 4.
Yeah, tough little break there for Grad, but in the background, at least 3 players from Xset were briefly down, so the lead cut down to 5. Crazies does have the rail off that spawn, tries to hunt down Maddie, gonna go just wide. We see a few players from Xset now trying to approach the full 360 coming through from the rail gun, but Xset is too slippery. They managed to take down Crazies with that rail. Mason now on a bit of a tear, manages to pick off Balla with the remaining damage needed, and Xset has re-extended this lead to 7. So LG really kind of tried to reset up, but the problem was Xset didn't have to approach them at all. They had that lead, and LG, while the setup worked before, while they had the lead, it's not the same when they can just flank through and kind of put that pressure on you. So Xset now hitting the 48 kill marker. Huff still in control in this position, trying to tag down players of Luminosity. You also have Luck having security of that bat. It's going to lead to Balla and Crazies going down, and Xset is trying to close this one out.
XZ getting closer and closer, but also needing to try and play it somewhat passively to preserve the lead. They've done a fantastic job of that so far. Big play coming in for a few of the members of LG that have breached out the aquarium setup, as well as the corner play that Maddie's trying to work himself into here. Maddie at least able to fend off one. A few other members of XZ as well end up winning that trade spree, but it looked like LG had the right of initiation, but not able to get the winning kills that they need there. So still, the advantage stays locked at +10 in the favor of XZ, and now starts to get a bit more dangerous. Huff negotiating himself a double kill. Mason will roll in, lock in his killing spree, push the team up to 58 now with Luck's most recent kill. Just 2 more to go, and LG are on the run. This is the problem. They can't stop the spree. XZ gonna be able to do it with just 1 more kill. LG can now not drop a single player, and they need 16 kills in response.
Yeah, this one is a tough ask for Luminosity. They have to play this one perfect, and XZ still has control of those power weapons. The bat in Luck's hands, and it looks like Mason trying to hunt down Crazy's. Crazy's doing a great job of staying alive, but he's hunted down. He is 1 shot, but Mason wants to back this one off. Okay, for the time being, Luminosity has managed to do the impossible and not die with all of this XZ pressure. You see Luck being forced off as well, so Luminosity trying their best to claw their way back into this one tooth and nail. And XZ just has to play this one patient. Vexies does have control of that bat, but that can be risky because XZ could just kind of have each other's back. So finally Huff going to find his mark, and whew, a nail biter with our first map. XZ manages to do it, and Luminosity, the Game 5 team, falls in the Game 5 there, but they did give themselves a great run and a great opportunity to try to pull off the upset.
Yeah, an unfortunate way to start up the tournament for LG, especially given their history, specifically in this season, having to rehash that a little bit on the very same team where they kind of got that reputation from. But as usual, it's not the end of the day for Luminosity. They, of course, are going to go down into the lower bracket where they still have an opportunity to get revenge a little bit later on in this tournament if they can survive the full distance.
Yeah, I think the best thing for Luminosity right now is just kind of noting how close those were. It wasn't like a blowout in any of those games necessarily. It was just little things like when we should be pushing versus when we should be turtling up, playing it passively, and sometimes in that slaying department, in that TDM, not necessarily their strongest game type, but they made runs at XZ in both of those. Just needed to clean it up a little bit, I think, and not allow kind of XZ to flip the script back on them when they had worked so hard to kind of cut down their lead.
Definitely some positional issues for LG to try and solve before their next match gets started, specifically with regards to allowing their opponents to open up portal flanks against them. We saw that happen on the last map inside of Atlantis. They had that really strong bunker setup in Big Aquarium, only to get kind of shut down by one player that was like, oh, well, there's a portal open down below. I can just work my way in through here. There's the first kill. All right, everybody else comes in, and that tears apart the setup. We saw situations like that happening multiple times throughout the series, and LG were even able to cause that to happen against XZ quite a few times, but it was definitely XZ getting those wipes, getting those kind of considerable flanks out, and causing so many more issues for LG over the course of this series.
Yeah, and I was really impressed with how Luminosity kind of refocused after that domination. We saw them get a little sloppy and try to do things too individually, and that's just not going to work against a team like XZ. So Luminosity being able to bounce back and at least force the Game 5, I think, is a good sign that they can make that lower bracket rally and really, have some competitive matches against these other teams. But it was XZ just having that clutch factor and really having players that can just dominate the arena like they did, giving XZ that X factor to close out this series.
So XZ able to rebound after their last game of the season ended in a little bit of an upset against them, able to take at least the first match here in the bracket. Means, of course, that they are now moving on to play against one of our bide teams. I believe that they'll end up going up against SSG, if I remember the bracket correctly, so that'll be the next matchup on the docket for XZ.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how the rest of the bracket kind of has shaken out as well, just with those matches being played in the background. I wonder if we did get the upset in round 1 potentially there with the rematch of some of these teams. But with this rematch, it was unfortunately history repeating itself. Luminosity managed to flip the script in that Game 1, get the overtime 1-point victory against XZ, battled hard for the Game 5, but eventually fell in the end. But I think there's still some life left in those legs for Luminosity. So they might make that run through the lower bracket, but XZ will be moving forward, and that will be our first match of the day in the books. So we're going to throw it to a brief commercial break, and then we'll be right back with our next match. Stay tuned. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the Splitgate Pro Series Summer Season Finals. We just saw our first match play out between Xset and Luminosity, where Xset managed to clutch up in that game number 5. But then, of course, we did have one of those matches playing off stream, and it was definitely an interesting one as well. So here we had Moist going up against T1, and here are your results from that series. T1 does manage to win 3-1. You know, Moist managed to take that TDM in the very end. Looks like that was a pretty close match, only securing that victory by 6 kills. But that, of course, seems to have awoken the sleeping giant in T1, and the rest of those matches kind of playing heavily out in their favor.
Not too surprised to see T1 taking it. Obviously, they got a title to defend here today, so they're definitely going to be playing the best that they can possibly can. A little bit upset as well that we didn't see at least a little bit of a closer scoreline there for Moist. Like we said, bouncing off the upset against Xset from a few days back. Thought we would have seen them play that series just a little bit closer, but either way, they still have their chance for redemption, just like Luminosity did in a lower bracket.
Yeah, so here you see kind of the state of our bracket so far. It is going to be Space Station and Xset in that upper match number 3, and then match number 4, which I believe is the match we're going to be bringing to you guys next, is going to be E United versus T1. So the interesting kind of highlight about this one is that, of course, E United managed to upset T1 in match day 4 of the Splitgate Pro Series regular season, but T1 was one of those teams that we talked about off to a bit of a slow start, not only in series, but kind of overall in the Splitgate Pro Series, just in terms of them kind of getting shaken up a little bit by Space Station in that match day 1. But of course, they are the reigning champs. They are the defenders of that title from the previous season. So I think they're definitely coming out looking to kind of maintain that title.
I think they were the ones we did an interview with at the beginning of the season as well, where they were like, this is like the most competitive season. We've never seen the teams being this close. So I think even they were surprised by just how close it ended up being.
Yeah.
So obviously they would have expected to kind of top out the charts again, but obviously that didn't end up being the case. So they've got to try and reprove themselves here now in the bracket.
And then, of course, with this being the SPS Summer Season Finals, we had to bring in the big guns, the hired guns, to hit up the casting desk. So joining us for this matchup is going to be the one, the only Rome. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing absolutely incredible. It's an absolute treat to be here once again with the Splitgate community. Every single time that I get to cast for you guys, it's an absolute treat, and it's always something special that ends up happening that people aren't expecting. So I have no idea what it's going to be today, but I'm already expecting it.
I know you seem to be kind of the beacon of Upset City, the mayor, if you will, because during that G4 Invitational, that's when teams like Moist managed to upset E United. It was like I was sitting there like watching that tournament, and I'm like, is this the same team? Like none of it like carried over 1-to-1. So I think that is what makes today really exciting is, you know, we really don't know what we're going to get. Luminosity almost kind of getting revenge on Xset, and now you have another opportunity for T1 to get revenge back on E United. Before we get into this matchup and I kind of let you guys take the casting title there, any predictions going into this matchup from you, Rome?
I mean, first of all, coming into this one, I was talking to the players the last couple days, and the vibe, everything that they've been telling me is it's whoever shows up on their A game today. They literally said, we don't even know who's the favorite. Like, we could talk amongst ourselves all day, but we don't have a favorite. It's really just going to be about whoever shows up, wakes up, and has a great day that day. So, listen, we've already seen T1. They're starting to rev up a little bit, as they did in the latter half of their first series against Moist. And now, E United, we know they're going to be feeling good because they had a bye. They got to sit back, relax, and just watch the show. So I want to see if E United's going to be able to come out hot. I think T1, I think they're going to be able to get at least the first game. I think they're going to keep that momentum going, but I do think that E United are going to be able to pull it off. I do think it could go 5, though. I will say that now.
I think so as well. I think today is going to be kind of littered with 5-game series because, like you mentioned, it's whoever has the hot hand, who is kind of on fire for their squad. Obviously, we have, you know, Charmander for E United. He's been able to basically solo games himself. So let's take a look at this map rotation. Maybe that'll give us some sort of indication as to which way this series might go. So here we have the 5-game stretch. We're going to go to Crag on King of the Hill for map number 1. It's going to be TDM on Oasis for map 2, domination on Lava Well, and then if we need the 4 and 5, we'll see a King of the Hill on Impact, and then a TDM on Pantheon. I guess I'll throw this one over to Blue. Anything jump out at you in this map rotation?
I'm just kind of getting really hyped to see what happens if we end up going to that final TDM on Pantheon, because all the Pantheon games we've had have been so interesting just because that's such a different map. You've got areas of the map where like you're going to be restricted in terms of your portal capability, and then you've also got the more traditional like towers for teams to play into. So I'm really curious if we get to that map 5, because I think that that's going to be an absolutely amazing game if we go the full distance.
Yeah, I want to see that map 5 just because we typically see Pantheon played paired with an objective, and that makes you go to a certain area of the map. But like we saw in even the previous day yesterday with some of the challengers teams, we saw two very clashing play styles on that Pantheon King of the Hill, where there were teams just like, I like that hill, we're going to try to hold that one, and then the other one they're just not going for. So we could run into a situation where T1 and E United are just approaching that map so differently that it might lead to a really interesting and exciting matchup. So Rome, I guess going into this one, who is your player to watch for these teams? Who do you have your eye on? Who's going to be the difference maker?
Okay, so on the side of T1, I got to go with App. I mean, he's first overall in objective score, so I mean, coming into this one, I want to see what he's going to be able to do, you know, kicking things off in this King of the Hill. I want to see how this one's going to go. And then on the side of E United, I mean, realistically, I mean, my eyes are on Charmander. Every single time that I cast this, he just goes absolutely insane. He's got some absolutely crazy portal plays that he pulls off. I want to see if he's going to be able to do it when it matters the most, because, I mean, listen, if you win this, you're top 3 guaranteed. That's $6,000. I know you like to say 30,000 is a car. That might be a used car. You know, that's like not bad either. Okay, so listen, $6,000 guaranteed for whoever wins this series. I mean, they're going to be walking away very, very happy. And oh man, I don't know. Those are my two players, Charmander and App. Those are going to be it.
I think that's a good call. Blue, kind of similar sentiment, or anyone else that might sneak under the radar as a difference maker?
I think from what we've seen in the season, I think he hit the nail on the head there with who we're going to be watching in this series.
Okay, nice. I think Charmander too, it is kind of that, you know, feast or famine with him though. So if he gets hot early, then he's going to be able to carry that series. But if T1 manages to shut him down a little bit and slow his roll, if you will, they might start to struggle. So I think, you know, E United is definitely a feast or famine team. So it's all going to come down to that first map and kind of how that ends up playing out. I do think it's interesting kind of looking at that bracket too, that I mean, who wants to be in the lower bracket too when you have teams like Luminosity taking Xset to a game 5? It is not safe down there at all. It's not like, oh, you know, if E United gets knocked down, then they're going to have an easy go of it. It is cutthroat start to finish here today, but it looks like we're about to get loaded into this game. So Rome and Blue, I'm going to let you two take it from here.
All right, well, let's get into it, Rome, as we're getting started now with our first map of this series. Another upper bracket matchup to see who carries forward, like you said, locking in that top 3 to try to move themselves into a winning position as we get started here on King of the Hill.
Yeah, and it's going to be a good one for sure. And according to the notes here, it says E United's 3-0 on Crag. So I did say the T1 are going to come out and get a victory here. But if the tides are going to turn, I wouldn't really be surprised if E United hasn't even taken a loss on it yet.
Well, you're right to start here as T1 getting the initial 20 seconds outright in their possession here. Power weapon control seems to be going pretty heavily towards them as well. App with the shotgun. He's going to get dropped by Suppress, but he'll be traded, so should be able to scavenge. That Jalen, I believe, now going to have both of them as they also picked up the rails, so great exercise of control showing up here in the opening seconds from T1, but they're also going to bail out a little bit prematurely here. They didn't have the player power to be able to keep themselves on this hill, so to back away waiting for the respawn so that Jalen can now jump out and reignite.
Yeah, now it is going to be for now. Squad United controlling the hill, and you can see Jalen. He's just trying to hold this angle, just trying to make sure that he's going to wait for his team. You don't want to just run in there and toss your life away. He's doing a great job waiting for his team, trying to use this teamwork. But, I mean, as for now, it's going to be United coming right back in this one, getting ready to tie this one up. But, I mean, Jalen, he hasn't died yet. He's on 6, trying to make it 7. Able to do that, going to hop in the hill. And that's going to be beautiful plays coming out of T1 to reclaim that.
Excellently played by T1. They'll be able to carry forward with more of a lead here. Charmander trying to make up the difference as he pushes back out, but not going to work out too well here. Still T1 with the assertive control over the hill, and they'll continue to exercise that down below. You can see Charmander and a few of the other players trying to find a way to sneak in, but it doesn't work out. JP and Jalen work together instead to fend off this aggression, and Jalen specifically locks in a 10th kill for himself there. He's going to get the collection agency as it's T1 dominating, at least to start this off, doubling the scoreline of E United.
truly a perfect start right now for Jalen, and he's just going to keep on adding to the tally. Charmander finally going to be the one to take him out. I said Charmander's going to need to be the one to step up on this E United roster, and right there, able to take out Jalen is going to be a good way to start because you don't want them to keep on cooking. I know you said this E United roster, they can get like a rolling train when they just start going, it can't be stopped. But E United, they're coming in hot in this game number one. Like I said, that momentum, it's looking like it's carrying over.
Positioning from T1 looks fantastic as well, immediately fending off any type of immediate flanks that United might likely try to go for, like that one there from Charmander. Swooty coming down the mining tunnels, though, going to have a little bit better of an amount of success. Still, though, Hypnos and Jalen able to immediately exchange out that progress and continue to lock in more and more time on this hill for T1. They'll continue to surge ahead here. Fresh respawns coming out from United as they're going to try to group up, but you can see this. Portal shots coming out from both sides. Suppress will actually end up killing himself through a portal, I believe, so not the best chain of events there, but now Pressure finally working its way onto the hills. It's brought down mainly to Hypnos and App to defend it, but still, they succeed in fending off most of this pressure, bringing it all down to Suppress here, who as well will not be able to last that much longer.
And all that came back to bite them, let them in the 3v4, and that was easy pickings for this T1 roster. Hypnos currently 13-4, going to be trying to lock this one down. You can see the rotations going to be coming on over, trying to make sure that they are locking this one down. Going to be picking up that shotgun. That's going to be perfect timing there. Perfect play coming out of Hypnos. Let's see exactly if he can keep this spree up.
Excellently played out here so far from T1. A little bit more passively need to be played by Suppress, however, as he just leaps into the fray, steals the shotgun right out of the hands of T1, and of course, picks up that triple kill on the rails. Picking up Overwatch now to try and see when these players jump back down. There's a little bit too much pressure, ends up whiffing the final rail shot, and has to back away from it. Now can use the shotgun, though, to fend off all the presence coming in from across the divide, but still doesn't have enough support here from his teammates, and will end up seeing United be able to successfully push their way in. Everything falling to JP now, but even he can keep this at least in neutrality for those critical extra few seconds to stop United from coming back.
Yeah, and this hill right now, it is an absolute war zone. These players not messing around whatsoever. Still going to be about a 70-point advantage right now coming in for T1. And shout out to Bitey, man. When I first casted Splitgate, I had the honor of casting with him, and he said, you know what, Rome? Pay attention to the power weapons. It's all about the power weapons. When these teams are getting the timings down perfect, when they're getting control of it, they're most likely going to be able to get on a roll. And already in this one, I'm seeing T1 really being able to control these things well, using the shotgun, the railgun already to their advantage.
The shotgun play specifically was excellent to be used on that bottom hill. Really made the players on, rather E United, kind of second-guess themselves as they were working their way across the divide onto the hill, and ultimately really limited their capability to pick up points. T1 continuing to exercise more and more of that control. Potential nice flank coming in from Swooty, but there's just so much presence from T1. No way he was going to be able to get anything considerable out of that. As he ultimately goes down in the 1v3, and T1 continue to stack up the points. United need to be careful of this. We'll more than likely need to try and push together as a team, as it seems T1 has most of their flanks, and most situations that would be thrown at them on lock right now. But Jalen going to be put into a little bit of a delicate scenario. Thankfully, there's only 5 seconds left on this hill, so he's not a huge priority. Swooty still sneaks off the kill against him with about 2 seconds remaining on that hill. Now the question becomes, what is the next one looking like? And it definitely appears as though E United finally get the edge on this transition.
I will say, Jalen is absolutely putting on a show right now. 28-7 coming in for T1, and then you got App 21-9 as well. I mean, you know that App, he's coming in, and I mean first overall in average OBJ score. So if he's going to be fragging out for you, you're going to be feeling good because you know he's going to be able to get on that hill, get a whole lot of time for you. And the fact that right now Jalen is on a absolute tear, that is really hurting this United roster. Right now they don't have anyone above 20 kills, and it's showing.
Jalen as well, kind of the player to watch from the season finals at the end of the last season, showing himself off well here as he leads the charge with the most kills so far for T1 inside of this game. Plenty of other support coming in from the other 3 members, though, so it is by no means a one-man show at this point. T1 using a full team effort to give them this much of a lead, and kind of just casually holding on to it right now, more so trying to keep constant pressure going out against E United. It's not going to work out too well, of course, as we now move hills down below. Looks like E United is prepped to jump onto that, but at the same time, T1 have a few tricks up their sleeve as well, mainly in the form of JP, though, and he's going to get found out outright. Even worse for the members of T1. This is all happening right as the shotgun comes up for spawn, so that'll go right into the hands of E United.
Charmander's going to be feeling great about this one. Should be able to lock this down with relative ease. Going to be blocking that portal, making sure nobody's going to be able to come through. Checking up top, making sure gets the help to be able to take out JP. Turning, making sure he's able to get... You can tell the team comms are coming in so clean from EU. They definitely want to hold this hill. They're trying to make sure every single angle is locked down, and they're doing a great job of it so far. Only 25 seconds remaining on this hill. Won't be enough to tie this one up, but I mean, if they can hold this the rest of the way, they're going to be doing a great job of coming back in this game already, and when they need it the most.
We have seen this at other points in this season as well, with United kind of struggling for the first few minutes of the opening map, but then figuring out their opponent's strategy and doing a much better job afterwards. And that's, in fact, what we're going to see here as Charmander cleans up the shop against the rest of the T1 opposition here down below to lock in those critical few extra seconds before we change the hill over to a new one now, where Apollo will continue to harass out most of these rotates from T1. Charmander with a smooth transition to take out Jalen as well. United truly storming back into this game now, as the past two hills have been majority controlled by them, leaving them only 20 seconds behind T1's total score.
And now you can see he's got the plasma and the shotgun in hand. Definitely a deadly duo, if you will. Going to be able to take out one, but does get traded. But still going to be solid plays coming out. As the United, they find themselves within 15 points right now, and this is exactly what you want to see. You want to see this squad claw back. And I mean, you stated it. This team, they can get on a roll, and if they come back in this one, T1 are going to be absolutely devastated heading into a map 2. T1 need to hold this lead because they had such a dominating lead throughout so much of this, and now with only 60 points remaining for them to get, it would be absolutely heartbreaking if they couldn't hold this, but that's going to be a beautiful break coming in from JP, able to hold this one down for T1.
A little bit of a kill chain as the hill goes back and forth between our teams here, but definitely seems like T1 might be changing the tides a bit. However, not the best run over these past few seconds. 3 players going down as we're on the second to last hill, and E United exercises complete control right off the spawn because of how many players have just gone down from T1. You can see Hypnos trying to group up with some of his teammates, put the pressure in on this hill, and it'll work. They'll force them off it, but they've got to be careful what waits on the other side of the divide. Again, though, just want to compliment T1 on this. They've been so smart, already sending JP over there to watch out for that suppress. Will be able to sneak a kill from up on top, but it'll be immediately countered. Bad timing on the EMP nade going out, though. That's going to be a great reinitiation for Apollo and Charmander to push themselves back onto it. United refuse to give up as they're still within arm's reach of the score from T1 with about a minute and a half to go.
Apollo and Charmander, they said, no, 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 this is going to be our hill for now. That was a great break coming out of them, but is it going to be enough to stop the flood that's going to be T1? It doesn't look like that's going to be the case as JP and Hypnos take out 2. Now they've got control of this point 4 now. It's going to be Charmander picking up the double, and that's going to be perfect timing coming out as they're going to try to get a little bit of this scrap time heading into next, and here we go. This could be it if T1 are able to clutch it up, but E United, they're going to do everything in their power to keep that from happening.
Charmander trying to use the BR to make up the difference here, but it won't do it. App completes the flank against him. He's got Shotgun to exercise more control. Shotgun going to have kind of limited results on the hill here, which is why you see him actually transitioning out of that. Keep in mind, T1 still have the lead. They don't need to try and play for as many points as possible. They just need to stalemate this remaining 30 seconds out, which right now they've done a fantastic job of doing. United going very quiet, though. You know they got to be cooking up something, but Hypnos reads into the play from Apollo. Catches him off the portal transition. More players being read out as well, and Jalen now with the railgun. He's going to be able to shut that down. That fends off the play from United, as more than likely the game here is T1 only 10 seconds away from locking it in for themselves here, and United with just too few players to make a good push.
I'm going to be honest, right now it looks like United are scrambling. They look a little bit lost, and T1 take full advantage of the madness, going up 1-0. Extremely, I mean, I felt it was dominant at the start. It got a little bit wayward, a little bit out of their hands in the middle of that. But, I mean, at the end, they took right back control of it. It got a little bit chaotic, and they thrived in it.
Yeah, like we said for E United, definitely seeing them sometimes kind of make a bit of a late bid in a few of these series throughout the main season of the SPS, but unfortunately just couldn't keep it together. Was able to get themselves into a bit of a chain between themselves and T1 where, yeah, they were getting like 10 seconds of control, had like very low HP players, those, they would get bled out pretty quickly, then T1 would steal it away. Never really pushed it into a position where they had outright control except for maybe 1 or 2 hills, so as a result of that, T1's earlier advantage was able to springboard them back into a winning position at the end of the game when they finally took that control back. Now we gotta get ready for TDM, though. What do you think of our next game mode coming up here?
I mean, listen, I would say that E United are favored, but coming into this one right now, the way that Jalen was just playing, Jalen just dropped a 47 bomb. So, I mean, listen, if you come in dropping 47 heading into the TDM, and I think he only had like 19 deaths. So, I mean, that's an incredible KDA. If you're going to be having that good of a game 1, I'm expecting your TDM game 2 to be pretty darn good as well.
Let's get into Oasis now as we are live. This will be the first time it'll be played throughout the season by T1, the second for E United, currently working with a 1-0 record. E United gets themselves off to a hot start as well with a 4-2 lead after the initial kills go off, but as you can see, T1 hot on their tail, and as well here, important to note, Suppress picking up the rockets, definitely going to be hugely crucial to pushing members of T1 out of these kind of power positions, but no, that one at least does not pan out. The second one on the follow-up, though, works a little bit better, and he's got the plasma as well to chain together these frags as they attempt to get the trade against him.
Right now, I gotta be honest, any map that has the BFB or the rockets on it, I'm extremely happy. Last map, you know, it didn't, but it's okay. This one, it does. It's madness, it's fun. Let's have some fun with the rockets. I want to see who's gonna be able to really get control of that. As you stated early, it's gonna be E United having a solid start in this one, and not only that, we got the sniper as well, but that is gonna be dropped by App. Unfortunate, because as you know, Suppress is coming into this third overall in Team Deathmatch KD. So going to look to keep that up for the United roster.
Delicate, very delicate lead, in fact, still being held by the members of E United. You can see T1 continuously making small amounts of progress, but as well here, these little runaway sprees from E United are breaking that comeback potential from T1 quite obviously. You can see here Jalen as well trying to sneak off a headshot from the sniper in a little bit of a precarious position, though, as he has very minimal team support. App will be able to get some revenge for that, keep the kills on even territory, but still a +4 advantage, now +5, as we see Swooty sneak off that finishing blow against Hypnos.
And the thing that I'm loving to see right now out of E United is they look confident in this TDM. They look like they know exactly how they want to play it. They look like they know exactly how they want to lock down angles with their teammates, how they want to do plays like that. Swooty able to get one, landing a couple body shots on App, but going to meet his maker. Unfortunate for him. It's right now JP and Jalen both going to be sitting at 6 and 6 for now. JP trying to get the kill, but not going to be able to. Suppress takes him out.
We're pretty heavily split up here as well, except for down here in the lower bazaar. Hypnos able to outright fend off the play from Swooty. Don't even think he needed a team shot from his other teammates sitting down here with him. App as well fending off the play from Charmander, though, keeps the scoreline close, and now it's going to be T1 moving in to the small lower bazaar to be able to keep the pressure going out against the members of E United, as they certainly want to try and take that position for themselves. Important to note as well, we should have power weapons coming up at some point in the next minute here, so teams are probably going to start shifting into those positions to prioritize that as it comes around.
Swooty does get taken out right there, and as you stated, power weapons are so important, and with this being a close game as it is, if T1 can get control of that, they're going to be feeling very, very good. But I believe right now Charmander does have that sniper in hand, and as you see, he's going to be able to get one with it, get two in the kill feed, actually. Jalen trying to lock down this lower area, making sure nobody can come down here, trying to take out one, is going to be able to. 12 and 6 currently for Jalen, so Jalen's still going to be hot coming in from last game, but, I mean, you need your teammates to step it up as well as he gets taken out, and E United, the flood comes in.
Surprised that Jalen doesn't end up winning that. So much damage coming up from the plasma, just not enough to secure a kill on either one of the targets he had sitting in front of them. Rockets are up, trying to see who managed to scavenge. I believe Suppress working with them at the moment, and obviously Swooty having the sniper, already finding some impact with that. Suppress did get downed, however, but so did Hypnos, so Rocket Control is going to be a little more up in the air for the next few moments while we wait to see who grabs it, but now we know it's Swooty working with both the power weapons now, taking down App with it, and quickly transitioning a second kill out as well against JP through the portal.
Swooty having a great game right now, currently 15 and 5, much better than his game number 1. Coming out here, really trying to put his foot down in this TDM. Only 22 kills remaining for this E United squad to be able to tie this series up, to find the equalizer in 1-1. But, I mean, we know T1, this squad can get cooking. You're not safe yet. I mean, 10, you feel comfortable, but you're not that comfortable. Let's be honest. We've seen crazy things happen in the SPS.
Yep, definitely the case. I think just in our earlier matchup, we almost saw a +10 deficit get brought back to an even game, so you are not secure by any means with the advantage that we currently see for the players on E United. Definitely starting to look good about it, though, as they continue to surge ahead, now at +12 over the scoreline from T1, and Swooty just feeling it as well, works his way in. A quick shutdown against App to make sure he doesn't get away with the recovery on his HP. They'll now be members of E United quickly closing in on their 50th kill as they find 3 more over these past few seconds as well.
Yeah, Swooty currently on the collection agency, looking to add on to that, but no, it'll be ended right there by App yet again. And now E United, they're keeping the ball rolling, only 11 kills remaining, make that 10. They're looking to hit single digits here as this squad, I mean, they're looking solid in this TDM. I gotta say, they look like this one is a much more comfortable game mode and map than Crag King of the Hill was. They look way better.
definitely the case, is there's not obviously that objective to focus on. Focus entirely on the kind of the team formation and making sure that you make the correct plays. Speaking of which, T1 going on a little bit of a run here, bringing things back slightly, but not enough of a considerable amount here to where we realistically could consider them getting back into it. Normally the game slows down to a considerable extent at this point of it, but no, T1 are going full throttle directly into the setups that United have. And while yes, they're evenly draining it back out, this is the problem. United are getting that much closer to 60 now. 5 kills to go for them, but T1 continuing to very, very slowly close that gap as they bring it just under 10 now.
Yeah, starting to do it right now. There's still hope if you're T1. You've got to go on a 14-3 run. 14-4 run, excuse me, make it 3 now, but gets taken out. That's going to make it almost impossible as United finding the 58th. Looking for the 59th to suppress. Currently 27-14, having a ball out here. Swooty 22-8. They are looking clean, and now only one more Elim remaining on the board to get this victory and tie things up 1-1.
An awkward encounter between Swooty and one of the members of T1, but not much of a problem as Charmander still able to ultimately get that final kill and lock in the W on map number 2 here from E United, tying us up at 1-1. I think you said it perfectly in the middle of that game. Way more comfortable, way more assertive about what they wanted to do over the course of that matchup, and to some extent, I would argue T1 kind of like throwing themselves into a fight quite a few times, which that as well probably handed over quite a few kills.
Yeah, precisely. I mean, realistically, it just looked like United from the gate just came out and they were the better team. It looked like they just had better comms. It looked like they had better coordination. It looked like they honestly swarmed together better as well. It seemed like T1 was trying to make a lot of solo plays. And, I mean, solo plays, yes, it might pay off in certain aspects, but it's just not going to get you the win, especially when you're trying to battle for top 3 in literally the grand finals. I mean, first place takes home $30,000. Oh, my goodness. And we got ourselves a 1-1 series. It's a best of 3 from here on out. We're heading to Lava Well Dom.
Let's get into it and see if our most busy game mode is an easy way to describe it here, is going to bring some relief to either one of our squads here. We'll obviously be even to start things out. Big play will be focused on that B take, though, and it does look like we're actually going to get suppressed, trying to sneak his way over towards the C hill to steal that away. Obviously, the members of T1 doing pretty much the exact same thing, and unfortunately for App, had himself those rockets, no position where he could use them, though, so he's going to drop it, and I believe that means we'll see the members of E United be able to scavenge that. We'll follow up on that in a few moments here, as now it's Swooty running for his life, trying to get out of here. It nearly goes for that forbidden portal floor down below, but decides against it and ends up losing his life.
Almost able to make it happen. We see that portal is the cause of many momentum plays, and right now, I want to see exactly if United can bounce back, because T1, they're looking solid. Both of these squads overall 6-1, going to be coming into this one in domination. So anytime both of them are 6-1, you know it's going to be a good game. And T1, they've got a little bit of momentum right now.
Almost a direct stalemate to start this game out as well. Both teams have kind of taken either side of the towers here and then respecting each other past that point. You can see a few clutch plays trying to work their way into either one of those side hills, but T1 has had the best results on that so far, as we can see them making some progress on getting back their home cap here on A as well. Apden and JP try to push their way into Apollo, but he's more than ready for that with the plasma in hand, fends it off, and this will be a great opportunity now for E United to finally put some harassment out on the map. Never mind, as they attempt to take B, they're shut down outright by App. That means we're going to see United still be able to negotiate that double cap for themselves, but it'll be on the side points instead of our center one.
Yeah, and Blue, you know, one thing that I do want to talk to you about, you know, a lot of times in domination, there's a typical two flag setup that you want to get, a two hold, whether it's A, B, B, C, C, A. There's normally one that you want to go for. On this map right here in Lava Well, is there one that you feel is more favored?
I feel like to an extent the AC combination can work out better for some teams just because of how quickly you have access via portals to get to it, but I think that extends to B to some extent as well, so it really falls to the team's own decision at the end of the day of how they want to play it. B, obviously, once you take it, if you're able to keep your opponents off of that hill, it's fairly easy to keep it under your control, but that's the problem because it's so open. If you do end up losing it, you got to really fight to be able to take it back here. So at the moment, both teams seem to be trying to prioritize a home point and then going for that center one, but we have seen it in the past where teams have definitely tried to prioritize the A and C side points over that middle one.
I mean, that makes a lot of sense as well. I mean, sometimes you just want to avoid that. You want to play the edges, be able to really, you know, keep things centered, if you will, literally. If you can keep the enemy team focused in that middle area, you can absolutely swarm them and suffocate them out. And right now, T1, they're trying to suffocate out the competition as they're currently only up by 8 in this one. United have started to come back. They've got an AB hold, and they've taken the lead.
United probably going to try to springboard this into another cap for themselves as well, but T1 heavily focusing on getting that B cap for themselves. Apollo, though, trying to work on a flank, and actually not even going to need to deploy to the flank, as everyone from T1 has already left the party. Apollo will be aware of that, though, and is not going to try and waste time stealing the cap away. He wants to get in the way of this side cap, but won't be able to do so. Way too much presence here from E United, and not enough from his team, so he goes down. That's another cap picked up by T1, but E United already working on negating out that, and of course, the C cap on the other side of the map. E United still with control over the situation here, but just barely. As we said, at 220 to basically 200 for T1.
Yes, right now, I mean, they got a trip cap just for a split second there. They've still got the AC hold, so EU doing a great job right now, led by Charmander, who just popped 20. Currently 20-9 sitting at the top, doing a great job right now. Suppress, trying to lay down the fire, is going to be able to take out one up close. Still has that sniper rifle in hand. Going to be closing out that portal. Going to be trying to line him up. Oh, barely wasn't able to get the timing right on that player. Still going to be a 40-point advantage coming out for EU United as they're still holding on to this AB. It seems like this is their, looking like their bread and butter hold right here.
Yeah, United more than anything just trying to keep the status quo rolling, as it's working out well enough for them to be able to maintain a 30-40 point advantage. T1, of course, trying to break that to the best of their capability, and there's an excellent opportunity to do so for Jalen. Has himself the back, and quickly hop around, reset his position, try to reinsert himself. Now beautiful opening of the portal as well to catch Apollo when he was trying to get away from the fight over at the middle. Takes him down. Finally, some consistent control starting to show up here for T1, as Jalen even going to go for the triple cap now, and they'll get it. ABC all under the control of T1, and with that, they'll certainly be able to take the lead.
ABC, easy as 1, 2, 3 to take the lead. It's what you want to see. T1 coming right back in perfect fashion. And you see the BFP still going to have one good swing in it in the hands of Jalen, currently 21-9. He said, Charmander, you can do it. I can do it as well. But nobody's going to be challenging him right now on this point. Still going to be an ABC hold. That trip cap lasted way too long for EU to feel comfortable.
Yep, massive surge in points. Arguably one of the largest leads we've seen so far over the course of this map, now deployed for T1, but United working on getting that back. They're going to have a problem doing so, however, when Jalen slams out Suppress's head there with the bat and quickly transitions into a triple for himself as well. Beautifully played out on the aggressive side of things from T1. They have taken full control of this drive, and they are not letting go of the wheel right now as they lock in the triple cap for a second time now, and are going to be able to surge ahead even further.
Back and forth we go, but the momentum right now, it's all in T1's pocket. The question is, how long are they going to be able to hold it? What are they going to do with it? They've finally gotten over a 100-point lead right now. Feeling good. I mean, you only got to get to 700, ladies and gentlemen, and they're cooking on the way there right now. The AC hold is looking solid, trying to keep this United roster bottled up in the mid, doing a solid job of it for now. They're going to keep this one racking up. United need to figure something out and figure it out quick.
Yep, absolutely the case here, as we see United going to try to prioritize moving in back over towards our A point from down below immediately. You can see players like Hypnos. This is what I was talking about with such a quick rotation. He can literally hop almost at will between A and C with about 2 seconds between each one. This is why this hold can be so potent, not to mention as well that with them still having control of B, they have such an easy pinch to line up from the B and other side point to try and take out the pressure as United attempts to go for another cap. That's why we're going to see United try to prioritize B so they get in the way of that, destabilize the rotations from T1 a little bit, and maybe get themselves back onto a good footing, but they've lost so much traction now. It's going to need to be such a big swing for the members of E United if they want to come back into this game.
Jalen and Hypnos right now for the side of T1 are absolutely cooking, especially Jalen, 36-12 right now, and the next closest on the side of EU is 29. So, I mean, right now, Jalen doing a solid job just trying to keep this ball rolling as they're only 130 points away, and they've already got a 230-point lead. Like, this one is getting out of hand quickly. We talk about momentum, but this ball is literally rolling all the way down a hill extremely quickly.
United, unfortunately, not showing any signs of stopping it. Smooty with a bit of a momentary relief as he takes down JP with this nice sniper shot, but look at the kill feed. It's all red right now. Full team wipe against E United, which means T1 is going to have ultimate control over the map. Would not be surprised if we see this snowball into another triple cap for the team, and I believe we'll have one coming up in just a second. There it is for T1. It's now over 600 points, about 80 to go here, and the map will be theirs.
Yeah, they're having an absolute ball right now, doing a great job here, looking to take a dominating 2-1 advantage in this series, putting them on series point. Only one game away from securing themselves top 3, sitting in that winner's finals. Let's see if they can do it. It looks like that's going to be the case. Oh, that's going to be a beautiful one lined up for Suppress. He said, you know what, let me go for the highlight clips. I might as well. I got the sniper in hand. Let's make something happen.
Suppress.
There we go.
Trying to stat pad a little bit maybe, but maybe there might be some hope here for United as well. They bring it back. T1 on a little bit of a cursed scoreline there for a second as well. Have the 6-6-6. Let's hope it doesn't come back to haunt them later on in the game, but with just one cap, as long as they can stabilize on that, T1 should still be in good straits to lock this in with about 30 seconds being held on that point. United now needs to break it, need to completely decap T1 to bring themselves back into this game, and they're certainly making progress to do so, but much like many of other maps today, it's looking like it might just be a little too little, a little too late here, as T1 is 8 seconds away from locking it in. As long as they can keep control over C, they're about to get B back as well, so I see no reason why this isn't going to... Okay, hold on, there's the decap, but as well, they need to interrupt the B cap, and that's not going to happen. App saves the day, prevents that comeback from going any further, and locks in the second map for T1.
T1 right there. I mean, listen, I got to be honest. Both of these teams are looking like it's either their map or it isn't, just straight up. It's just looking like either they're showing up or they're not. I mean, that was absolute domination coming out of T1 from start to finish, but it just got progressively more dominant as the game went on, and those trip caps really hurt them in that middle of the game, and really, United just couldn't recover. Charmander did everything he could to really get them off to a hot start, but at the end, you can see Jalen and Hypnos, both dropping 40s. That's going to be feeling good for this squad.
Also, somehow everyone on T1 had the same amount of deaths.
Yeah.
Like, literally. Everybody has 18 deaths, so not really hugely important to our analytical discussion here, but still, I thought that was interesting to point out. As
it does kind of matter because, like, you know, if your team is dying the equal amount, that means that everyone's playing their role pretty much perfectly. I mean, teamwork makes the dream work, and if everyone's falling at the same rate, I mean, that's good for me. That's good news in my opinion.
I absolutely love the way that T1 kind of managed their overall strategy too. Like I said, at one point in the middle of the castle, we had only like a 20-30 point advantage for them, just kind of maintaining the status quo. And then finally, when they saw an opportunity to move in and crunch, they did absolutely that. And then, like I said as well, never let go from that point forward. Just absolutely beautifully played by T1.
Yeah, now we're going to Impact King of the Hill. This is going to get spicy. It's going to be quick and hit you like an impact. That might be why they called it that. Who knows? But regardless, this one is going to be a fun one. I love casting impact just because things get so quick, so fast. I love it. Players flying around the map.
Absolutely going to be the case, and especially because it's King of the Hill, you can expect a heck of a lot more of that as well. Definitely lots of flanks and surprise insertions going to show up at some point in this game, so let's get into it. We got shotguns on this map as well, so lots of close-range harassment capability going to be coming in for the team that's able to claim that. To start things out, though, it's fairly heavily sided towards E United as they get a 3-2 trade to begin their pressure push.
And the sniper going to be in the hands of Charmander, doing a great job, not able to get the timing there. Finally does get taken out by Jalen, but a solid start regardless, as United going to be able to get a slight lead to start things out, and they're still going to be holding this one down. Doesn't look like T1 are going to be breaking anytime soon, but you can see right now, beautiful shots going to be coming in onto Jalen. Swooty starting off 4-0, solid for this United roster.
Rest of United continuing to maintain the control they have, fighting off a little bit there, bringing themselves down to only 2, but thankfully both those players on the hill as well, so Apollo going to be able to chuck out a heck of a lot of damage as T1 jumble up, trying to push themselves back in. Apollo as well will be able to retreat and then reinsert himself to get at least one more kill going before Jalen and App, I believe, have finally cleared this hill off, but thankfully for the members of United, it's the end of the hill as well, so they're in position, ready to transition towards a new one. Suppress just ready to frag here as well, following his opponents through the portals to pick up those kills, as United gets the initial control of our new hill, but just doesn't have the player count to maintain it, so T1 is going to steal it away.
Solid start for sure. Going to be coming out of E United. Right now they're doing everything they can to try and break this one. You can see they're trying to set up, get these angles. You can see JP is going to be extremely low, but Swooty does get taken out before he gets dropped. Jalen finally does drop as well, but Hypnos is going to do a solid job of holding this one down as well. So T1 trying to claw back into this one for now.
Certainly going to be able to do so. Big push coming in from United, though. Suppress picking up the majority of those kills. Still alive. Finally taking care of him. Swooty going to be the last bastion, it seems, here, and he'll be able to win out the most important duel, knocking out App. This will give him a few seconds of relief. He needs teammate support, though, and that's why he's going to get hyper-aggressive, trying to push back out. Gets himself another kill as well. Beautifully played by Swooty, and the team again in position, ready to move towards the new hill directly as it spawns. So Swooty will be hot on the tail of that, trying to knock out a few more members of T1, but once again will run himself out of it. Seems like the rest of the team is ready for the challenge, though, but so is T1. They push in at pretty much the exact same time that E United does, so it's going to be a full team battle for control of this hill. No clear winner just yet. No one with control of that hill either, as we still have the respawns bleeding in as well, but it falls back under the control of E United now that everything settles for a few seconds.
Precisely, and I mean, literally, you say a few seconds. That is how long you get after you wipe out a team, because the team is going to be right back on your heels the second that they spawn up. It is not hard to get pretty much anywhere on this map. These players absolutely flying around. T1 going to be taking control for now, as they do get a team wipe, but for how long is this hold going to last? E-United, you know they're going to be smelling a little bit of a break right now. And oh, a beautiful shot going to be coming out of Jalen. Needing to get one more on the hill. Is he going to be able to? No, just going to dip out of there. Oh, but comes right back. Is able to get one.
Smooth from Jalen, definitely not losing his life without at least one kill to take with him here. Making sure that he at least guarantees that 1-for-1 trade before going down, so the numbers stay somewhat palatable for the rest of his teammates. Collection Agency going to be locked in here now for JP as he continues to move around the map. Pretty heavy emphasis on portal play for him and continuing to harass out these rotations that E-United are playing into. He's basically the counter for them right now, and he's doing a fantastic job of keeping that pressure off of the hill as T1 is locking in more and more time down below. This is one of our hardest hills to control as well, more so hard to breach into, but E-United may have very well just done that indeed. They bleed off the 3-player presence from T1 and are going to steal the later half of this hill away.
Yeah, and that's absolutely massive right now for E-United, because they didn't want T1 to start to come back right there on the back of really JP. I mean, 21-7 right now coming out from him. He's doing an absolutely incredible job of starting this game off. And listen, we stated it in the first 3, it literally looked like one team, it's their game, it's their map, and the other team, it's just not. And this one, so far, E-United, they've taken a solid amount of control in this one. They just feel like they've overall got the better teamwork, the better pressure, but Jalen's trying to turn that around as he's got the sniper and the BFB in hand. Looking to make something happen, but still going to be controlling this hill, so they're just going to be waiting in the wings, waiting for this United roster to push on in. Swooty gets taken out, so they're doing a solid job of holding this one down, trying to make this comeback.
Things continuing to look promising here for T1 as they get actually a fairly calm few, about 10-20 seconds on this hill. Jalen and Hypnos, of course, helping out with that off of the site itself, making sure that no one is able to really properly rotate themselves into it. Just the right timing for App on the bat pickup here as well. Fends off the play from Swooty as he might have thought, oh, he's going to be locked in the animation, pick it up, I can take him down. No, that's not what ends up going down. In fact, App gets the kill instead, reasserts the control from T1 and puts them within just 10 seconds reach of the scoreline from United.
Yeah, now we got ourselves a tie game. This one, it could be going down to the wire. It could be going game 5. Nobody really knows what's going to happen. I predicted potentially a game 5 and E-United to clutch it up. So if that ends up happening, I won't be mad prediction-wise, but I will say that right now, I think E-United, they've got the capabilities of sending us to that game 5. But it's just going to need to take this teamwork. They've got control of the bat. Now you've just got to shore up your defenses, make sure you've got every angle locked down, get these comms good to go, and that way you know exactly where you need to go with the bat, as Suppress is going to be able to get to before it gets taken out.
Runs out of energy there, starts to get a little sloppy with the final kill, but still gets the job done. And once again, E-United keeping things even. That's all they need to do here is keep that status quo alive, just like T1 was doing on our previous map, so they can maintain this lead and crawl it all the way up to 250, or, of course, win it out on the null timer. Hypnos, though, with a good insertion, will also leave Swooty in a bit of a bad position to try to put himself back onto the hill here, so T1 going to try and take some considerable time off of this. Still trying to get that lead back under their control, and Swooty, of course, trying to steal it away. He'll put heavy emphasis on his portal play, too, but Hypnos still reads into it, takes him down, and then gets Suppress on top of that. Beautiful defense from Hypnos, with App helping out elsewhere on the map too, so it's going to be T1 again within just that arm's reach, the finger's reach now, as they take the lead away from United by a few seconds.
Yeah, more than halfway there for both of these squads now. Almost 100 points to victory for both, as we've got ourselves a tied game. They are deadlocked even as the sniper shot goes wide. Unfortunate there, but you can tell E-United, it doesn't really matter whether it's Swooty, Suppress, Charmander, even Apollo. If any of them picks up a sniper, duck your heads. Simple as that. You don't challenge that any day of the week, especially if you don't have a power weapon in your own hands. Don't even think about it. These players are not messing around whatsoever, and you can tell that this squad in T1, they do not want them to get that sniper. That is such a big power weapon. Yes, the bat is amazing, but that sniper can really lock down so many angles for this squad for E-United.
Plasma as well, definitely finding some effectiveness in clearing out these big stacks of players, but T1 just can't find a consistent run on this hill that's needed to put them in a truly leading position here. Yeah, they've gone 5 to 10 seconds over, but once again, United's already made up for that difference and is continuing to gain more on their own regard. Not to mention, they've got a 3-man down wipe against T1, so that's going to be a solid 5 to 10 seconds of free time for them. That lead will only grow further here as things continue to look more and more promising for United to close this out. Where's the next big play from T1 as they need to try and break this streak?
Yeah, not just that, but they also need to get a solid hold of their own. They need to go on a little bit of a run. Just breaking it isn't going to be enough. Suppress is doing a solid job of making sure this isn't going to be happening anytime soon. Able to land the shots with the plasma. Going on the killing spree as well. Going to be resetting, coming right back in. And that's going to be another wipe. EU looking solid. The teamwork, the comms, they got to be clean right now.
Really shooting ahead here now at 40 over the scoreline from T1, not to mention less than a minute to go here before they lock in absolute victory on our score limit. T1 going to try to race themselves over towards this next hill, but they just don't have the player count to maintain this, it seems. Suppress with too much control over the lower hill will knock out all the presence from T1 and allow for United to continue to rack up those points. 30 seconds to go and this map is theirs. T1, as you can see, trying to line up these flanks, but United reading into them too far in advance. They are not getting the effectiveness they need to steal this hill away.
United literally went on the run that T1 needed to go on, and that right there should solidify this one for T1. We have seen some crazy comebacks, but I mean, the way that this squad has been playing, the way they've been locking it down, I don't know if that's going to be the case. As you can see, Charmander on a killing spree, looking for more right now. He's just headhunting at this point, as they're going to be looking to wrap this one up and end it right here on this hill, on this point. Send us to that fabled game number 5. I mean, I called it. That's all I got to say.
It's coming down to it here as United fends off what is more than likely the last push to come in here from T1 and locks in map number 4 for themselves. It's a dead heat, ladies and gentlemen, at 2-2, meaning we are going to that map number 5, that final TDM, to see who moves forward here in the upper bracket and who unfortunately has to start their run in the tournament by going down below.
And you know why this is so spicy, right? T1, they haven't been to a game 5 ever. So, I mean, let's see exactly how they're going to perform when it matters the most. I want to see how this one's going to look, simply because, I mean, game 5s, that's where you got to have the ice. That's where literally the ice is either going to freeze more or it's going to melt and be gone and evaporate into the sky. So I want to see exactly what T1 is going to show up. A lot of people are saying, listen, T1, they show up when it matters the most. They did last time. They did last season. Let's see if they could do it again today, as we're going to be heading to Pantheon. This is going to be good.
Only one play for both of these teams throughout the course of the SPS season as well. It's an 0-1 record for United and a 1-0 record for the folks on T1. Time to see who can take it, though, as it's TDM. All the focus is on Frag It Out here, so let's see who gets the 61st or who will be leading when this timer runs out, and who, more importantly, is going to be moving on into the upper bracket semis.
It's going to be a good one. Is already Apollo going to be getting that sniper in his hands. Going to be switching to the carbine. Getting that sniper right back. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, Apollo. We want to see the clips, man. That's what we want to see. Game 5, it's all about clips, right?
Floating around here. He's going to get his first clip stolen away from him, though, by Suppress.
Literally.
The Rockets just a little bit better in that scenario. Either way, though, JP will be able to run Apollo out, and that'll actually drop the snipes quite early. Suppress, not have much of an issue, though. He's already up to 4 kills, and he still has 2 rockets to go. So, going to try and go for the mid-air shot on that one. A little bit too bold, but at least he empties out the remaining chamber of the Rockets before potentially handing it over to an opponent.
I mean, I like it. I like the ambition. I'll say that. You know, Suppress, if you got to go for it, you might as well. He's on a 5-0 start. He's feeling good. Able to get that kill. Just a little dinker across the map. Needing to land one more shot, but not able to read it right, as Suppress is going to be falling. But, I mean, listen, you stated it. Chat's stating it right now. Ending on a TDM, this is going to come down to the wire. This could really get to that stalemate scenario. So many times I've casted this map specifically in TDM. You get to that 54 mark, and things just start to slow down. The whole map turns to molasses almost. It's absolutely incredible. So I want to see who's going to be able to really get to that point first to try and dictate the pace of the game.
So many different skill sets to be deployed on this map as well, from your portal rotations to kind of just your general gun skill, even long-range fights, as we're seeing here for Jalen. Catches 2 players from United out in the open over by the traditional sniper spawn, and is going to be able to take both of them down. Some more kills continuing to bleed in for T1 as they maintain, at the moment, a +5 advantage over the United scoreline. But you can see here, T1 not exactly adventurous in terms of their ability to go get those kills, still having to play it back very, very passively and wait for the right opportunities to pick up those frags. Otherwise, this can happen. You go floating a little too high in the air, and fairly quickly, a member of United will be picking you off.
Precisely, and that's going to be 3 in succession for United to bring this within 1. And you can already see a quarter of the way through for both of these squads right now. It's a dead even game. This is what we're talking about. These 2 squads are totally well matched today coming into this one. It seems like nobody really had a solid advantage. Both of them have been taking turns, showing that they can be dominant. And now, when it matters the most, T1 having the slight advantage to start this one off. But is the United going to be able to come back yet again and secure a victory game?
We'll certainly find out as they made up the deficit from the 5 or 10 kills that they were behind against the members of T1. And now with Suppress's pickup against App, they're actually going to be able to take the lead outright. Apollo sneaking his way up on top of the towers too, holding on to this cable. He's going to be able to sneak another kill off and then dash away into the blue tower, hopefully avoiding the consequences of his aggressive position. And it looks like he will. Gets the full HP back, and he's ready to do it yet again.
Trying to get this angle right now. Apollo just hanging out. He is going to be taking some fire, going right back up top, and now he spots JP, but guess what? JP already taken out by Suppress. That right there is a great comms, great team coordination coming out of E United. And that's what they need, is they finally secured the advantage, and it's going to be a 3-kill lead, so pretty solid one coming out right now. They just got to be able to keep this momentum in their favor. Suppress currently sitting at 14-4, though, for this E United roster is absolutely cooking.
23-21, still in the favor of United, but quite delicately so. Important to note, though, Charmander got the rockets off spawn, so once again, they have that right to initiate, just as we saw earlier on when Suppress was able to get that initial pickup for the squad. Jalen controls the snipes, however, so he's going to be able to put a little bit of that pressure back over onto the members of United. Apollo does still have a secondary sniper to try and use out, and he'll certainly use that to fend away the pressure from App. This is the problem for T1. Every type of aggressive swing they attempt to go for is going right into a power weapon, which is just handing the kills over at the moment to E United as they now surge ahead at +6.
You can see the sniper rifle in the hands of Apollo just absolutely putting in work. Absolute menace with that one for sure. Really, any of these 4 players on the side of E United, you give them that sniper, like I said, it's going to be problems. So guess what Jalen says? You got a sniper, I got a rocket. Have fun with that one. I'll see you later, as that's going to be 3 down coming in on the side of E United. T1 feeling good about this, bringing it back within 1. Here we go, tie game, and we're about halfway through it. And listen, this is exactly what we want.
Suppress trying to sneak his way up onto that cable position again that we saw used earlier on. Going to be read out and actually countered this time by Jalen, but the kills are fairly even aside from that as a few more sneak off across the map. Still going to keep us locked at the halfway point too. 30 for each team. A beautiful shot from Jalen, but it finally runs his tank empty as Suppress is going to be able to catch him when he jumps through a portal afterwards here. Actually, easy sniper shot lined up for JP, but he's not able to get his opponent. It's a little bit too tricky. Attempts to make up for it against the push from Apollo, but that won't work. Suppress gets a kill against Jalen as well, so United, for the time being, are back in control.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you say for the time being, it literally feels like, because every single time that we say that, these teams go right back to having a tie game. So if United can change that tune right now and really go on a little bit of a spree, I want to see if somebody can hit that double-digit mark and feel a little bit more comfortable. But right now, United still only having that 5-kill advantage. This is still very doable for T1.
Press trying to sneak in on this flank, but fails to read into the fact that we've got a 2-player stack there, so he'll lose himself to it. An easy kill snuck in for T1, and they're just within reach of the scoreline from United again because of that. Apollo, though, knows he's got pressure coming in against him, can't fend off against it. Jalen knocks him out, and there we go. That's T1 coming within 1 kill, basically tying it up again now as we get closer and closer to the end of the game. Only about halfway through our timer as well, so still plenty of opportunities for either team to try and surge ahead.
For sure, and I mean, listen, right now, JP currently sitting at 11-11. He's not usually the person I'm looking to say that he might need to step things up right here, but in this game number 5, he might have to. And I want to see if those clutch plays are going to be able to come out, as T1 are going to be taking the advantage right back, as they've got a 2-kill lead here, as both of these squads, 2/3 of the way to victory. Who's going to be able to clutch it up in these final 20 kills?
I'm going to be finding out, and I imagine this might be neck and neck the entire way. What a way to end this series if it comes down to it. Neither team has been able to get a serious lead going beyond 5 or 6 kills throughout this entire map, this entire 8 or 7 minutes of play that we've had so far. T1 trying to play this so cautiously, as they've had a lot of issues getting proper initiations going, but App just racking him up there as well. One outright for himself, and then he has an injured player sitting directly behind it, chaining it together for an easy double. Not to mention, they picked up the rockets again, it looks like, as well here, so going to be able to exercise that control, push themselves forward, and finally get a solid lead going at 48-42.
Yeah, T1 starting to pull away with it, and that 6-point lead that they just had, I believe, was the biggest lead that we've seen so far in this game. So it would be extremely disappointing if they don't close it out after that success, as now they only find themselves 10 away from getting top 3 in the Splitgate Pro Series Grand Finals.
So close for both of these teams. They can taste it indeed, but United starting to get a little bit worried about themselves. Jalen getting a little frustrated here. He can't line up this rocket shot, just the angle not working out well for him. Another 1-to-1 exchange, so the status quo remains in its current position here as Jalen continues to hunt around the map, looking for a target to use this rocket on. Has not been able to negotiate it, though, as we have reached that 50-point margin where both teams are now going to go hyper-passive for probably the rest of this map, just to try and play it that much safer.
Oh yeah, so much is on the line right now, but guess what? T1 are going to be cleaning it up regardless as 3 kills in the kill feed go their way. This one's looking like it's going to be all T1 to close out as they only need 3 more kills to send E United down to the losers bracket, and T1 will be moving on to the winners finals of the Splitgate Pro Series. This is spicy.
Just one more kill needed to pick it up. Of course, United still trying to make their own comeback run here, but at this point could it be quite futile. 11-to-1 are the kills needed for either team to be able to close this out, so it needs to be quite literally flawless from this point forward from United. They have bunkered themselves up inside of the blue tower on the other side of the map, but again, they're behind here, and they've only got a minute and a half left, so this is not going to be a winning strategy. As you can see, trying to play it out pretty heavily on portals and then use that as a springboard to get themselves into an actual fight. They don't really have much of an option at this point, but still trying to fight with what they can. Here comes a push from Jalen, some support behind it. Doesn't work out initially here. This player's going to try to insert themselves into the side. United again, able to defend themselves, so no victory just yet. Ultimately, though, if T1 realize this is futile, they can just sit back and wait out the timer. They are under no stress right now to try and get this kill.
That's 3 in a row so far. You say it's no stress, but the way that they're turtled up right now, they're doing it. They've got 4, but no. There it is. I was about to say, I was getting nervous for a second, but T1 able to close it out in solid fashion, winning the Game 5 blue. That was an incredible series right there.
Definitely the case, and made for still a very fun affair as we managed to get all 5 maps over the course of it, but T1 still able to close things down. They finally shoot ahead towards the tail end of that map and are able to control things for themselves. So we'll get the scores up on our screen one more time. You can see just how close this series was, pretty much neck and neck the entire time, but E United unfortunately faltering at the tail end of this TDM, and as a result, as you said, will be dropped down to the lower bracket, losing their bye advantage now, of course.
Yeah, and that's going to be rough because we all know how hard that eventual bracket reset can be. So staying in this winner's bracket side, it's going to mean a ton. So I know this T1 roster, they're going to be feeling great heading into the winners finals. And whoever wins that one, I mean, that's really going to be, that's really going to be the pretty much the stamp. That's where you put your foot down and say, look, now we're the team to beat. You got to beat us twice if you want to take us out. So, I mean, T1 are in a great position right now to be able to do that. We just got to see if they're going to be able to clutch it up.
And of course, we got Frank back with us here on the desk now. Frank, let's get your thoughts on that series. Quite an epic one, right? Going all the way to map 5.
I had to sneak back in to get my thoughts because, like, hands down, right? Like, I've watched all the seasons of Splitgate so far. I think that is the most competitive Splitgate and the most, like, neck-and-neck Splitgate I've seen played hands down. It was an incredible showing from both of those squads, and I think it's a statement from T1. I feel like guilty. I'm legitimately going to say guilty that I've like underserved them in their kind of performance throughout the regular season. I think you could make, the argument that they might have faltered a little bit in some of those matches, but they're coming out here defending a title, and I think that can't be understated. And they've proven that. I think Jalen's performance alone looks like he has found like a new lease on life. In those other matches earlier in the season, a little quiet sometimes, but he is like the de facto go-to guy right alongside Hypnos, and then the team can just play around them. I thought it was an amazing showing by both teams, but T1 is coming out here, I think, defending a title, and I think they're looking to make it to that grand final.
That's what I was mentioning as well. At the beginning of the series, the T1 really wanted to play it out today, and I think we saw that, as you were mentioning, with Hypnos and Jalen specifically showing up, just like we saw them do at the Winter Series finals as well. They were the huge proponent that allowed T1 to ultimately try and claim first place in that tournament, so good to see that they're back into it, playing in tournament form again, looking to get a second title in a row.
And I think on that same token, like, E United, no slouch, right, in that matchup. Some of the best Splitgate I've seen them play. They just got outplayed by T1 in those final moments. Maybe a little strategical difference. T1 was able to kind of fight back, get that lead, and like you had mentioned, just kind of hold the fort until the very end and let that final kill come to them. It did get a little dicey at the end. We could have seen a little 59-59 nail biter, but just an amazing match from both of those squads. I think if there is someone that's going to make a scary loser bracket run, it's going to be E United. Rome, would you kind of agree with that sentiment? I think they have the fire right now.
Yeah, the way they were playing, and the way they ended that last game, even though they lost, they started to get some momentum. That's one of those where you go, look, guys, see what we could do if we just do this the whole time, and you really are going to feel like, okay, we got this going into this lower bracket. So I really think that EU, they're definitely one of the most scary teams right now that are going to be down there.
Another important factor that probably allowed T1 to eventually close on this game too, if we call back to the beginning of the season, T1 was the only team that didn't make a roster change. So they've had way more time to get team cohesion going, develop these strategies. They already know what didn't and did work at the last bracket tournament at the end of the last season as well. So now they're just adapting to that, continuing to improve their own gameplay without having to have any kind of awkward changes because they have a different player in a different position now.
Yeah, they're Goku, right? They're like, they let all the other fighting happen, but they've been training the entire time. And then when the big bad guy steps up at the very end, they rise to the challenge. And that's kind of that squad right now. And you know, I'm happy to see it. I think they deserve all that success. They've definitely put in the time. So I'm excited to see the rest of their matches here today. And then, of course, with more matches coming up, we're going to throw it to a brief commercial break, and then we'll be right back with more Splitgate action. Stay tuned. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Splitgate Pro Series Summer Season Finals. I'm kicking this one off with Rome, but I got to ask, have you recovered from that previous Game 5 yet?
Listen, barely. I went and got some water. I told my girl, listen, put something in the air fryer, because while I cast this next match, I got my break after that. Everything's got to be ready because I need a break after that, okay? That was a long series. It was grueling, but it was exactly what we want. And I'm honestly hoping for another Game 5. I'm hoping that whatever's in that air fryer, it takes at least 25, 30, 45 minutes to make because you know what? I'm going to be ready for it. I'm going to be relaxed. I'm going to be hopefully a little bit more relaxed. Hopefully this series isn't as I don't even know. Like, I don't even know how to describe that last series because it was so back and forth. It just kept, momentum was just trading every time.
Yeah, it was definitely explosive and exhausting. So I know, you're hungry. The players definitely hungry with the way they're playing out here today.
Oh, yeah.
So here is your map rotation, though, and we'll get into some of the lore between these two teams in a minute. But for your upcoming maps, first one is going to be King of the Hill on Olympus. We'll go to TDM on Carmen Station. Then we'll go to a Domination Map 3 on Impact. Map number 4 is going to be King of the Hill on Lava Well, and then the final map, Helix, will be our TDM to close things out. So what's kind of interesting is these two teams are the teams who played each other in that final day of the Splitgate Pro Series regular season, and Moist happened to upset Xset in that one. So we'll have to see if that trend continues or if Xset is out here for revenge.
And we get to see exactly what type of Moist is going to be showing up. As you stated, this team can have really high highs and can have some low lows, but realistically, we've seen more of the high highs as of late coming out of this roster, so hopefully they can keep up this momentum and go ahead and come out strong in this elimination round number 1. They are not trying to be walking home in last place here.
No, definitely not. And I like what I'm seeing. Again, that Moist roster really built around Hunnit. He is that leader. He is the point man. You'll see him kind of making the plays and his teammates working around him. And for the time being, that's going pretty well. They've got a brief lead, but right now Xset does have control of this hill, but Hunnit is on the approach. There's the killing spree and the double kill. That's at least going to go 3 down for Xset and give Moist the remaining seconds before this first hill rotates.
And right now doing a solid job. Currently 5-1, 5-1, make it 6-1. Going to be coming in, looking to get another. Is going to be able to. Solid start coming in for these players. I mean, you look at Hunnit as well. Currently 6-1. These players are Moist, looking like they're coming out hot. Currently got a 10-point advantage, but the hill is going to be going in the favor of Xset. It's going to be up to Toby to break it, but no, that's not going to be the case, as Xset's going to be holding strong for this one. Should be able to tie it up.
Yeah, like the hold here, like the bounce back out of Xset. I think they're one of those teams that doesn't really hinge so much on those power weapons, but when you see Huff with them, the whole map opens up. The world is his oyster. He is ready to make plays, so on board with him. Right now, going to be gunning down Ritz in that hill to stop the point gain, maintain that 1-second lead, but here's the 2v1. Trying to apply some of this pressure. The teammates do have the backup, but the defense stands as Moist holds this hill and holds on to this lead.
Yeah, for sure. Moist coming right on back. It looked like for a second that Xset was going to be able to come in and take the lead, but no. Moist got other plans in mind right now, as they're going to be the first to pass that 50 mark. At least they should be, as Hunnit's able to get one. The kill feed's going red. What can they turn it into, though? They're going to be able to turn it into points. That's one of the big things that you want to see, is teams be able to get kills in succession and then be able to turn it into a decent amount of points. And you can see as his rotation's coming in, it's all Moist that are here locking this one up.
Yeah, and this map can really be so hectic that you really need to capitalize on those kills. If you're not kind of efficiently turning those kills into objective time, you're essentially playing the wrong game type. So
yeah,
really good sign from Moist there, getting 4 down on Xset, 3 down there briefly, and really converting those at least into some map presence, some map pressure and points. But then Xset is able to bounce back. We saw Moist going 3 down as well, so that's going to give Xset a little bit of control of these final seconds of the hill before it rotates out yet again.
And Xset coming into this one currently 10-3 in King of the Hill. Looking to keep that one going in their favor in the win category at least. As I will say, they're doing a solid job of staying in this one. The railgun going to be coming out from Toby, looking to get a second charge on it. But no, not going to be able to find anyone this time. But still, you can see the power weapon's going to be coming out, whether it's going to be the railgun, the sniper as well. Oh, so good. As you can see, oh, that's going to be a big kill coming in from Luck and Maddie, able to get two to break in. This should be some good points as Xset yet again answering back, looking to tie this one up.
Yeah, this is a big opportunity for Xset right now. You see Maddie with the rails and then Mason with the rockets. So that's an opportunity here. Mason does go down, but Maddie is still there holding strong. So a nice chunk of points for this Xset squad. Going to be able to come through, and right off the spawn, Toby going to be going down. Maddie being a menace on the map, portals through, but does run into Hunnit, who's able to secure that kill. But for the time being, Xset has executed on that strategy, gotten that 10-point lead, but as the hill rotates, it looks like Moist was at least in position, but some of this Xset pressure coming through is going to have to force them off of that site.
Yeah, it looks like Xset trying to lock this one down. It looked like they won the rotations for a second, but Moist said no, no, no. And that is another thing about this map is it's so quick with the rotations that you can get to. And if you aren't able to turn these kills, as we stated, into some good points, I mean, as you stated, you play in the wrong game. You got to figure something out. And even though you win these rotations, not being able to get many points on it, it could come back to bite you. And Moist, looking to make the most of it, as now they're the ones with the 10-point advantage.
Yeah, and Moist is one of those teams so momentum-based. If they get a foothold and really get on a roll, it can start to be scary, but there's Xset, Maddie, and Luck putting in the work to get Moist 4 down. That's going to give them, again, final seconds, but kind of lucky for Moist in this scenario that the hill is going to rotate. They'll be able to reset at least off of this respawn, but Huff now putting in that work. Here comes the double kill from him and the hill control. Huff definitely like an X-Factor player, able to make such clutch plays. There he is getting one beatdown onto Hunnit to stop the Moist charge for the time being, but the rest of those teammates gonna follow through and secure that hill to try to tie this one up. See, Luck on the killing spree does manage to take one player out, stop some of this bleeding, and secure the hill for himself. So just great play out of Luck there.
This whole squad right now, whether it's Luck, Mason, or Huff, all three of them are absolutely putting in work to stay alive in this one. Huff going to be the first one to pass that 30-kill mark. Feeling pretty good as Xset are going to be taking the lead yet again as we go back and forth. These two teams halfway through this one, nobody's letting up. It's exactly what you want to see in the SPS, but realistically, it's going to make me start biting my fingernails again.
Yeah, this one's going to go down to the wire. Maybe another Game 5 on stream. We'll have to see. Maybe a little too early to call, but with those power weapons coming up, we'll at least know one of these teams going to secure those and hopefully go on a run with it. So far, it is Moist being able to hold this hill off of the fresh rotation. A great rotation from Toby to secure that one. Huff did manage to secure this railgun in the background. Whiffs on one, but Mason is there for the backup. So Huff is going to rotate, tries to get Overwatch onto this site. They are racking up a decent amount of time. Moist able to build a little bit of a cushion, but it is kind of that question and answer out of these two squads as a great railgun kill comes through for Huff.
Yeah, literally tapped him in the heel as he went around the corner. Able to get two, though, is going to be Huff feeling good as we got ourselves a tie game. I feel like a broken record at this point, but man, Huff on the killing spree, feeling good. Xset starting to take an advantage. They've got that 10-point advantage, but every time we've seen a 10-point advantage, it dwindles away in milliseconds. So we'll see if they can build on this one for once.
Yeah, it's a great job from both of these squads just to make those adjustments. Really, you know, Xset will apply some pressure, Huff will take a flank, but Moist is there to answer back. For the time being, it's, yeah, just a constant slaughter. Back and forth, this hill trading hands, the lead trading sides as Luck there falls, and it's 3 down for Moist, 2 down for Xset. But now that's going to result in Moist being 4 down, so Xset is going to have a decent setup on this hill, and with 30 seconds remaining, they're definitely going to look to start to extend this lead.
Oh, most definitely. Right now, they can smell it. Victory is in their grasp. They just got to play consistent. Just about 20, 30 more seconds, and this one's going to be all theirs. It's going to be out of Moist's position to be able to come back. At least 2 minutes on the clock. I think Xset should have this one locked up. You can see Huff is really starting to turn it on. 46 and 17 right now coming in for Huff. He's trying to put Moist down.
Yeah, Huff just an absolute monster. It is one of those things where if Moist can look to shut him down a little bit, they might be able to start to mount a little bit of this comeback, but he's just had free reign over the map for the last few rotations. And here's a nice little angle, and the ankle of Rid's going to result into that kill. 2 players now in that site, so Huff going to drop down and look to flank through the killing spree now. Great job out of Huff. Pulls 2 players out of the hill. Teammates secure both of those kills, but then on the rotation, wasn't able to secure it. Moist got a few seconds of time, but now it looks like Xset is trying to get set up.
Yeah, I mean, that was exactly what we were talking about. You got to be able to turn those kills into points. Xset didn't do that, and now Moist are coming right back, and they only are down by 20. I mean, this one is a very doable game for Moist. I think they can do this. I'm saying that because so many times we've seen these teams come back and forth and be able to get on the cusp of winning, but just not being able to close it out. Is Moist going to be able to sing the same tune? Let's find out right now.
Yeah, 1 minute left in regulation here. Power weapons should be spawning. Railgun is up in a few seconds, so on board with Maddie, trying to slay out a few members of Moist to give his team the priority on those power weapons. But while he's been focused on this power weapon, Moist was able to secure this hill. So Maddie going to try to drop down, does manage to find the rail, finds the kill onto Toby. A huge play out of Maddie there to stop Moist from getting that point gain. Now he's on this lower edge of the map, trying to spot out a few players of Moist. 2 are down for each squad. As the remaining 30 seconds of play here, Moist has one final push to make this happen.
You got 2 players already crossing 50 on the side of Xset. If you look at the score line, you're going to say, wow, Xset are up by a lot, but you look at the actual score, and no, this is a pretty close game. It's going to need to be Moist. They're going to need to send this one to an OT. They're going to really need to clutch it up right here and now, but it looks like Xset trying to close it out. 3 seconds left, and they've got control of the hill. This one's going to be all theirs as Xset close it out, going up 1-0 over Moist.
Yeah, really nice hold in those final moments by Xset there. I think Moist kind of made the right plays, but they just couldn't account for all the players of Xset kind of slaying out. You saw Huff and Maddie on some really pivotal flanks in those final seconds that really opened up that final hill for Xset to secure it.
I mean, really, that was 57 coming out of Huff. Like, that was domination coming out. It might have been King of the Hill, but that was domination right there. Huff can't tell me no different. 57 and 21 coming out. That is absolutely absurd. I want to see if they're going to be able to carry this one into map number 2 because, whew, anytime you're fragging out like that, you're going to be feeling good heading into a TDM.
Yeah, and we have to mention both of these teams fighting for their tournament life right now, right? This is the elimination bracket. It is do or die for both of these squads if they want to make the lower bracket run. And I should also mention, too, this is kind of the way that the match played out between these 2 squads previously. Xset did manage to take map number 1 off of Moist, and then Moist rallied back and won the next 3 maps straight. So we'll have to see if history is going to repeat itself or if Xset is prepared for that. I think going into Carmen Station, it's going to be another close one, but I do think when you have players like Huff on your team who can just kind of flank and open up the entire map, that does give Xset a little bit of an edge here.
Now, Carmen is definitely one of the couple of maps that I'm least familiar with. So go ahead and break it down for me. What are the power weapons I'm looking for on this one?
So you're going to see some shotgun play, you're going to see some sniper action, but really that shotgun is kind of pivotal for breaking setups. This map can be very spread out. You'll have teams try to hold these rooms and then kind of take long-range battles along these sight lines, catwalks, and walkways. I think when you have players like Maddie and Mason who are kind of superb at that carbine play, taking those long-range battles, and then you have the backup of Huff who has access to a shotgun, it's going to be very scary for Moist. I think the best thing Moist can do is stay aggressive against Xset and not let them get settled into the positions they want to play from.
Yeah, and you also got to be able to hit your shots right there. That one coming out 100, going wide right, not being able to take out that player. You got to be able, if you pick up the sniper rifle against this squad and Xset, you got to make the most of it because they are going to make you pay for it as they do just right there, picking up 4 in a row, going to be going up 12 to 11, feeling pretty good to start.
Yeah, XSET is one of those squads who can get like 4 down seemingly at will, and that makes this thing really hard for Moist to get set up and really kind of counterplay anything XSET wants to do. I think Hunnit, again, kind of has to be that point man, but the rest of his teammates, no slouch. You see Toby going off 7 kills, 4 deaths, Chloe doing a good job as well, but it's really just the power players on XSET outslaying right now, but there's plenty of room still for Moist to come back into this one, but I want to see them keep things aggressive, even though they might get shut down 4 down a couple times. In this pivotal map number 2, they've just got to keep the pressure on and kind of trust themselves to be able to hit those shots.
Yeah, and the way right now that XSET are playing, you can tell everything is starting to click on this roster. Great move coming out from Mason. Going to be able to take out one. Can he take out the second? No. He is going to be dropping, but regardless, XSET's still going to have a solid lead. 5-kill advantage coming out right now. As you got to get out of that one, Maddie, but not going to be able to as he does get dropped yet again. Right now, Moist, they're hanging in there. They're trying to not let this one get out of their grasp, but oh, man, it's looking bad as Luck. Gonna be getting anything but lucky. That was all skill right there. Able to take out a few. 14 and 6 coming out of Luck.
And that's what's so powerful about that XSET roster. You saw Luck on one flank leads to 4 down for Moist, and that secures them the power weapons. I believe Huff might have this, or I'm sorry, Luck has the rail. I think Mason might even have the sniper, and that's just asking more and more for Moist to be able to bounce back from, but XSET continues to make the right plays to extend this lead. So if I'm Moist, you might even consider trying to slow things down. You need to stop some of this bleeding and start playing your lives a little bit. Start watching those flanks. You can't have players like Luck off of one rotation leading to all 4 dead.
Precisely, and also if you're Moist, you can't let this XSET roster get some momentum. They've already gotten a 12-kill advantage over you. That is just unacceptable because this squad in XSET, they can really start to get the ball rolling. You see Maddie's got that sniper in hands. Maddie's definitely one of those players that you're going to be ducking your head from, and that's the reason why, is that's going to be a beauty right there on the Chloe, able to take him out.
Yeah, beautiful connection there from Maddie, and the kills don't stop. He's continuing to try to pressure Moist, spotting them off of these spawns. The rotation tries to get the clean up there. Luck and Huff are going to go down for his squad, but as you can see, that is not slowing Maddie down. He's hunting down Hunnit right now, trying to play the portals perfectly, reads the flank from Rich, manages to secure that kill onto him, and Mason's here to clean up the job. The killing spree and double kill from him gonna make this 46-28.
Yeah, right now XSET are running away with it. I mean, this one was all even for a second, but a 20-kill advantage now coming out of this XSET roster. I don't know what happened to Moist. They were tied up at, what, 18 apiece, and things just fell apart as XSET only 11 more kills to secure this one. Moist, you're going to need 31. That is very, very much so a tall task to accomplish, so good luck.
Yeah, good luck indeed. Speaking of luck, this entire run really off of his triple kill. You see them set up, they're able to get Moist off these spawn rotations, and they haven't let off the gas. The triple kill now from Huff, he's saying, hey guys, I want a piece too. XSET only needs 5 kills now to close out map number 2 and go up 2-0 in this series.
Yeah, and if XSET end up going in that 0-2 hole, they are going to be feeling pretty down in the dumps because I got to say that game number 5, that map number 5, if you will, they don't want to go there. I believe it's Helix, and Moist has banned Helix 7 different times, so they don't want to go to that map 5, but now, in order to win this series, you're going to need to, so really, this one's XSET's to lose, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. Just needing 2 now with just under 5 minutes left to play. Almost feels like this one could be done and dusted. And there you have it, the final kill coming through from Luck. And one of the fastest, I think, TDMs that I've witnessed in the Splitgate Pro Series. I think XSET kind of realizing that this loser's bracket run is going to take a while. We need to get through these matches, and they're doing it here against Moist.
Hey, I'm all for it, you know, let's get through it. Simple as that. If they're trying to make it all 3-0s in the lower bracket, I mean, who am I to stop them? I'm just a commentator, have some fun. And you can see right now, this squad, they were absolutely putting in that work. And on the other side of Moist, you can see struggling a little bit. 8-17, 8-14, 8-16 is definitely not going to be where you want to be sitting coming into this one. But, I mean, regardless, I want to see what these players are going to be doing up next. Impact, this is going to be a good one. This one's going to be fun.
This one to me is going to hinge on 2 players. I'm really looking at Huff on the side of XSET and then Hunnit on the side of Moist. I think both of these players on this map and on this game type have the capability of having so much map presence that they can allow their teammates to just run out and cap hills while they get slays. So those are the two players that I have my eye on, and right off the bat here, it's going to be Huff with that sniper picking off Ritz, tries to turn on to Hunnit. Hunnit going to clean that one up, but unfortunately the damage is done. It's 3 down for Moist, and Xset needs to decap some of these hills here to start racking up the points. Oh, a nice rotation from Moist. I really like that. That's a great sign out of them that despite going down in the slays early on, they're able to maintain control of these hills for the time being.
I'm going to be honest, I don't believe it so far. Moist, they've gotten out to hot starts before, and then they let Xset come right back in it. So I'm not going to sit here and say, okay, this is a great start from... No, they've got to keep this up. I want to see consistency coming out of this squad. You can't just take these advantages early and keep on letting them slip. Xset right now, do not let them crawl back into this one. You got to start the reverse sweep with a solid first couple of points. I mean, right now, you got to be able to get out strong, and Xset, they're clawing back in it already with a 2-cap. They're looking to tie this one up.
Yeah, I think you said it perfectly, right? You can start great in every single map, but you need to finish strong as well, and that's kind of been the missing piece of Moist's puzzle as Xset continues to rally back with the A and B hold. You see Mason has the bat as well. He's going to be able to insert, hold down some of these sites, and Maddie too with that plasma, putting a lot of damage down range, but a great push out of Clo and Hunnit is going to lead to Xset being 4 down.
Yes, it is, as Moist were able to slightly get a trip cap, but they're going to be settling with the AB. Not going to be mad at that whatsoever, but you're going to be mad at that bat as you walked right into that one. Moist Hunnit able to get the BFB kill. 2 kills going to be going the way of Xset in the feed. Right now, if they can make something happen out of it, that'll be big. But right now, Moist is holding down the lines. He's taking out 2, looking for 3. If he can get the 3rd, that's going to be absolutely massive. Going to be looking for him, needing his help from his teammates. He's swarming everywhere, trying to go up for the bat play, but not going to be able to make it happen, as Moist still going to be holding the advantage, 20-point lead.
I mean, that's the attitude Hunnit needs right now, though, right? Is that cutthroat attitude. You saw all of Xset having to focus him because he was being such a menace on the map, but he is, of course, eventually taken down. I like this, though. After Moist being down 4, they respond back with 3 down, and now Clo is popping off. Is going to be traded out by Maddie, but 2 down for each squad is going to reset some of these hills. We'll have to see where the dust settles, as that A site is in constant flux. Moist will have it for the time being, but Mason is going to be collapsed on by Hunnit. A nice job from Clo and Ritz in the background securing kills of their own, and this is what you mentioned earlier. You can get all the slays in the world, but you need to convert it into that objective time, and with A and B constantly being flipped, Xset is just primed and ready to try to make a run at this Moist lead.
Realistically, that's what I'm saying. All it's going to take is Xset to have one solid play, one solid team wipe, and they might be able to flip this one on its head. They've currently got the BC hold going down for them, and you can see they're losing A. This might be an issue if the trip cap comes in for Xset. That's not going to be the case for now. They're still fending them off, trying to keep it, but it's going to be Xset tying things up at 260 apiece. We've got ourselves a very, very interesting game number 3. Xset, they're looking to close this one out.
Yeah, Xset want to do this in 3-0 fashion and move on to that next match. It's all on Moist right now to make the reverse sweep dream a reality. And with 3 down for Xset, Mason and Luck still spawning in, they have an opportunity to try and take one of these hills, but yet again, Xset off the respawn and that home hill. They're going to be able to hold on to B and C for at least a little bit, but here comes Hunnit, the in-game leader, with that killing spree. Triple kill will get Moist the A and B site as they look to try to mount this comeback. Again, power weapons were up about a minute ago, but I think most of those have already been ran through, as this match is hectic to say the least. The kills just coming through from Hunnit yet again, able to take down Maddie. Luck does have that sniper, but the double kill for Hunnit will at least slow down some of this Xset pressure, but like you saw there, Moist going 4 down yet again. It's these trading out like 3-for-1 that Xset is so good at doing that makes it so hard for Moist to kind of get their footing in this matchup.
Yeah, you can tell they're trying. They are doing everything possible to try and stretch this lead out that they've been able to acquire, but Xset every single time, they've just been there to answer right back, and now I want to see exactly what's going to be happening. You got the BFB in the hands of Maddie. It's in your back pocket. What you going to do with it, though? Here we go, trying to make the play. Spots a player, trying trying to mow down Klo, but not going to be able to. Unfortunate, so still going to be patrolling with this BFB as they do currently have advantage. As they've got control of the hill, but not able to make the play happen with the bat. That's going to be unfortunate. Coming in for Maddie. As Moist trying to lock this one down, but no. Solid plays still yet again going to be coming out from this Moist roster. Locking down A and C now, looking to tie this one up. We're more than halfway through, and this game is still deadlocked.
Yeah, what's scary here is Huff with the bat. He's been a little bit quiet here on this map number 3, but once he starts to get going, that's where Moist needs to really start to focus up. Because if Huff kind of catches fire, he's been a little bit quiet here, but for the time being, with him being kind of in the background of his team, that's an opportunity for Moist to really mount this comeback, secure this game, and try to force that Game 4, Game 5 of the series. So far, it's been working out for them. They're clawing their way back into this one with the AB site hold. Hunt it though, ooh, and Toby with the bat manages to make that an even trade. So for the time being, Moist is slowly but surely trying to get their way back into this one.
Yeah, trying. This is back and forth. Listen, nobody has the advantage right now. Just put us at 650 already. That's what I'm waiting on right now. These squads are going back and forth, battling it out so much. Right now, Xset, though, going to be having the advantage. You got a nice setup going to be coming in for them, but Moist are going to be able to thwart that immediately. They've got the AB hold now. Are they going to be able to come right back in this one? It seems like that's going to be the case. We're going back and forth. I don't know what else to tell you, Frank, at this point. Like, this is literally just a ping pong table. I don't know. It's a ping pong match. It's just going back and forth all day.
Yeah, it's just those trades out, like the 2-for-1s come through and the kill rotations off the spawns. Both teams executing that strategy so perfectly. It really comes down to who's hitting the better shots, who's able to secure those. Right now, Toby is hitting those shots with the sniper rifle. The collection agency, the 10-kill spree coming out of him leads to the Moist triple cap. Here they have a bit of a run, an opportunity to extend this lead. They found themselves 60 points ahead of Xset for the time being, but like you said, the ball goes one way and it's bouncing right back in the other player's court as Xset manages to get 3 down and then secure B and C. Hunt though fighting for his team's tournament life here. Manages to secure that double kill and looks like he'll try to decap B for the time being and hold on to this lead. But like you said, Xset making it just so difficult for them.
Yeah, it's still at 2-for-1 in favor of Xset, and it has been for about the last 20 seconds. So yes, Moist was able to get a 50-point advantage. But right now, Xset, they're creeping their way back into it. If they can hold this 2-cap, they'll take the lead. You don't need a trip cap to get back into this game. This is close enough where you can definitely hold a 2-cap and feel good about doing it as well. So with 2 minutes remaining, plenty of time left on the clock. I don't think that's going to be a factor. This one's going to come down to the wire.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw Xset do this in match number 1 of the day. They can just hold on to the 2 sites and kind of slowly climb their way back into it and result in a victory on domination. So we know Xset can't do this. So now it's on to Moist to stop them in their tracks with 1 hill apiece. It's going to be neck and neck. You called the 650, and it looks like you're getting exactly what you asked for.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I can't be mad about that whatsoever. I will say I'm definitely shocked that I was almost exactly right, but I might actually be exactly right. Wait a second. No way. Oh, wait a second. No way. Wait, no. Oh, I was 1 point up.
There it is. We'll count that. 652 is close enough. So down to the wire here. Hunt does have the bat, so a slight power weapon advantage over on Moist side. That's going to lead them to having 2 heals here, going with just a minute 20 left on the map. There might be another power weapon rotation near that minute mark, so that could be huge if Xset wants to try to mount a comeback. Right now, just Maddie down and Toby down for each one of these squads. Now all 4 players are up. You see that B hill being jockeyed for, and oh, with the final hill left, Moist is going to stay alive here in this matchup.
Whew, Moist coming back. They said it's not going to be a sweep, not a chance, no sir. We're going to game 4 no matter what. Now, Moist, they haven't been to a game 5 yet, but still, they've been to a game 4. They finally forced it. They fought back. That was a back and forth game. If that went up to 800, who knows? It might have been Xset winning it. That is literally how back and forth of a game that was. The fact that it was 652, that is absolutely absurd.
Yeah, I really like just the composure out of Moist on that one, being able to kind of stare elimination in the face and say, no, not yet. We want to fight this one out is a great sign. And, you know, I actually spoke to Hunnit, and he's a man of his word. I will say that much. He said, it can be, you know, 699-0, and we are going to fight for that victory. So that puts a lot of confidence in me to maybe have them extend this out to that Game 5. Again, it's going to be King of the Hill on Lava Well. The King of the Hill on Olympus was close. I mean, like you had mentioned, absolutely back and forth, neck and neck before both of these teams. Too close to call, I think, is the theme of this matchup for sure. It's just who is able to clutch up now. We'll have to see if Moist has what it takes to force the Game 5.
Here we go, 250 points away from securing another round victory under their belt. Xset are trying to not let this one go to that fabled game number 5. And on this map right here, in this point, it's going to be pretty hard to get some early points on this hill.
Yeah, here we see Luck just been on fire all day. The killing spree right off the rip before he's finally taken down, but that will drop 2 sniper bullets into Hunnit's lap. We'll see if he can put those to good use. Manages to tag one player up in the body, finishes off Mason there before being traded out by Maddie, and that's what's been Xset's kind of ace in the hole, is they will always go 2 for 1. They're never trading 1 for 1 and just letting a player kind of off the hook if they get that kill on their team. So right now, that's leading them to have a little bit of an advantage here after this first rotation. Woo! And the aerial rocket from Maddie going to secure the double kill and the hill rotation.
Able to line that one up absolutely beautifully. Make it a spree while you're at it. 5 in a row. Just started off for Maddie. This is exactly what you want to see. Make it 6, but that rocket, it's all going to be out of commission now. You gave it perfect use. You put it to absolute work, and now your squad and Xset, they're looking pretty. Currently up 36-2. Solid start for sure.
Yeah, Xset is a team that has never hit snooze on their alarm. The wake-up call in map number 3 has lit a fire under them, and Maddie especially going off. Luck putting in the work. Huff even has 8 kills to his name, but it's Moist with that high ground advantage, able to battle back on this second hill rotation. So with 10 seconds left, we'll have to see who's able to clean up the final seconds of time and then rotate out. For the time being, it's just Ritz on the respawn, Huff on the respawn, so all of these squads being up as the hill rotates could lead to a decent chunk of time if they can string together some of these kills, and right now it's Moist getting 2 down onto Xset, which will give them control for the time being.
Yeah, and that was a big break coming in from Moist, because really Xset, they beat them to the rotations, and Moist said, no, we're just going to come in, wipe you out. You saw Chloe came in with the big kill to break the hill, and then they were able to lock it down, and now there's going to be some solid time coming in for this roster, and you can see Toby's trying to do it all for his roster, currently 10-5, trying to lock this one down, as they have brought it back and have been able to acquire the lead, but for how long? Xset, they're trying to flood in.
I really like Moist. They seem to have recognized that, hey, if a player's hot like Toby, let's just play around them. Hunnit putting in the work just to support his teammates, doing everything he can for his squad to keep their lead. Right now, with the final 10 seconds of this hill, they do have control of it, but this is where teams have to decide. Are we going for the rotation or the next power weapons? And this is where you can see some really big swings in point total. So right now, with Mason getting that double kill, they are going to have control of this hill for the time being, and now it's all on Moist to try to make this approach and break this setup.
Yeah, Moist trying to go to that Game 5, the one that they haven't seen, I don't believe, this entire time. I don't think it says they haven't been to a Game 5, so I believe the notes, man. Simple as that.
Yeah.
Right now, Xset trying to make sure that is going to keep on repeating itself right here, but they're going to need to have some serious plays to come back, because Moist, they've been clicking to kick things off. Xset, they've got this one locked down for now. They're starting to make this comeback. You can see these players are starting to get hot. 12-6 coming in for Mason, make the 13. As they're racking up points, getting right back into it. We got ourselves a tie game at 80. Is every game just going to be like this at this point?
Yeah,
like,
not even joking. I think all of these teams are so close in scale. We haven't seen a few teams play yet today, but it is literally just a tournament. You can throw the seeds out the window, Rome. It does not matter. It is whoever is out here to win it today. Whoever is playing at peak performance is going to take this one. And right now, with them fighting for their lives, Maddie having this bat, it is Xset having control of this site, racking up the times, flipping the script on Moist with that hot start that they did have. So it does come back to Moist having these strong starts, but needing to finish strong as well.
Yeah, they were able to finish strong in the last game, being able to barely escape with the victory. And now on this King of the Hill, I mean, their backs against the wall. Now it's clutch or kick, literally, as Luck might not be having the best luck. Or Mason. We'll be figuring this out, but guess who is going to be having some luck? It's going to be Mason all of a sudden with the bat. Going to be able to come in and get the cleanup. Now you can see the Plasma is going to be able to get a couple. Oh, man. Moist Hunted and Chloe going to both be dropping to the hands of Xset as they're coming right back into this one. 5 minutes on the clock, 30-point advantage. Xset going to be able to hold on to it.
Yeah, it's going to be neck and neck for sure. The fresh hill now rotating through. Xset having a brief hold on it, but that immediately changing hands over in favor of Moist as Maddie tries to force some of these players off of that hill. Luck as well has sights down range on a few of these players, but a great team shot from Moist going to force him to reposition. It's been a great game so far from Luck. Hasn't really been able to clean up many of these kills as Moist has just kind of stayed alive in this hill despite all of the shots being sent down range from Xset. So they're going to be able to tie it up at 121 apiece here. Finally, Moist retaking this lead. So a great, impeccable hold out of Moist right now has kind of stuck Xset in their tracks.
Flawless, really. I mean, they showed this can be a power hill, and they're locking it down for sure. I mean, doing a solid job, as you stated. I thought Xset might be running away with it, but that hill just turned this entire game on its head. Back and forth again. I am a broken record. It is confirmed. These two teams, they are so evenly matched. This is exactly what you want on a grand final day. I mean, these 6 teams, as you stated, you can pull a name out of a hat, and that might be who ends up winning it all.
Oh, absolutely. It is so neck and neck down to the wire. Hunted, though, finding the snipe, is able to take down Luck. Chloe on the opposite side of the wall. Is he going to find this target? It looks like Chloe portaling across here. He has a couple shots lined up in that sniper to try to help his teammates out from those flanks. The bat coming through, but the shot with the melee is going to stop all of that approach and turns it around with the bat for the double. The triple kill. Hunted is on fire.
Someone clip that, put it on Twitter. You just made the reel. Hunted is absolutely going insane. Doesn't matter if it's the bat, sniper, put them both in his hands.
Man was legit juggling power weapons, getting kills with all of them, and he's not done yet. Manages to swing through Mason to get 2 down for this Xset squad, but his team also down in that background, so they're not able to secure this hill just yet on the rotation, and that's going to provide a brief window for Xset to hold on to this site and try to mount this comeback. But on board now with Chloe, does have that BR, that mid-tier weapon, is able to put a couple of good shots into Maddie. Ritz is going to be able to clean that one up, but the bat from Huff is going to make problems here for Moist as they maintain control of this hill while the battles were breaking out. So here we see Moist having to find their way into this site, managed to do so by getting 3 down, and now with 15 seconds left on this hill, they're going to be able to extend this lead just a bit more before it rotates.
Yeah, and a little bit of an update. E-United lost to Luminosity in round 1. So that is coming to be a shock for a lot of people. The number 2 seed coming into today. You said it, toss seeds out the window. That is holding true. That shocks me, I'm not going to lie.
Rome, I'm literally speechless. I was just like blindsided by that. You hit me with that one in the middle of this matchup. How do you expect me to process all this information? I'm trying to figure out what these two teams are doing, and you're going to hit me with that statistic? This summer season finals is nothing short of entertaining. And the killing spree from Toby, the double kill, going to keep the entertainment rolling as Moist is now just nearly 25 points away from seeing the fabled Game 5, the game they've never seen before, as they try to mount the reverse sweep onto Xset.
Yeah, Moist, it looks like they've really woken up. They said, Xset, we might have started off dry, but guess what? It's time to get wet. Moist is absolutely terrorizing the competition. This is a dominating win right here. We're heading to a Game 5 TDM. Moist, will you be able to clutch it up in the reverse sweep fashion? Your first Game 5 of the SBS Make it happen.
Whew, man, that air fryer better be ready because I need some food too. I need you to send some my way because I'm getting famished watching these teams go at it. We've got the game 5 between Xset and Moist. Taking a look at your stats right now, and yeah, the broken record keeps on spinning. Look at how close these teams are just in that slaying power, but it really came down to Moist being able to chain those together and really getting a good setup on the map. It seemed like all of that battle, all of that back and forth that we witnessed just paid off on those final 2 hills where it all came together for Moist and they were able to tie up this series 2-2.
Yes, and now we're going to be heading to Helix for the final TDM. I will say, I have no problem saying my prediction right now. I do think that Xset are going to be able to pull this one out, simply because Moist do not like this map. They have banned this map 7 different times. If you ban a map that many times, I know Chloe, I've known him for a couple years now, literally. So, I mean, if he doesn't like a map, he ain't playing it. So he's playing Helix begrudgingly right now. I can tell you that. So I want to see if Moist are going to be able to come out and defeat this giant that's in front of them in Helix, or if Xset are going to be able to hold things true. It's going to be a good game 5 regardless. I'm ready for it.
I think Moist identity has slowly become the team that excels when their backs are up against the wall, and now they're really up against the wall. Going 4 down right off the rip is going to give Xset all the power weapon control they could ever ask for. Maddie with the rails and Huff with the shotgun is a nightmare for a squad like Moist, so they want to get those power weapons down and out of their hands as quickly as possible. Thankfully, Huff hasn't really applied any pressure with that shotgun just yet, is playing this one patient, so that's allowed Moist to at least stay within that 3-kill range, but there is Ritz gonna fall to the first pellets of that shotgun as Huff is off to a 3-0 start.
Yeah, solid plays for sure. Xset feeling good. They want to try to get this momentum going because if Moist is up, right, at the start of this game again, then we don't know what's going to happen because they've been up at the start almost every single game, it feels like. But if Xset come out hot, if they come out and they've got the 10-point advantage halfway through it, I mean, I don't know if that's going to be looking so good for Moist, and already an 11-5 advantage, already doubling up the kills out of Moist. That's going to be big for Xset.
Yeah, Huff just doing such a good job of utilizing these short-range weapons to their fullest potential and just finding these perfect angles, as that's almost, I think, a perfect shotgun clip for Huff. Just using everyone to secure a kill is going to lead to this 7-kill Xset lead through the portal, picking up the full damage on Chloe before finally going down. Huff has given Xset a nice little cushion here, but I will give it up for the rest of Moist. They've managed to keep it within 5 despite this big tear that Huff has went on. So now that some of these power weapons are off the map, Moist will look for that teamwork, that synergy to come through, take down a couple of these players. They managed to pick off Huff and Mason, so while it's still within 5, Moist are starting to regain control of Helix here.
Yeah, they are. It seems like the pace is definitely slowing down and starting to go in Moist's favor as they're trying to get this methodically done. Nice shot's going to be coming out of Chloe to take out Luck. You can see right now Mason just trying to keep this one going, keep this one in Xset's favor, getting all these trades if possible. Gonna get taken out though. Moist doing a solid job. They're within 2. Coming back, make it 1. This is what I'm talking about. The pace starts to slow down. Moist start to figure out exactly how they want to play it, and boom, here we go. We got ourselves another tie game.
Yeah, and keep in mind, this is a Game 5, an elimination match, and Moist upset Xset in the regular season. So there is so much on the line, but Moist is mounting this comeback now. They were down 5. They've swung it in their favor to be up by 2 with that big 3 down they've managed to score against Xset. Staying on board with Chloe here. He's playing this one patient. They have the lead, and they do not want to give it away. The railgun is up, but Huff is able to take down Chloe there, but the trades come through, so we'll have to see whose hands the railgun fall into as Moist is using this push to their advantage to take down those players of Xset.
Oh, for sure. Moist Chloe trying to line up the shots, but guess what? You walk into a railgun, doesn't matter if all it sees is your big toe. You're out of here. Simple as that, and that's exactly what happened, and Xset able to take the advantage now off of that. You can see with the railgun's going to be Maddie trying to line it up, is able to get 1, looking for the second, going to need to line it up perfectly, but no, does get taken out, giving the railgun over, and that could cause issues later.
Yeah, I just know Hunnit is rallying this team right now. They've managed to keep it within one, but Mason with the shotgun is going to connect on Klo, and that leads to Moist going 3 down. Xset extends this lead yet again to 4 kills. The map is tense. The killing spree gonna come through for Mason here. Still has 2 shotgun rounds in the chamber. Ooh, almost flanks around to find Klo yet again, but Klo manages to narrowly escape as the lead has been cut down to 3, and Moist looks for an opportunity here. Toby does have that railgun. Hunnit and Klo putting in that work in the background, but the double kill with the shotgun gonna come through for Mason there. A huge flank out of him to maintain this lead.
Yeah, really, because Moist was coming back extremely quick, but here we go yet again. Xset trying to keep that from happening. They've got the 4-point advantage right here and now. More than halfway through it. Going to be feeling good for sure. Mason's trying to line up the shots, currently 12 and 5, and you can see they're going to be moving as a unit, as 3. They're going to be swarming out, able to take out 2. Huff is able to get another one. This squad in Xset, they're really starting to swarm. They're still up by 6. They've got a commanding lead now in 7. If they can make this double digits, this is going to be smooth sailing for this squad.
Yeah, and you can tell just by the way Moist is kind of pushing, they don't want to allow Xset to pick them off one by one and continue to extend that lead. So those flanks are coming through at such a fervent rate for Moist. They know they need to at least trade out 1 for 1. They can't let players like Mason and Huff go on these big sprees and start to extend this lead, just like Mason is doing right now. Finds another one. Klo going down for Moist. It's going to make this one tough for them to try to mount this comeback. I think Moist just needs to hang on. The double digits do come through for a moment, but with these 4-minute rotations of power weapons, that's what Moist is going to rely on to get themselves back into this game.
And now Xset, I mean, they're going to be feeling really bad if they let this one slip. You had the double-digit lead. You only need 16 more kills to be able to knock out Moist. I mean, this is going to be massive for this roster if they're going to be able to secure that top 4. Because in a bracket like this, that top 4, it has a whole lot of colada. And right now, this squad in Xset, they can smell it, they can sniff it, but Moist, they're not letting up. They're trying to claw their way back into this. They're down by 8.
Yeah, Moist is going to take this high ground towards that railgun spawn, but Luck with the shots on point manages to pick off Toby. His teammate's going to clean up Hunnit before Klo trades him out. Xset now hits that 50-point marker, and the lead is extended. This is a tough ass for Moist right now. Huff has the rails, spots Ritz, is going to let him fly through. He said, I'll get you the next time I see you there. Playing this one super patient. Knows that giving up this railgun could be all that Moist needs to work their way back into this one, and there is the return on investment. Huff is going to take down Ritz. Xset now just needs 7 kills to stay alive in the lower bracket.
Yeah, trying to get a lot of value out of this railgun, and that's exactly what Huff's going to be able to do. Huff, puff, blow away the competition. 23-13 coming in right now as Huff is on a mission. 5 more, that's all you need, and you still got a couple of shots loaded in. You might just have to go for the beatdown. Not going to be able to make it happen. Unfortunate, but still Excess. They are on the cusp of winning this one, knocking out Moist, securing top 4 in the SPS Grand Finals.
Yeah, and they did it all off the back of that 4-minute power weapon rotation. They just need to find one more. It looks like Luck does have that railgun in his back pocket, but Maddie is going to put in the work in the background to secure the Game 5 victory for Xset. And what a series that was.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I can't say, I don't want to be the one to say that I called it, but I called that Game 5 at least. I mean, there's a reason that they don't want to play that map, and you can see it. It just seemed like they were a little bit off their rocker. Xset really took over and was all really just dominating that game on the back half. They really took over, and that's exactly what you wanted to see. It was the script that we've seen before in this series where, you know, Moist, they keep it even, and then all of a sudden the floodgates just open up, and Xset, they walk away with a solid victory on Helix.
Yeah, I think it was really that last rotation of power weapons. You could tell how badly Moist knew they needed those to get their way back into that game. And Xset, you know, kind of knew that they knew. They set up perfectly for it. We saw all those players swarm around that railgun spawn in those final moments. And then Xset was able to capitalize on that, carry that momentum forward to close out the series. But it was hectic, back and forth, all the way from this map, number 1, King of the Hill. I mean, it was trading out back and forth. Moist put up one hell of a fight, but it was just the final clutches from Xset that allowed them to be victorious in the end.
Yeah, and I mean, as you can see in these replays by Astro, it's just left and right, absolute madness. It doesn't matter which side we're looking at. Both of these teams, they were putting on highlight reels multiple times. But I mean, I got to be honest though, the big one's got to be. I don't know. It's got to be Huff, man. It's got to be Huff. I think Huff definitely had one of the craziest ones. We also saw Mason with some crazy plays as well with the bat and the sniper. And I don't even know who to give MVP to on the side of Xset. I'm going to be honest. They were all putting in work.
I think that was what was so great in the side of Xset. Sometimes you'll have one player pop off once during a series. Every single one of Xset's teammates popped off in some way at some point during this match. So it was just tough for Moist to kind of answer that. They're like, all right, let's shut down Huff. They shut down Huff, and then Maddie steps up, right? Like, okay, so they were kind of, chasing their tail, so to speak, with just trying to shut down these players, and Xset really just stepped up to the challenge. So it's super well played by Xset in that regard, and just kind of tough for Moist to be in that position where, okay, as soon as one player is kind of cooled off from being on fire, the next one is heating up. So it was just a constant state of Moist having to deal with these players making huge plays. They managed to do it, forced the game 5, but then just ran out of steam at the very end.
Yeah, it seemed like they just ran into a map that they just, probably didn't want to see in the first place. So it's just unfortunate that it went to that map, but I think they knew the writing was on the wall when they saw Helix popping up. But either way, Xset, they're going to be feeling happy about it. They're going to say simple as that, ban better or practice one of the maps you don't like if you want to do better. Simple as that. Because Xset, they're going to be feeling fantastic. Top 4, one more win away from securing top 3 and $6,000 in your pockets. I mean, we talked about it. Used car. I mean, it gets you places.
Yeah, it definitely does. So with that being said, with all that money on the line, we're going to, of course, throw it to a brief commercial break, and then we'll be back with more summer season finals matches. Don't go anywhere.
Nice play. Woo!
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the Splitgate Pro Series Summer Season Finals, and Rome mid-match kind of broke the news to me, and I was absolutely flabbergasted by the results. So Luminosity managed to upset one of our top 2 teams in E United, and you can see just how close it was. Again, the broken record continues to play out. It is whoever is showing up on the day outperforming their opponents. Seeds and seeding and history does not matter here today. You can see that first map being won by a single point by Luminosity. E United does manage to take the TDM on Helix, but then that was a wake-up call for Luminosity, a 700 to 363 victory for them, followed by a little bit of a closer match in that King of the Hill. But Luminosity coming out on top against E United, I don't think was on anyone's bingo card this year. And taking a look at our full bracket, kind of the ramifications of all of that, it is going to be Luminosity versus Xset in that match number 7 in the elimination bracket, and Space Station has kind of been at the top just chilling. They're just waiting for their opponents in that winners finals match against T1. The big things to note here is that this Luminosity Xset rematch is what we casted in the very first match of the day that did go to a Game 5 in Xset's favor, but with Luminosity on that hot streak, I'm not sure it's going to be another toss-up. So here is your map rotation for this upcoming series. King of the Hill on Foregone Destruction. Then we'll go to TDM on Highwind, which we haven't seen in a minute, so that'll be an interesting one to see how that plays out. Map number 3 will be Domination on Olympus. Then we'll see a King of the Hill on Pantheon, and then if we need it, and I have a feeling we might, the team deathmatch on map number 5 is going to be on Lava Well. Blue, any kind of expectations, or what are you seeing here in this map layout?
I mean, we have to see if Luminosity could finally get their ultimate revenge as they try to carry on forward here, looking for that victory, as Xset obviously managing to take the cake against them in quite a few of their matchups, including that one that goes all the way back to the beginning of the season as well. So Luminosity's got a little bit of a grudge match here against Xset, and with an opportunity to knock them down, they're certainly going to want to take it. Really excited to see Highwind back again as well. That's always a fun map to cast. I know the players aren't always the biggest fans of it. I think it's our least played map, if I'm going to take a guess at that real quick. And as a result of that, so we haven't really seen it show up a whole lot, so I'm really curious to see how that one's going to play out between 2 teams that we know have gone like neck and neck so many different times.
Yeah, and they know each other right now. They've already played each other not only in this tournament, but in the regular season, and it is kind of like the comeback story for Luminosity. I believe they are, or were, like the lowest seed going into those final match days, and now they're toppling the top of the seeding charts with E United being knocked down. So we're going to head into this first King of the Hill, and it's too close to call, I think,
I would agree, yeah.
is the thing between these two squads. Kind of a similar play style, definitely aggressive when they need to be, but the big players you want to look out for, of course, everyone on Xset can put in that work, but Huff, kind of that X-Factor player, he will turn up and make insane plays around that objective when he needs to. And then similarly, you know, you're looking at Bala to kind of be that objective player for Luminosity. Right off the rip, Xset off to a strong start with the 16 seconds, and Maddie with the shotgun picking up a nice double kill, make that a triple kill, and all 4 dead for Luminosity as Xset has this entire first hill under their control.
LG, big strategical mistake, just trying to shuffle in against Maddie in hopes that they'd be able to overwhelm him eventually, but there was too detached, too easy for him to lock in those initial 2 kills on the shotgun. Third player thought he might have been damaged. Ultimately, that's not the case. He's still at near full HP, and he has no problem getting that kill as well. Finally going to run out a few moments later, so there should be a few shells in the shotgun that LG can try and steal away, but Xset still exercising, for the most part, complete control over a lot of this map as they've just got a full 3-player wipeout against LG.
Yeah, and Xset just carrying all that momentum off of the previous series, that Game 5 against Moist. They've kind of just carried that momentum here into Foregone Destruction, King of the Hill. You see all members of LG now up, so they're going to try to make a play. Bala is going to be taken down, but LG just sitting at 2 points, has run into a brick wall so far against Xset, finally managing to scrounge up some time here in the hill before Xset approaches off of this respawn.
I need to quickly get that additional support to work its way in from a few other members of the LG roster. See Mason trying to work his way in on the back flank. It won't work, and even then Grad still negotiates a second kill against Luck as well before Maddie finally able to beat him outside of the hill. Away from that, though, for the most part, we are going to see the presence from Exit be relatively unsuccessful. You can see here Maddie still trying to insert himself from the pure outskirts of the hill. He'll be able to get knocked out there in just a 1-for-1 exchange. Exit are hoping to trade their way into the control here at minimum, send it into neutrality, but it's not really going to work. LG gets some serious gains over the last minute here, and we're right about the halfway point for tying us back up.
Yeah, we see Crazy there trading out 1-for-1. Bala gonna fall as well, so 2 down for each squad as Xset finds themselves in the hill with the SMG for the time being, and that is going to shred through Vexy's. Crazy gonna fall to the hands of Maddie in kind. Here we see Health on the rotation with that SMG, but it is Grad able to get the pick to stop that push. So LG starting to get a little bit of momentum on their side with these 43 points and 30 seconds left in the hill. They're poised to try to hold this one out. Mason tries to approach, but the team shot going to come through, and Grad going to clean up that kill. So well played to Luminosity as Grad right off the rip picks up that sniper and gets the double kill.
Grad continuing to rack him up here, locking in some consistency for LG. More importantly, fending off any of the aggression that Exit might have been able to throw onto the hill here. Sitting below Grad at this point, or at least is going to at some point in the next 10 seconds. LG was controlling it yet again, and you can see coming within just 3 seconds of tying it back up. Ultimately, though, going to be forced off of it just before they can get to that point, but they're not going to be too worried about it as long as their players will be respawned and ready to make this transition coming up right now.
Yeah, what's scary, though, is that it was essentially a 65-point swing for LG. So if they can string a couple of those holds together, this is now a totally different story here. Red manages to find that pick onto Huff. Going to rotate through the melee. Comes through as well. The teammate's going to help secure that one. 3 down for Xset. Means LG can hold on to this hill for the time being and wait to fend off the onslaught that's going to come off the Xset respawns.
All continuing to wait for the first bit of aggression to show up here from Exet as they try to make their insertion into this hill. Exet, meanwhile, quickly running out of time to actually stop the point gains from LG as they've more than taken the lead. They're surging ahead by about 20 seconds here now. Going to lose it at the tail end of this hill, but that's only going to make about a 10-second difference for Exet. That's assuming everybody stays alive here. Thankfully, they will be able to do that, fending off the last straggler from LG and Bala. Still only going to bring it right up to the nail's edge of tying us up at 86 to 92. And again, we've got players from LG right on top of that hill the moment it spawns.
You see Grad trying to watch these flanks here. Does manage to pick off Maddie, so that's going to let Crazy's just kind of camp this hill a little bit longer. Knows Huff is on the rotation, so he's going to be called out. Looks like he also has a player trying to rotate through, but Huff does a good job staying alive. You see his shields recharging there, so he'll try to continue this flank if able. For the time being, Grad up here in this power position is managing to stay alive, keep this pressure on, and that's letting Luminosity continue to rack up this hill time. They will have 2 go down, but with Grad being such a steadfast stalwart in this position is at least allowing them to keep Xset off of it for the time being. The flank's going to come through. We're going to force Grad to reposition. Running into 2, he will eventually fall, and this will swing that momentum potentially into Xset's favor.
Another hill, though, where for the most part it's all LG and Xset just trying to scramble for positioning that then they can use to get themselves onto a hill. This next one looking a little bit more promising for Xset. As you can see, we've got Huff leading the charge to get himself on top of it. Doesn't have that full control just yet, however, as Grad's able to take him down. Maddie will be able to fend off some of the pressure, but he too is going to be pushed into a corner due to low HP. He needs to try and wait this one out as LG are going to once again be able to continue to harass on the hill. Somewhat limited success to that, however, as you see just 1 player survives the skirmish, and now 2 more from Xset will be able to roll in, fend off the pressure from LG, and take this for themselves. Could be a turn of the tides here as Xset have finally been able to get some serious time going on one of these hills.
Yeah, that was just a huge flank out of Maddie. Manages to turn 2 kills into a spawn swap for Luminosity as they keep on that 2 dead, 2 up rotation. That gives Xset a nice little hold on this hill. We'll have to see if Bala has a different story in mind. Does manage to take down Maddie here. Luck, though, with this push, with this defend, is going to hold it off for the time being. 4 down for Luminosity is giving Xset a nice turn here before the hill rotates. Again, power weapons are going to be up. You saw the shotgun going to be up in a few seconds, but with 3 members of LG down, this is a great spot for Xset to be in to mount a comeback.
Well, LG moving themselves forward here, as you said, looking to start themselves into a winning position yet again. Thankfully, still a little under half of the match to go, so plenty of time to be able to bring this back under their own control, and probably going to be able to do so over the next 5 seconds. You can see Grad has most of the Exit roster locked down inside of the lower portion of one of the towers right now. He's eventually going to be sussed out here, so Exit making some serious gains. Bala able to hold on to things, however, closer to the hill itself. We'll have to back away from that, and so will Crazies eventually, though, just because of the fact they don't have the appropriate player power to continue exercising their will onto it, and as a result of that, they'll be forced off of it. Grad and Vexy on the respawn trying to fight back for it, but we've got Huff coming in as well to try to slow things down. Unfortunately, he's alone, so has to call that off and reset his position, as he too just does not have the player power to make a play for that hill.
Yeah, this will give Luminosity a little bit of a lead here, but with that sniper and the double kill, it's going to stop some of that point gain. Vexy spotted out, forced off of that on the rotation, so Huff will cover up those portal wall to deny some of the flank. A great flick is going to find Crazies a killing spree, but his team kind of falls in the background, so 3 dead. 4 Exet will give Luminosity a nice little setup onto this hill.
He's set up here to fend off any of the rotates that might come over towards the doorway, but very quickly Vexy's going to realize he's lost literally every teammate before he can even fully realize what exactly is going on. Luck will be able to fend him off, but Exit just straight up steals this hill away from the members of LG. Only 10 seconds behind as well, so considering LG's going to have to run for weapons and positioning, this might turn it once again into the favor of Exet.
Yeah, here we see Maddie putting in great work with that BR, just trying to get the DPS down range and allow his teammates to clean it up, and they do just that. We saw Crazies, Grad, and Vexy all down for Luminosity. Huff, though, going to get flanked by Bala and fall to the melee kill, so 1 down for each squad, but Exit having control of this hill in the final 2 minutes and the lead. They just need to hold on to this one, continue to extend it out to go up 1 game on Luminosity.
Look like they're going to get very close indeed. This is going to come down to the wire, which should be no surprise to anybody that paid attention to the first series of the day here. Triple kill coming in for Maddie as he cleans up the center hill and allows for his team to take some serious control on it. Few players down, though, so not going to be able to just camp on top of it and continue to stack up the points. Someone else in the squad will have to do that. Maddie generally plays a bit more mobily anyway, so you can see him getting ready to try and hunt down this tower setup that LG has gone for, but LG fends off that aggression. Mason and Huff both get knocked down. Luck to follow that up. Mason, of course, now back up, but Maddie's well nowhere near this hill, so LG is going to steal that control and probably flip our lead yet again.
Yeah, Luminosity just needs to keep this one's within arm's length going into this final minute and this final hill. So as the rotation nears with 5 seconds left on this one, you see Luminosity getting 3 down on the Exit. They will be able to slightly favor this side. Grad will fall from that position, though. 2 down for Exit means Luminosity can set up for this one, so this might be the tie, but it looks like Bala forced off of that hill will force LG to rotate in. This hill rotates. Vexy does have that shotgun, does have control of this hill, so this is one last push that Exet can make here to try to take map number 1 off of it.
Shotgun play going to hopefully fend off this last bit of aggression coming in for the members of Exet, and so far it is. Vexy goes 2 for 1. Maddie will be able to catch him as he goes outside, however. No one else able to pick up that shotgun just yet, but it will fall into the hands of Exet here. Maddie gets it one more time, knocks out Bala. Himself not going to go down just yet either. Still trying to play to the outskirts here, a bit of a closer angle, but he's going to get pressured by Crazies, who takes him down. Exet, yeah, starting to push their way back into this, and they need to as well, as we're coming down to the tail end of this game. Just those 10 seconds remaining, but with a denial from LG. They may have locked it in for themselves. Exet still has to respawn, work their way over here. Maddie should be close, yeah, but there's just too much presence from LG right now, and with the time running out, they are going to be able to trigger overtime, and they don't need to control it for that long, but no, denied as the collection agency comes in for Crazies to end the game as well.
Crazies was the absolute guardian angel for Luminosity on that final push. We saw him twice give up positioning on the hill to essentially reroute and flank Exet as they collapse on that hill time. So great heads-up play from Crazies, knowing that Exet needs to be on the hill. He plays his life, gives up that position to then get those double kills, chain together that pressure, and take map number 1. So really, really well played out of the entire squad of Luminosity, but Crazies just a great job staying alive at the end there.
We can see here as well, once again, at least to some extent, Exet kind of out-fragging a few of the players on LG, specifically looking at Huff's stats for that there, as he drops himself a 50 bomb. And as we have seen, that is not always translated into victories for Exet, as we had similar results on some of the maps from the previous series too. So Exet definitely needing to improve their strategy a little bit if they want to be able to take more of these objective game modes off of LG.
Yeah, and that was kind of the story of the original series between these two, was that Xset outslayed them in that first King of the Hill and then kind of decimated them in the TDM because they do have that momentum, the focus on that kill to kind of carry over. So Luminosity should know this going into this one, so they'll look for that Xset aggression. Now on Highwind, maybe this will kind of play into their favor and kind of eliminate some of that Xset team shot, try to spread things out a little bit more and just keep things more in their wheelhouse, in their style of play. But here we go into map number 2. LG off to a brief lead early on, which will quickly be tied up by Xset. Not sure if any power weapons have found the way into these players' hands. It does look like Vexy has secured the bat for his squad and is just trying to play this one patient, let his teammates spawn back in before he goes on the hunt. I believe we did see him in this portal here. He's going to be trying to route through, does manage to find Huff. A great flank out of Vexy there, going to give his team a brief lead, which is quickly answered yet again by Xset.
Smooth one there from Vexy. He'll route himself through the map real quick to get himself in this better tower position to play into. Unfortunately, that portal wall still sits behind him, so it's going to be pretty easy for Mason to pop that open, take him down, and the bat will be stolen away by the man himself. Mason carries it forward, has the sniper to play off of too, but he's having some trouble lining up his portals right now, and Bala is going to roll right up and knock him down. Bit of an unfortunate end of the run for Mason, as he never really got it started, but thankfully Luck and Maddie will make up the difference with 2 kills on their own regard. Vexy trying to jump in and surprise, but the surprise has already been lost, so he's just going to go 1 for 1 here, as the advantage stays locked only at +1 for LG right now, so we could very easily see that flip at just a moment's notice.
The Luminosity kind of notoriously plays really tight together. You see it right there on the player outlines. They're kind of staying as a group. That can both work to their advantage and disadvantage against a team like Xset, which is really flank and pressure heavy. You end up being like 4 sitting ducks if you get flanked from multiple angles. They can just set you up in that crossfire. So it's on to Luminosity to try to minimize that risk throughout the course of this map number 2. Mason, though, with the bat, is going to easily take down Bala and then try to reposition, hunt down more members of Luminosity off the respawn. Xset holding on to this 5-kill lead for the time being. Manages to spot out Grad, knows that his teammates are going to be close in that vicinity. So he's going to reposition, secure himself the killing spree, and Xset going to continue to try to extend this lead.
Mason ready to try and line up a position for himself, and he's actually going to walk right into one. Grad takes a wrong step down the wrong hallway and is going to end up getting himself knocked out. Mason able to carry that forward as well and find another pickup against Vexy. So Xset really starting to take some control of things. This is the expectation we had, but as well, looking back at our previous TDMs from the original series, LG had a few moments where they were still able to swing this back and keep it relatively close. So don't count them out of it just yet, even though the stats certainly make it seem that way. Vexy knocking out Mason here. Things are going to stay locked and even for the time being, as both teams are fairly detached from each other, although we can see Xset starting to get themselves together to make a play.
Yeah, I think Luminosity, it really comes down to communication. They play well together, but in these kind of hectic fights in TDM, they seem to get a little bit off the same page, as we see 3 down for Luminosity, going to allow Xset to extend this lead to 9. So we're going to hop on board with Maddie. Does have that plasma carbine setup, which can absolutely shred in close quarters. You see him taking down Vexys and Crazies there. Tries to poke back in for the triple, not going to find it, but the damage is done. Luminosity 3 down, and Xset extending the lead now to 12.
Xset truly in control right now, so it's all falling back onto LG's hands. How do they try to change this up? How do they try to switch the status quo? And unfortunately, it just isn't really working. Again, we're constantly seeing single players get eliminated here. No team support being lined up for them because they're either freshly spawned or trying to make a play of their own. Finally, a nice 2-piece coming in for Vexy as well as Grad, but again, the exchanges are immediately there from Xset to negate most of that out, as still LG need to come back in a gargantuan manner now, down at about -13 over the scoreline from Xset.
Yeah, and it's tough, and they're even, losing control of these power weapons because they're just getting outmaneuvered around this map constantly. Mason has the bat yet again, looking for the flank, gonna connect with Vexy, make that 2. Crazy's going down as well. The collection agency, the 10-kill spree coming out for Mason as he continues to go on a tear here on Highwind. Managed to spot 1 player, but Vexy's on that flank. He is going to be able to battle him down. Now Vexy's with the bat, going to have to try to make a play. Xset falls to 3. So they're on the respawn as LG just continues to look to try to mount the comeback, but right now Xset continues to stay 1 step ahead.
Vexy trying to combine with Bali. You can see him attempting to open up a portal to find a route for himself there, but just not able to negotiate it. He'll fall back down. Members of LG are going to be able to scavenge a few kills together, but the problem is they're letting Xset get away with these 2, 3, 4 kill runs far too often. There's a 3 kill run for them right there as Huff locks in Vexy. That's only going to reinforce the advantage that much further for the Xset roster as they continue to surge ahead. Now into the 40s, where we still have LG working on getting themselves up to their 30th kill.
Yeah, and it really seems like these team deathmatch games take a lot of the wind out of Luminosity's sails. We saw them on a really nice high after that map #1 victory, but then like in the previous series, going into that domination, they have so much more ground to make up because Xset has all this momentum in their favor, and that headshot going to play into that as well. So a nice play out of the members of Xset as they near that 50 kill marker and just get close to 10 away from victory.
Xset again, just too much control over the situation here, although a nice individual play there from Bala as he lines up the double kill on the Plasma, denied as he tries to go for another pickup, however, by the Bat. Won't be able to make it out of that one alive, and Mason will just barely survive it as more kills are going to spend their way out. Xset now over that 50-point marker, just 8 to go, 7 to go, as I'll correct myself real quick. LG are starting to close the gap, and not nearly quickly enough to be able to really make me think that they're going to be able to fully come back in this series. Xset still sneaking in far too many kills, more than likely going to be able to trade their way up to 60. Let's sit back and watch and see if maybe LG can surprise us a little bit here.
That was kind of the story of that original series TDM, was Luminosity did start to mount that comeback, but again, Xset had already extended that lead so far that it was just too little too late. With Xset only needing 2 kills now, it seems all done and dusted for them to tie up this series against Luminosity going into map #3. Mason here getting a couple shots, but not going to chase that kill. We'll clean it up on the flank, so Bala will go down. Xset now just looking for one, and Huff going to secure the victory for the squad.
Pretty straightforward game for Xset at the end of the day. Xset never really not in control of that at the very beginning. Obviously, we saw a little bit of back and forth when there was only that +1, +2 lead, but for the most part, Xset always knowing what they wanted to do and when they wanted to do it, always doing it together as a team, it seemed, as well, operating way more inside of a buddy system than we saw for LG, where they were more so trying to make kind of like individual style plays that just never really worked out because they would run into those 2v1s, and realistically, math just kind of explains the rest from that point forward.
Yeah, and so if you're Luminosity in this scenario, basically you have to be of the mindset that you have to win the next 2 maps. It's a non-negotiable. They haven't had success against Xset in the TDM. The Game 5 is a TDM. They need to take both the Domination and the King of the Hill upcoming and close this series out in 4, because I think just as history might repeat itself, they don't have what it takes, you know, unless a major upset would occur in that TDM on Lava Well. I think the main focus for Luminosity is take the next 2 objectives and then move forward in that bracket.
Well, the big problem coming up here for the players on Luminosity is obviously we're going to Olympus yet. While in the last series we played it on TDM, we still saw Luminosity kind of get shut down inside of that game mode as well. So we have to ask the question, was that the game mode or was that necessarily the map? Because if it was the map, they're in a really tough position getting ready to handle this next one.
Yeah, so that will kind of tell us off that initial kind of hills and kind of how they break out against Xset here. So yeah, they did struggle in that TDM on Olympus, but Luminosity seems to play better when there's at least an objective. Their kind of game plan falls into place when they have that objective to work around. For whatever reason, TDM seems to be just a mental block for the Luminosity squad.
Let's see here if Luminosity can get themselves back onto their feet, or ultimately they'll just barrel down to the players on Xset and give them a second map here on our 3rd one of the series. To start things out, obviously not going to see a whole lot of action going on between these 2 teams in terms of who's going to surge ahead, but the initial B cap does go over to LG. It's at the cost of their home point, though, and we're going to see Xset take both of those on the top end of the map, so they've got obviously the right to rotate around and get a little bit more aggressive right now. Good start to the game for them, but they've got to keep it that way.
Yeah, Bala here having both the rockets and the rails is a little bit risky, but manages to clear out the rockets. So just the railgun and carbine setup right now finds Luck, able to secure the kill onto him. But Xset still has control over those A and C hills. So while it's a really nice breakout from Bala, kind of just drops the railgun into Mason's hands to allow Xset to continue to hold pressure over the map, and a great find there from Mason onto Grad. Gonna take him off the map for 7 seconds, tries to line up the next one, but will eventually fall to Crazy.
Mason definitely getting himself a nice run there. 1 away from the 10 kill spree for himself. Just not going to be able to get himself to that point. By the way, though, Xset, due to the prowess of Mason over the opening seconds of the round, they are really going to be able to surge ahead here. Now locking in a triple cap for themselves, as unfortunately it is looking like LG starting to struggle pretty heavily once again with this map choice.
Yeah, maybe it's just the map then that they kind of have trouble setting up on. It is pretty open, pretty spread out, so they really need to kind of work as a team together, but since they stick so close together, I think it allows Xset to kind of set up in these positions, set up that crossfire, that team shot, and really keep Luminosity at bay. Nice little pick from Grad is going to take Huff down, so we'll hop on board with Luck as he looks to fire through this portal, take down some of these LG members, or at least get them weak. Looks like Bala and Crazy's both one shot, but managed to stay alive on that hill. So ANC in LG's control as they try to mount some of this comeback, and there's a nice triple cap for Luminosity.
Luminosity with some serious control going on across the map. Now Xset, of course, going to quickly destabilize the triple cap. They've already worked towards B and are, I believe, in the process of capturing A as well, though that might have gotten interrupted by LG, as we haven't seen a whole lot of them over the past few seconds, so I'm going to assume they put pretty heavy emphasis, and indeed they did, on the defense there. Problem is, that's really all they put emphasis on for trying to stop the comeback from Xset now. They've been able to run back over, capture A and C, and yes, we've seen the B point down below get stolen away, but Xset probably not going to mind that too much. I believe the priority for them is to take these A and C objectives right now.
Yeah, Xset has done a really methodical job in these dominations historically of not trying to overextend even if their opponent has the 2 cap. They'll play it patient, try to set up, get in good positions around the map, then decap and recap their own hills. You kind of see that playing out right now as they manage to take C, but Grad doing a good job of trying to defend. Eventually that flank from Mason will come through, however, so 2 down for each squad. We're going to reset the map for the time being as B still remains uncaptured for these squads, but that's all to Xset's advantage as they have a nice 90-point lead at this point, and they managed to decap Luminosity's hill and take it for themselves and convert that immediately into the triple cap with the rocket secure. The killing spree from Mason is going to allow Xset to continue to march forward in this game.
Not the cleanest game so far from Xset, as obviously they'd allowed LG to kind of sneak in a few caps of their own, even a triple cap for a moment, but the big kind of story here right now is the fact that Xset's still able to always get that back under their control and lock it in consistently, at minimum for the 2 cap, pretty often for the 3 cap, as it seems once again Xset are just not a team you really want to mess around with on this map, at least going up against LG here in this matchup. Matty looking to line himself up the double, and he'll get it as well. Vexy and Bala both go down. That'll clear it out and lock in the triple cap yet again for Xset, as they're really starting to rush ahead inside of this matchup now.
And this is kind of where you start to see that tournament structure kind of show which teams prefer the match day format versus which teams really thrive in the tournament setting. And it really seems to be Xset just continues to mount momentum throughout the course of this bracket. And Luminosity looks like they're running out of gas here in map number 3 against Xset.
There's not a whole lot showing across the map for them. Yeah, they can make these big conjoined pushes with 4 players to get 1 or 2 caps for themselves, but they cannot stabilize it. Always see it get torn apart a few moments after they try to lock it in. There's a good streak for them, though, as they once again are able to negotiate the triple cap for themselves. Ball with a double off the rockets as well, so this could be held a lot better. LG now have a little bit more time to rotate around the map, establish more powerful positioning, and continue to harass the freshly spawned Xset members to keep them down in the dumps as well.
Yeah, nice job from Bala staying alive there, so he continues the Luminosity triple cap, so they're finding a second wind here in map number 3, trying to mount this comeback. B will be decapped. They'll find that one, but lose C in the process. The flank from Bala does manage to come through the killing spree and turns on Luck for the double. A great play out of Bala there, leading in objectives for his team, really putting in the work, trying to keep this one competitive, but for the time being, looks like Xset is starting to re-secure some of these hills around the map.
Trying to, at least, but LG has certainly made a run over this past minute or so, brought it into a much more palatable 150-point deficit between them and Xset, not to mention that that is slowly closing due to the 2 cap being maintained up until this point here. Finally going to see that get decapped a little bit, but I believe Grad will be able to hold on to it here. A is going to be maintained by Xset, of course. C should be getting capped by Grad in just a second, but no, Matty spams him out from across the map here. He's going to be able to take him down instead, stop that cap, and lock the scoreline in its current position. Crazy's now on top of the A point, going to be able to steal that away, so more momentum growing here for LG if they can lock that in.
Yeah, especially considering these power weapons will be coming up, but 2 down going to make that one difficult, as almost in the blink of an eye, Xset takes both A and C hills, so we'll have to see who can secure these power weapons. Looks like Huff does manage to find that rail, and we'll see if he can assert that dominance on the map here, trying to spot some of these players off the spawn through these portals. But in the time being, Xset holds on to the B site as Luminosity continues to fight back. The whiff of the rail is going to make Huff reposition, but will reconnect with Crazies on the flank and secure the rockets as well. So a nice tear from Huff here. Going to allow Xset to hold on to A and C and continue to extend this lead.
Xset back in control of the situation after they had a scary few minutes with LG, like you said, kind of getting their second win going and able to negotiate a triple cap for themselves for a considerable amount of time. That, of course, has been broken, and Xset now back in a comfortable amount of control, nearly doubling the scoreline of LG, currently at 600 to about 350 right now, so things continue to look promising for this team to surge ahead, lock in a second map on the series for them. It's all up to LG to change up the pacing here, get in the way of these fast rotations coming out from Xset, drop the power weapons as well. Thankfully, I believe they're pretty much run out. Huff DC's in the last railgun charge. Pretty sure the rockets have been emptied also, so no more of that. LG can finally exercise some better control across the map without having to worry about being insta-gived.
Yeah, really on those Huff repositions, you would kind of see him just staying one step ahead of Luminosity on those rotations and then catching them out as they had tried to approach that B hill. So really well played from Huff there. Seeing what Mason can do now with the BR Carbine setup. They managed to hold on to B and lose A in the process. 3 down will give Luminosity 2 hills to their name, but Xset, of course, only needs 58 points to close out map number 3 and take the lead in the series.
Xset once again getting so close. They might just be able to turtle their way into the win here to be able to lock in that 2-1 scoreline. Just one more map will be needed. It's a good thing too if they're able to get this, because we do have King of the Hill coming up next. That's generally where we've seen LG able to take control, to be fair, in fairly close fashion, but still it's usually fallen to them. And then that would send us over to our TDM for map 5, where then the obviously advantage shifts over towards Xset. They've taken pretty much every TDM we've seen played out so far between these two teams. So LG wants to try and bring this back. They need to bring it back, but it's just not going to happen here on this map. Xset just 10 points away from getting it done, 3 more ticks from locking it in, and indeed they will do so as they lead the series now at 2-1.
Yeah, Xset doing a great job of, again, just carrying that momentum off of the TDM into that map number 3. I think Luminosity kind of answered half of the question. They kept up better in the kills department, but just weren't able to get a hold on those hills and really hold them for any significant amount of time versus all that pressure from Xset.
Yep, absolutely the case. So Xset once again showcasing their capability to kind of out-harass their opponents more than anything. They're just one step ahead of their rotation game and in the frag department as well here. You can see it's actually fairly even, definitely skewed a bit more towards the Xset side of things as we got a consistent mid-30 position for all those players. You can see Ball and Crazy struggling a bit while Vexy and Grad were able to keep up.
Yeah, just, I mean, it is like Luminosity is right there. They have those little spurts, but weren't able to hold on to it. I think Xset is just playing super well into them right now and kind of, they've got the download on Luminosity at this point. They've played them multiple times, not only today, but in the Splitgate Pro Series, and they know what to expect, and they're using that to their advantage. So King of the Hill on Pantheon, gonna be an interesting one because it is kind of a variation. You have long sight lines and then these really close quarters with some of these hills, but we'll have to see if Xset can keep their foot on the gas to close out the series right here, right now. Vexy does manage to fire off 2 rockets, but I don't think he was able to secure any kills, so that's going to go into the hands of Mason. He's going to see if he can do a little bit of a better job. Well, he's halfway there to matching the double whiffed rockets, but one more in the chamber. We'll have to see if he can put this one to use.
Mason looking to make a play, and it's going to be quite easy for him as Cratch just sitting out in the open near a field. Snipers in hand, too, so these shots against Crazy should be pretty negotiable for him. He's going to find it. Bala tries to go flying high. That will not work out. And another nice shot from Mason to finish off Vexy is claimed as well. Xset certainly going to take charge of things, but this is a pretty difficult hill to rack up time on, so they're only going to lead by about, at the most, I would say 15 to 20 seconds here, as we're already down to the final 10, but it looks like they're going to try to step on it, get a few points for themselves. Like I said, that won't be able to run away with anything until we get to the next few hills, where they're a little bit more condensed and more easy to defend.
Yeah, those outside hills, you're kind of just happy to get a small amount of time because they are so tough to defend. You really have to pull yourself out and away from your team to kind of hold those. You end up being a sitting duck in those positions more often than not. So with that rotation of the hill, that allows Luminosity to get right back into this one and eventually take that lead by a few points. Now we'll have to see if Huff has a different idea in mind. Does have about 5 shots left in that sniper rifle and is looking for an angle to take here, but Crazies is going to take it to him and take him out instead. In the meantime, though, the rest of Xset has followed through into this hill to get a couple of points on the board, but a great hold and double kill from Crazies will keep this one in Luminosity's favor.
Luminosity indeed trying to surge themselves back into a winning position. So far doing a fantastic job. They know that Huff's trying to rotate over here from halfway across the map. They can see the little portal beams lining up, but instead it's going to be Mason. Huff's just a distraction to allow Mason, but even he gets outright denied. Great hold from LG, racking up some serious points for themselves here. Oh no, fortunate for Crazies too. Tries to follow that portal through to group with his teammate, but is going to get it closed on him at the last second. So has to try and do it manually. Still gets the kill going against Huff, but now in enemy territory, it's an easy trade for Mason, and he adds one more to that as well, grabbing Vexy from halfway across the map here. Now that he's continuing to try to harass this hill, should be an easy path for Exa to get themselves onto it here as they press pretty heavily into the new hill.
Yeah, I like this approach out of Mason, able to set up just a little bit with about 30 seconds remaining in that hill. Does have that sniper rifle fully loaded as well. Tries to spot down Crazies. Crazies will narrowly escape, and even on the flank, not going to be hunted down just yet. Maddie, though, and Mason here trying to make a play, eventually takes down Crazies. Takes a little bit longer than he probably would have liked, but Exet does manage to keep hold of this hill, tie us up at 50s, and take the lead. So now, on this rotation, you do have Mason with this sniper, so that can be a super deadly combination as that hill rotates for him to pick off members of Luminosity, and he does it just that on Bala, but is unable to turn on Grad. So now 4 down for Exet will give Luminosity the opportunity to take back this lead.
Yep, already going to be some serious ticks coming in for this team, and not to mention the fact they've got Rockets having Overwatch on the top side as well. Range Rocket obviously not going to work out too well here. There we go. This is a situation where it's an easy pickup for Vexy, but now he's got pressure from up on top that he won't be able to fend off. There's remaining, I believe, 2 Rockets going to end up getting dropped onto the ground, and Mason will continue to harass out the presence interior of the site against LG here. In fact, they pushed them off of it entirely, and just when we were about to see LG run away with things, well, hold on, we're not done yet. Grad still holding on to the situation, opening a window for Vexy to play in. Vexy's not able to make his luck work out, but thankfully Crazies does. So a beautiful retake sends this hill back into the control of LG, mainly off of those nice sniper shots from Grad.
Yeah, that was all on the back of that play from Grad, so huge props to him making the difference here in this map and managed to whip that carbine around to secure the kill onto Maddie before eventually falling. Luminosity will go 3 down, so this will give Exet an opportunity to set up on this hill. Crazy's going down to the hands of Mason as well. Is a tough break for the Luminosity squad because they had put in so much effort on that previous hill, just attributing all of it to that hold, and now Exet just kind of takes it right away with the next hill rotation.
Vexy continuing to push himself forward. Won't get direct credit for that kill, but still obviously going to get the assist on it. Trying to hunt down another member of this opposing squad, but not going to be able to find them so easily. A bit of a tricky portal to allow them to escape out, but he eventually does lock down Mason. Luck to come in directly after that as well. It's LG's time to take control of the situation. It's more of a question of how far ahead will they be able to get, though. We've got limited time on this hill. A big rotation coming up from LG, and Exet as well, starting to slay out quite a few of the members of this squad in the vicinity of it. More than likely going to see Exet try and claim it as it starts up, but LG, fresh off the respawn, also going to contest pretty heavily about that, especially because they have luck down right now.
You see Vexy just trying to go on the hunt with this sniper rifle. Will find Huff for the killing spree, but lots of members of Exet in this hill. He's caught a little bit off guard, manages to back off in just enough time to stay alive there and allow his team to hold that hill. So a nice little push and hold from Luminosity, but running into luck there, Vexy will eventually fall. Crazies, though, picking up the slack alongside Grad to have Exet go 3 down. And the last player of Exet in that hill will give Luminosity the control for the time being.
Once again, LG out in front. Another nice shot on the sniper from Crazies here. Catching luck as he tries to 80-80 his way out of the situation. Won't work out. He'll get trapped into it. And again, another shot from Crazies working out well. Beautifully played on these defenses as LG continue to shut down the retake attempts, locking in more and more safe time on the hill for LG and pushing them further into an advantageous position.
Yeah, Crazies yet again just making the clutch plays in this King of the Hill. The X factor for Luminosity in this game type. Now trying to fire these shots all the way across the map, unable to contest this setup from Exet, so he's going to wrap around, look to reposition. Looks like that sniper is going to be up in about 8 seconds as well. So if Exet can hold this, they can then secure that sniper, try to chain together more of this time, and if they can hold all of this, they can topple this Luminosity lead.
Trying to get that last shot going against Maddie. It's going to come from Bala instead, which drops the sniper on that side of the map down to the ground as well. Grad potentially reading into the play from Luck, but he second guesses himself, ends up dropping down, so he's going to be too low HP to continue that fight. Let's take a look for a way to engage into it, but yeah, predictably runs directly back into Luck, who will take him down. One sniper for each team so far here. Bala, though, knocking out Luck, and I believe dropping the one that Exit were controlling. Exit have got revenge for that, though, as they picked up the rockets and immediately are using them to take out Bala and get some more control going on the hill.
Yeah, really nice setup from Exit there, playing around those power weapon spawns. You saw, I believe it was Huff with the sniper in the previous hill, and then translates that into rockets, into a kill on Grad, and into a potential hill hold. Luminosity trying to contest it, but Exit will force them off the site. Another rocket from Huff, going to go on that killing spree, is going to give Exit another decent chunk of time here while Luminosity tries to approach.
Exit about to be in control of the situation, especially if they can fend off this retake attempt from the LG roster. Looking like it'll be successful here. However, that kill from Vexy leaves open an opportunity. Two more show up from LG as well, so they'll be able to flood them off the point. Mason's going to attempt to go in from a retake, but Vexy, a little too tricky there, is going to be able to out-dodge him with the BR, knocks him out instead, and it's LG to be able to maintain their lead now because of that. Once again, very stalwart defense. They've been doing a fantastic job of fending off these takes from Exet.
Yeah, that's kind of the similar strategy that Luminosity employed in that first map of the series. They kept it close until the very end where they just really needed to close it out. It seems like a similar story here with the hill rotating. They had control of the previous, and then Grad on that flank manages to take down Maddie and secure this hill. So with 2 minutes remaining, LG is in a pretty good position despite Grad going down. Looks like he does have teammates in the area to recap and retake that hill. So Crazy's going to be holding this one, and yeah, it's almost the exact same thing we saw in map number 1. Crazy's at the very end, holding that hill, getting points when he needs to, but not afraid to dip out, go on the flank, and try to keep these members of Exet at bay.
Exet almost at a point where they're going to need to rely on overtime in order to get the victory here and close out the series. Now, if I were in Exet's position, though, I don't think that they would be too worried considering their record for TDM. At the same time, it's always a little bit dodgy pushing a series to map 5. So if they can close it out here, they'd certainly like to. And of course, LG has been dominating inside of these King of the Hill games. That's been their one shining light that's kept them in play. They have to finally look for victory inside of one of those TDM matchups, though, if they're able to follow through and claim this map.
Yeah, here we see Crazies knows that SMG can be useful in this final hill hole, but is read like a book by Luck. 3 down for Luminosity now is going to give Exet priority on this map. They're 4 stacked this final hill. They just need 40 seconds to force that overtime and then secure this victory. They're set up to do so. They do have that sniper. Grad is up there. The SMG in the back pocket, gonna force him back. Bala, though, trying to fight this one out, does manage to take down Luck, so that is huge for Luminosity. Exet looks like they have one final push to try to make this happen.
May not even get to that point as well. Only 10 seconds needed of LG to be able to get up to 250 and to our point marker here, but they're going to get themselves off of the hill. They stop it at 242. It's now all on Exet to be able to maintain it into overtime, and they need to hold it for approximately 30 seconds into that. Vexy continuing to harass from up on top, trying to limit or rather increase the amount of time they would need to play into OT, but now looking like we may not even get to that point. The harassment from Vexy up on top has brought Exet down to just Huff. He's not even going to make a bid for the OT. LG take the 4th map, and once again, we go to a map 5 between these two teams.
And in a similar fashion as well, all on the backs of these King of the Hills. And now the question is, can Luminosity win a team deathmatch against Exet? That's all they have to do, but can they do it? I mean, historically, Exet has just had such great slaying power that it's been a tough ask for Luminosity. But going into this game 5, I mean, you never know. They've had those kind of spurts where they shore up that lead, they get close, but just can't hold on to it. Exet always gets that second wind and starts to extend that lead, so it's going to be interesting to see how this map 5 plays out.
To the fragging side of things, finally starting to favor the LG roster inside of that game, and that really shouldn't surprise you either if you were watching those team fights that were going on inside of the hill defenses from LG, fending off at least 3 full-on attacks from Exet over the course of that map as well. Really impressive stuff, as that's usually where teams just kind of end up trading the hill back and forth against each other because they're in a little bit of a spawn loop, because their players might be like detached from each other, there might be a little off sync in the timing that they're respawning, but LG was still able to keep that piece together so often, and eventually of course negotiate the outright win for themselves with 247 points. No longer going to be able to rely on that though necessarily going into our next matchup. They're going to have to find some other form of strength.
Yeah, I think Luminosity just needs to go into these TDMs on high alert. They should know how Exet is going to approach them, and if they just kind of watch those flanks and try to account for all of these players on Xset, they should be able to battle back. Their biggest hangup is they will kind of get tunnel vision in these TDMs looking down one sight line, and that allows Xset to just kind of move around the map, navigate using those portals, and get those really kind of swingy flanks on them. So it's going to be interesting again on Lava Well to see how that plays out. Again, you have to favor Xset going into these TDMs, but even in the Splitgate regular season, Xset not super strong in TDMs. They were 2 wins and 6 losses in TDM, but they just seem to be Luminosity's kryptonite right now.
Well, let's see here if the members of Luminosity can finally get over that fear or that inability to be able to win out here in TDM matchups, looking for just that one final map to be able to get the ultimate revenge going against Xset here, knock them out of the tournament outright, and get revenge, of course, for sending LG down to the lower bracket in the first place. Rockets are going to work out well for Matty, but he's only able to use about half the ammo in it before going down. LG trade that out and then some, bringing them within 1 kill's reach of taking the lead.
Yep, Crazies does have that bat in the back pocket. Ooh, is going to run right into 2 players, though, to be instantly taken down. The kills tied up at 7s, so we'll jump on board with Bala, who does have that sniper, trying to turn up the heat onto Xset. Does manage to click onto Mason, take him out of the map for the time being. Misses that shot, but will drop down, try to stay alive, and reposition. So a nice job out of Bala here, just using that sniper to try to pick off some of these members of Xset. Does find 1 body, but 3 players of Xset forces Bala to drop down and go on the run, which will eventually lead to him falling and Xset taking a 2-kill lead.
Members of Xset starting to surge ahead here now. LG need to get this under control, as this has been the way that the other TDMs have gone as well. Generally speaking, it's been pretty close. We're up to around like the 20-point marker, and then Xset has just truly kind of run away with it time after time after time again. LG needs to get in the way of this, find a way to trade out more consistently, as otherwise we're doomed potentially for history to repeat itself here. These are some good swings, though, coming in from LG. Vexy and Bala with a series of kills. Luck going to be able to get back against that, but at the same time, Bala already ready to refrag that back out, and Vexy manages to get the outright trade versus Luck also. Much more promising run so far from LG, and in fact, they're going to tie it up now at 16-all.
Yeah, Bala really being the difference maker, staying alive with that sniper, forcing Xset to really hunt him down, and then on that respawn to secure the bat, translate that into a few kills is going to give LG a minuscule lead for the time being. Going on the hunt does find the killing spree onto Matty, so continual nice plays out of Bala here as he continues to search for members of Xset. Will spot Mason, tries to tag him up, but has to reposition and misses that swing in the very end as Mason secures the kill onto him. Huff now having that bat for Xset is a little bit scary because he's been so good at breaking the Luminosity setups with it. And yeah, Vexy gonna eat the business end of that bat to give Xset the 2-kill lead.
Xset back in charge, but a little bit less confident with their swings right now, as you can see, trying to play to kind of conserve things rather than outright push it against the members of Luminosity. Huff will end up walking right through Ball, and Ball the same to him here, but Ball's going to run himself ragged trying to take down Huff, and as a result of that, he'll go down to Mason instead. Matty working with him negotiates yet another kill for Xset, so they're slowly piecing together this lead that they had earlier on in the game, of course, but LG constantly getting in the way of here with their own rotations outside towards where we would normally have the B hill here. Huff finally going to meet his end against Bala. Bala won't be able to run away from that either. Xset, that is one thing we can give them massive credit for. They are always right behind their teammates on these trades when they lose one.
Yeah, super good, just fundamentals out of Xset on those rotations and on those trades. So they have that 4-kill lead. Power weapons should be spawning in soon. So we see Grad trying to watch those on that respawn, make sure he's able to secure these ones for his team. Does spot Matty through that portal, but Matty with the great shots will manage to take down Grad. Vexy's just spawning in. We'll have to beeline it towards some of these positions that Xset are so heavily contesting. And Bala gonna fall to Huff as well. Looks like Huff does have the bat. Luck has the rockets, so power weapons go in favor of Xset yet again, and this is really where they've extended their lead, is playing around those power weapons so well, forcing Luminosity off of them, and then just using them to perfection to secure these kills. We see Luck now just trying to go on the hunt with the rockets. They have the 7-kill lead, so he's just hanging out, going to play this one a little patient, not try to overextend here.
Indeed, Xset just trying to play defensively at this point. We still have a little over half of the round to go, so Xset are really in no rush to try and take this up towards 60 kills. They know that their opponents can very easily leverage that time bank into a comeback as well. So they're going to try to play this hyper passively for these next few moments. Wait to see what kind of the next move is going to be. They'll find it, but they have trouble tracking it down. Grad being kind of sneaky with these portals, even dodging that rocket as he backs up into the one behind him there to avoid the damage from it. Balla will eventually be able to get a kill against another member of Xset as well, so they are slowly making progress by playing into this super passive setup, just kind of surrounding the Xset play and getting kills wherever they can find them, which has been pretty evenly traded out so far, but still has brought the lead down to a much more palatable point here for LG.
Yeah, I think this is a success for Luminosity. Forcing kind of Xset to slow down their own game plan is a good sign. Around this time, these 40 kill marks, we typically see Luminosity down by about 10. So for them to have that and be at 5, kind of gives them an opportunity to mount this comeback. Crazies will fall, but Grad does find the bat, and the sniper has one shot. So limited resources, but trying to make the best of it. Now he has no long range. We'll swap out the sniper for that pistol, so at least he can fight a little bit, but Huff on the great flank is going to trade him 1-for-1. Crazies and Grad both going down for LG. Is a tough little break here because Luminosity was in a great position to even cut that lead down more, but Xset has just responded really well.
It's always been the problem for LG here is Xset suddenly getting that cutaway lead for themselves. I will say again though, LG continuing to do a much better job in this TDM compared to the other three we've seen played out in terms of kind of maintaining the status quo and at least bringing things back under a realistic amount of control after we see Xset make those runs. Right now you can see it, Vexy and Crazies negotiating those 2 kills. It's important to keep it right around +5 here, when we can still realistically bring it back in the 50s before we see Xset get up to that map ending and round ending 60 points as well here. That would lock in the series for them.
Yeah, nice trade there, at least from Balla to take down Luck with him. I think the big thing that Xset does a little bit better than Luminosity is off of these kills, you'll see 2 dead, but then Xset manages to keep the other 2 players alive longer, whereas Xset, say they get Balla and Crazies down, then they will go on the hunt for Grad and Vexy, but Luminosity doesn't kind of have that same tenacity to chase after the remaining players that Xset does, but here we have a big moment for Luminosity. You see Grad waiting for these rockets to come up. He just wants to play this one safe. Mason is in that corner. He has to be careful of that portal wall. Flanks into Mason, and the killing spree for him is absolutely huge. Crazies manages to secure the bat for himself, but Maddie did sneak those rockets while the battle was happening. But it's a great play from Luminosity because they've cut the lead completely down and tied it up at 51s. This is the best Luminosity has looked so far in these TDMs.
LG bringing it back here. Grad going to dodge that fight though. Doesn't want to take a risk on it, but still will end up losing Crazies due to Maddie having control over the rockets. Balla will be able to exchange that back out. The kills are coming in quite quick. This will lead to the end of the game as Vexy gives us some impressive headshots on a back-to-back basis just when it seems like LG may have lost it. Vexy brings it back to a realistic amount of control, 55-54 though, as Mason sneaks in another pickup here. It's Xset still in charge, but by only 1 kill. This could change up so quickly. The bat misses initially, but a quick correction here from Crazies nearly ties us up again. Xset though still sneaking in kills left and right, and that's been the linchpin here for LG. It's been throwing them out of these games left and right, and it may very well do so yet again here. 2 kills to go for Xset. Crazies trying to bring it back as he gets 56 going for the LG roster. Still, though, they're lost. They can't lock down individual members of Xset. There we go, 2, 59-58. It's all come down to the next kill or 2 in the favor of LG here. Can they get it? Can they survive? Can they push themselves into the next match? We have to wait and find out. Vexy pushed into the open. He's brought down to a sliver of HP. The same for Balla, but Maddie eventually gets the kill, and it's going to be Xset to repeat the victory for themselves and knock out Luminosity from the tournament.
Heartbreaking for Luminosity on that. The best they've looked so far in TDM. It's hard to even say if they did anything wrong to really cost themselves that Game 5. They played it the best they could. Xset just had that X factor, the clutch factor to close it out in the very end. I mean, it's really like one rotation away with that bat, choosing a different portal wall to get a better flank onto those players. I was just waiting for that bat play because, you know, Xset had a few members on that respawn. If he finds them on that spawn, he can get an easy double kill, close out the map, but it was Xset just playing it a little better at the very end that allowed them to win that best of 5 and stay alive here in the tournament.
Yeah, really props to Xset for how they managed the kind of close situation that they got themselves into for LG. Thought they were going to be able to roll up to 60 like we'd seen in some of the previous matches, but wasn't the case. LG made massive improvements in their own TDM game there on Lava Well and still was able to close the gap Exit, though, just goes for a full spread strategy, tries to make it as difficult as possible to lock down any one individual player. LG tries to do the same thing, but they bundle up, I think, just a little bit too much, and that leaves the opportunity open for Exit to be able to sneak in, get that one single kill they needed at the end of it, and shut down the series.
Yeah, that's kind of like Luminosity's plight, right? They play really cohesive as a team, which allows them to really take those objective game modes in a super dominant way. But then that same kind of strategy doesn't always translate into the TDMs as successfully because you end up allowing yourself to be open to flanks from multiple angles. And we saw Exet really capitalizing on that gameplay flaw. Despite all of Luminosity's best efforts, they fall in that game 5 by 2 kills, so a tough battle for them, but really, really excellently played by Exet there.
Definitely the case here, and well-deserved as well, taking it all the way to the bitter end of map 5 for a second time in the same day as well. Props to both of these teams for playing it out so well, but for Luminosity, just so unfortunate. As has been the case throughout the regular season as well, they fall just short by a few points, and as a result are going to be knocked out here.
Yeah, the curse of the Game 5 strikes again for Luminosity, so a super tough break for them, but well played throughout the entire series, so really nothing to be ashamed of, just kind of a heartbreaker loss in that Game 5, but Exet will live on and continue to fight here in the bracket, so we're going to throw it to a quick commercial break, and then we'll be right back with more Summer Season Final matches. Stay tuned.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the SPS Summer Series Grand Finals. I'm here once again with Rome, and we've got our next matchup getting ready to be teed up in just a moment here. Rome, what have you been thinking about the matches we've seen so far? We had that excellent rematch between Luminosity and Xset. Xset topping it out again. Let's get your thoughts on that real quick.
That's all I gotta say. Like, I knew it was going 5. Like, was there even any doubt? Like, at this rate, like on broadcast, if we're not getting game 5s, it's a disappointment at this rate. Like, back and forth we go yet again. That one came down to the wire. That match right there was literally 2 kills away. Like, that's it. 2 kills away is separating thousands and thousands of dollars of prize money. It's absolutely insane. I just can't wait for the next match. The fact that we get Space Station versus T1 in the winners finals, this right here, this is going to be one for the ages.
Yep, it's absolutely going to be the case. Some would say it's a battle of the old gods versus the new to a certain extent here. We'll have to see if SSG is up for the challenge of making their way all the way through, with the first seed, mind you, as well, into our grand finals, and if they'll be able to take down the previous season's champs. Obviously, T1 looking to stop that as they're looking to repeat their previous season run. Here's going to be the maps for this series. We'll be starting out on Oasis for King of the Hill, moving over to Foregone Destruction for TDM. Domination will be played on Abyss. Finally, we'll go to Lava Well for our final King of the Hill, and then last but not least, it's Club Silo for TDM on map number 5. Ron, let's get your opening thoughts on this map rotation between these two teams.
Is that T1, you have to win map 1. Simple as that. Simply because you don't want to go to team deathmatch against this Space Station roster. Space Station is undefeated in TDM in the regular season. If a team goes undefeated in the regular season, they're probably going to be pretty good at it when it comes playoff time. So right now, they're going to be on one in those TDMs, and the fact that TDM goes game 5, in my opinion, you got to win that Oasis, the Abyss, and Lava Well if you're the side of T1. This is going to be a spicy match right here.
There's definitely a reason why Space Station would be kind of dominating inside of those TDM matchups as well, looking at their history, looking at their players. Chenzo, to call him out specifically, has shown some of the most impressive capabilities to just rotate around the entire map and suddenly jump on his opponents out of absolutely nowhere. That kind of aggression is what's potentially going to allow for Space Station to just absolutely shut down the T1 roster, but as we've seen, it's not perfect from Space Station. There has been issues that have shown up for them, similarly as they've shown for T1 at the beginning of the season, so much like a lot of our previous series, I think you've got a good inkling about it that we could very well be going to a map 5 to figure out who our absolute winner is going to be.
Yeah, you know, I said last time, you know, Moist doesn't want to go to map 5 because it's Helix. I mean, I'm looking at Club Silo right now, and it doesn't really matter the map. They're just good at TDM. So Space Station, if they go game 5, they're going to be feeling good about it, and I wouldn't be surprised if we're splitting maps on the way there.
All right, well, you don't have to wait too much longer, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to go live with the first map of the series, so let's get into it. Once again, if you are just joining us, it's SSG versus T1. This is the winner's bracket final to set up our first grand finalist, so let's see who takes the cake, as it's a good start, really, for both teams. Even exchanges to start things out, but we are going to see T1 get those final 2 kills as well, which will give them control over the Bazaar, and more importantly, the Rockets, now armed by Hypnos.
Yeah, starting things off on the beautiful map Oasis, but right now, Hypno's going to do everything he can to make sure that it's anything but beautiful. Getting a kill with a rocket, big one coming out, followed up by the Carbine, trying to land these shots, missed timing on the rocket right there, but still T1 out to the early advantage. Hill is going to be currently in control of SSG, though.
Udom now working with it. This is generally going to be the power weapon player on SSG, and there's the reason why. Locks himself in a double kill quite quickly, destabilizing that tower setup for T1 as well, and quickly running it through to negotiate another kill. He's got the killing spree lined up already. It's 7-1 so far. SSG definitely in control here as well, as they've taken a large majority of the initial time on that first hill, but that first hill, always a little bit of a tricky one to get some serious points going. So this one here at our 9-minute hill is going to be the true test for both of our teams, and right now, looking like SSG is excelling inside of it, especially with that beautiful double, now triple, coming out for Woodham.
Yeah, Woodham right now is on a mission right now. They're looking like they are warmed up, good to go. Not wasting any time right here. This T1 roster, I believe we did see them get pushed to a map 5, as everyone has went to a map 5 today on stream. So if this squad in SSG can come out, I mean, they haven't seen a game 5 yet. They've, you know, straight up, I think they won 3-1 in their last series and 3-1 in their first series as well. So, you know, they're looking to end this one quickly, and already off to a solid start is going to be Space Station. T1 do not want to let this ball get rolling for SSG.
Woodham able to lock in that collection agency as well before he sends himself into the pit to try and fight out against the large majority of T1. Unfortunately, losing that fight. Chenzo as well, failing to follow through. He's actually going to get hyper-aggressive here, go right over to the hill, try to get the double kill for himself. He'll be outwitted, though, and only is able to negotiate a 1-for-1. So T1 making some serious gains on our second hill. Now for the third one, they're going to look to try and take the lead outright away from SSG, and in fact, they'll be doing so here. We can see Woodham able to sit himself inside of this tower position, fending off some of the rotates, leaving that single T1 player on the hill somewhat vulnerable. Now, finally changing its hands and giving it back to SSG. This Vision's helping out on the hill itself, of course.
For sure, is right now SSG able to hold the lead for now. T1 were able to claw back right into this one. We are still on with Woodham, 16-2. Absolutely putting in work right now, but you're going to have to go crazy against 2. Is able to take out 1 regardless. Solid play coming out of him. There's a killing spree coming out, and you can see K-Jules. He's having a day himself, 14-8 currently, trying to keep his SSG roster in command.
Ready for the play from App behind him, though, so quickly traded back out as this hill constantly changing hands. No one really able to gain any serious points from it. The teams stay neck and neck. As a result, T1 certainly getting the most from it, but that's putting it lightly here, as now teams are going to have a bit of a dual objective. We got the Rockets spawning back out and a new hill coming in at pretty much the exact same time. Beautifully played by Hypnos, though, able to work himself into a position where, okay, you're going to open that portal up in front of me, I'll just rocket you in the face. As he picks up the power weapon here.
As that.
Continues to exercise
That's
that
just a
additional...
beautiful read.
Yep, that additional control for T1 going out all over the map here. He will eventually drop himself and the Rockets onto the ground as well. I think he ran them out, though, so okay, never mind. Chenzo has picked them up instead. Now SSG's got a little bit of firepower to work with.
Yeah, still got 1 more left, and that means it's 4 for 4, 2 one way, 2 the other. Both of these teams getting use out of those Rockets, feeling pretty good about that one. As still, I mean, the scoreline's coming out of Chenzo, 21-9 currently, Woodham 22-6. These players are on a tear right now. It is mind-blowing that they are not ahead of T1. I mean, we talked about it. Turning kills into points is so important, and that is just not something SSG are currently doing.
Fortunately not, just kind of volleying back and forth with frags with T1. It's enough to put them slightly ahead of the situation, but not by any considerable margin here, as you're going to see T1 immediately routing themselves back onto this new hill and pretty much have already tied it back up, but SSG trading it right back out. Woodham steals that control away. He's going to be a little delicate as he's currently on his lonesome here. Hypnos tries to send the firepower in through a portal wall instead, but it won't work out. T1 still have the majority of control on this hill, and in just a moment, they're going to have the lead as well, but never mind. Chenzo fending it off. This is just so close, so many changes showing up in a matter of seconds here, as now he flips the script yet again and keeps the lead up for now, at least, for SSG.
Yeah, barely hanging on right now, and I mean, if we're talking about going down to the wire, I mean, there's 5 minutes remaining and neither team has hit over 100. Like that right there should show you that time might be a factor in this one. This is a close game right here. Both of these teams are playing at their own pace, and you'll love to see it. And really, I mean, it's methodical, and at the end of the day, I don't know who it's going to favor because both of these squads have shown that they can play at extremely high levels. SSG, though, we haven't seen them yet on broadcast today. We don't know how they're going to act.
Have seen the first rotation now be completed. Back to the original hill here for minute number 6, as it's still under the control at the moment, really, of nobody, as once again the hill is just going back and forth and back again here. Visions works himself onto it, a nice shot from the sniper at near point-blank range to take out App. K-Jules follows that through with another one as well. Does T1 give it up? Now, no. Hypnos immediately leaping forward, getting himself into position here to try and steal it away, but it's still SSG on the hill itself. T1 only taking control of those rotation points just now. With the elimination of Chenzo, going to be able to put some serious time onto the hill, but again, though, it's led into SSG being in control by that slight margin here. They're going to try to chain them together as well, as the new hill is going to be directly below the current one. As long as SSG stays in control for the next 10 seconds, it shouldn't be too much of an issue to just send the players down the hatch. That's going to be the issue, though, as they've already kind of run out of gas from fighting on this previous hill, so you'll see T1 pick up a heck of a lot of kills as the hill switch comes in, and as a result, T1 will have the control, at least initially.
And I got my eyes on Jalen right now. I mean, we've seen Jalen pop off all day long, and now, when things matter the most, Jalen currently negative 17 and 18. Going to need to pick this one up for his roster if they want to get back into this one. It's definitely a team sport, and you can see the Rockets going to be coming out of Woodham, still going to be putting in pain, as Woodham and Chenzo both going to be sitting at 36 kills apiece. Absolutely doing a great job right now, but still, they only find themselves up by 15. It is kind of absurd that the scoreline is this close.
SSG finally starting to get some momentum going for themselves, though, because they're finally cutting off these rotations from T1, not even letting them get to the hill, meaning the player that's looking to cap points for the most part has been allowed to go crazy with it on this hill. Saw about 20 to 30 second lead being built up from SSG, but as you guys can see now, App already trying to get into the way of that with the final 5 seconds on this hill, putting it into neutrality. T1 stacking up another 10 to 20 seconds as well, putting them once again within arm's reach of the scoreline for SSG as we enter our third to last hill now. Back at a center point on the map here. Both teams still going to try and fight heavily for this, but T1 with a triple kill being lined up from JP should have first rights to it.
Yeah, JP going to be doing a solid job. 36 and 21 to his name right now. He's known for being the nicest man in Splitgate, but on the map, he's anything but. He's a mean, lean killing machine. 37 and 21 on the killing spree, not looking to stop here, trying to help this squad, and T1 come right back as they find themselves down by 15, controlling the hill for now. SSG looking to hang on is, oh man, here we go. We're 100 points away for both of these squads.
Both teams neck and neck here. T1 about to close the gap yet again, but once more, due to the fact that both teams are really only leaving 1, if not 2 players on the hill, we're just constantly seeing these flanks work out so well, because unfortunately there's not much you can do about it when someone opens up a portal, slaps you in the back a second later. And speaking, not going to be able to react to that, which means the hill is just constantly changing hands between both teams. SSG has been able to maintain about a 10-second advantage. Hypno is trying to send that advantage into the dumps, but he'll be sussed out here by Visions. JP with an immediate exchange upon that as T1 are trying to keep the heat up, not wanting to let go of this trade spree between them and their opponents here. They need to get some serious time on this hill, but it's still favoring SSG as we climb higher and higher on the scoreboard.
Yes, and the score just stays even. It is absolutely ridiculous. There hasn't been more than a 20-point lead for SSG and a 5-point lead for T1. These teams have been within 25 points this entire game. This is absolutely insane. I mean, we want to say that we want to see somebody come out and dominate, but right now, literally both of these teams, they're playing like they understand that there's $30,000 up for grabs in first place, and if you win this series, you're going to be sitting pretty to collect that.
Visions with a great assist to save Chenzo's life here, keeps his presence on the hill rolling. That's another 5 to 10 seconds, not anymore though, as he's going to get clipped off from the other side of the map here. Limits the hill time gain for the players over on SSG, but still, T1 continuing to fall further and further behind. They need to have a good spree running on this last hill. They're only about 20 seconds back, and even better, they are locking the members of SSG into the rocket spawn while they still haven't been able to pick it up. I'm pretty sure T1 has recovered it now. Indeed, they have. Currently in the possession of App, and he's going to start to use it now to fend off the rest of this aggression. They've gone directly to that hill, though. You can see Chenzo sitting on top of it right now. He's able to get at least a moment of relief going for himself, but indeed, it is just a moment. The Rockets send him flying off of that hill and still leave SSG and T1 at a near neck-and-neck scoreline. SSG with the player count on the hill currently, as well as encroaching on 200 points. T1 now with the next point coming in. They're going to need overtime to be able to win this game, but they're still so close. It's realistic. They just need to break this bunker, and there we go. 30 kills on the board for them. They're going to start to route back into this.
That was exactly what they needed at the right time. Big kill going to be coming out there on Divisions as well, beating him down, and now T1 going to need to hold as we've hit overtime, ladies and gentlemen. Jalen on the point, 35 and 29, going to need to hold it strong, but no, SSG going to come in, wipe the board, and get game number 1.
It comes down to the wire literally at every point inside of that map, but thankfully the small lead that SSG had throughout the majority of that map was enough to push them into a winning position here as they just barely, you can see it by 9 seconds, are able to win out our first map.
Oh my goodness, that was insane. 57 kills coming out of Chenzo, and then you got 56 out of Woodham. Whew, man, 3 people dropping 50 bombs on one team. Like, that is absurd for a King of the Hill. And the fact that we didn't even hit 250, like, oh man, these teams were putting in that work. That is a scoreline you love to see. Also got to show love to JP dropping a 50 bomb of his own. Oh man, these teams going at it. Love to see it.
Overall, this first map was just pure chaos, would be the way I would like to describe it here. Neither team really able to get a solid strategy deployed at any point because there was just so many flanks working out against them, so many players showing up in surprise fashion or just using power weapons to assert their own control over the fight. Both teams were just scrambling for anything they could get, and that's going to make the rest of this series that much more interesting. As we're already live with map number 2, it's time for TDM on Foregone to see if the T1 roster can get revenge.
Some might say that it's a foregone conclusion that SSG are about to go up 2-0 because they haven't dropped a TDM the entire season, or at least the regular season. Let's see exactly if they're going to be able to keep this one going here and now in this TDM, but it's going to be T1 off to an early lead, at least for now, but that's SSG tying things up yet again. Back and forth we go.
Like it might be the case for the rest of this series, as it's just a few picks coming out across the map right now. No solid strategies being formed up. SSG certainly wanting to go for one as they find JP out in the open on the tower catwalk, taking him down. Woodham is going to be able to claim that kill. Visions takes a moment to find his opponent, but still going to be able to lock it in as now App goes down as well. SSG looking to try and quickly get back control over this lead. Beautiful 1-for-1 there, as unfortunately Visions was being pushed into a corner. More than likely was going to die regardless, but at least he gets one more on the way out.
Yeah, precisely. And if T1 can win this one, like realistically, what do you think that would do to this SSG roster's mindset? They haven't dropped one all regular season, so if T1 can come out here and tie up this series 1-1, how does that make you feel if you're SSG?
I mean, if you're SSG, that puts a lot more emphasis on those objective game modes, that's to be sure. If you know that
Yeah.
they can beat you when you haven't lost it a single time, either that, or if you're a little bit sure of yourselves, you might just call that off as a fluke and kind of just get it out of your mind, focus on the next map. Either way, though, SSG definitely having to give some respect to T1 here, as they've held on to this lead for already nearly about 40% of the scoreline.
Yeah, right there, Woodham was asking for it, floating around in the sky up there. You know better than that, man. Jalen said, you know what, 9-2, I'm gonna make you pay for those all day. Simple as that. As you can see, T1 feeling good, up by 2 still, just trying to lock this one down. You can feel the pace is definitely a lot slower in this TDM than in previous TDMs that we've seen on other maps.
SSG definitely trying to work together as a squad now and make plays as a conjoined unit. We saw how chaotic the previous map was. I think they want to try to depart from that, make this game a little bit more controllable. A bit hard to do so, though, just because of how big Foregone can be and how much verticality can play into it, not to mention the free access to portals across nearly the entire map by playing into those towers. Beautifully done here from Chenzo. The rest of SSG definitely going on a bit of a roll here as well. They lock out nearly an entire spawn run from SSG. All 4 players nearly going down, and that's going to set up a lead finally for SSG here as they push ahead by just 2 right now, but certainly trending towards them getting a lot more than that, and we're going to see that indeed. A 3-for-1 trade. Hypnos is going to be the only kill so far for the T1 roster. He too will get exchanged out now by Visions, locking in a +5 advantage for SSG.
And this is going to be their biggest lead so far. We like to say that if you're able to hit double digits, that's a nice cushion. And then at that point, it's your game to lose. But right now, they've got 6 on the board that they're ahead of T1 right now. And ooh, if Chenzo can win this one, that's going to be huge. But no, he does drop to Jalen. Hypnos picks up one as well. And T1 are trying to claw back into this one as they find themselves still down by 5. That's going to be another big kill. Going to be coming out yet again, this time for Map.
Rushing in there to get the quick melee kill. Knew he had a player from SSG quite low, so wanted to try and capitalize on that. Despite the lead being claimed by SSG, T1 starting to figure things out on their own regard, mainly because we've got Jalen here working with the shotgun. Limited run with it, though, as he's going to be pushed into the open where Woodham can now take him down. However, T1 still might be able to maintain control over the shotgun. They got the immediate exchange back onto Woodham, so we'll follow that up in a moment. Looks like K-Jules got it, but he's now been downed as well. Visions to pick up the next kill, and now Jalen finally reclaiming that shotty. Probably not much ammo left in it either. Won't be surprised if he's run out or only has a shot or 2 left. SSG, though, their lead continuing to crumble a little bit, but they do get a double kill onto Woodham, allowing for them to maintain it for at least the next few seconds.
Yeah, and really what surprised me right now is on the side of SSG, the fact that they are winning, and Chenzo is not the player that's doing the best on the squad. He's actually right now doing the worst on the squad, if you will. And Chenzo, the fact that he's the first in KDA and second in TDM KDA, like, I mean, at that rate, you know that he's going to pop off probably at the later half of this game. I wouldn't be surprised whatsoever. You're probably not going to be able to keep him locked down for long.
Need those objectives to try and set up his plays a little bit more. We continue to see TDM play directly into these battles between the 2 teams here. Neither one able to really get a good sneak going out against the other, as you see in there by SSG, trying to work something out against T1. It does not work. They fend it off, and once again, within just 2 kills reach of tying the game up here. Big play from Hypnos as well. Works his way in, gets a follow-up sniper and melee shot as well, and then one more to lock in a triple. Beautifully played from Hypnos as he's just given T1 back the lead.
And I hate to break it to you, but I wrote the script. It's going to be a 1-kill game.
I mean, at this point, I wouldn't even be surprised with the number of them we've had so far. T1 continuing start to harass out here. They're going to be able to really push themselves into a pole position now. 44-41, a few players from SSG out in the open, but Chenzo still having some success on the back end of that. He and Woodham end up winning out a fight, and Woodham carries it forward with that momentum to take out App as well. SSG definitely not going to go down without the fight, but at the same time, T1 there for the trades. Hypnos just getting one, their teammates picking up another, and SSG to respond in kind. Like you said, the script is probably already written as this is just so close between these teams. Chenzo locking in another triple kill here as well.
T1 was up by 3, and then SSG pull off 4 kills in a row, make it 5 to now go up by 2. This one is coming down to the wire, 12 and 13 kills respectively to end this one. Oh, this is going to be so close. I don't know who's going to win this. SSG, their undefeated streak in TDM, it's on the line. T1, they're trying to defy the odds, defy the impossible, not go down 0-2 in the series. There is so much on the line at stake in these final kills, and SSG, they're starting to run away with it as they've gotten a 4-kill advantage.
Yeah, SSG locking in, especially for Visions to move himself in there on the flank, locking in that final melee kill. That was the last player from T1 that could have turned the fight around. App, though, with a big steal as he knocks out Visions, but the shotgun maintained by Chenzo for just a split second. However, as you said earlier, a 4-kill run for SSG, now a 4-kill run from T1. They are right back into it, and once again, we are neck and neck. T1 takes the lead off of that kill, but it's already been exchanged back out. Neither team surging ahead here. It's 54-all and 6 kills to the end of the game for both teams. JP with some good shots, but does not have a winning angle there, so backs away from it just to avoid any additional risks. Woodham picks up the next kill, and that gives the lead over to SSG as they're just 5 kills away now.
Yes, right now, every life matters so much. If T1 drop here, that would be huge for SSG, but no, they don't. They trade kills yet again. SSG gonna have the 1-kill advantage. They just need to get one more team wipe, make it 3, and then that's gonna be all she wrote. But guess what? T1 answer right back, 57 apiece. I said it's gonna be a 1-point game. This might be exactly what we get as T1. They find the 58th. It's gonna be close, as right now, JP, he's Portland looking for a shot.
Both teams gonna have to try and play this so carefully. Jalen more than anyone here because he's got power up and control. Nicely done on the team shot, but SSG traded back out. It's 59-59. The prophecy is complete, but it's gonna be T1 that gets that final kill off screen. They pick it up instead, and a 60-59 victory goes back to T1. The series now tied at 1-1 as well.
The script is written. I don't know what else to say. 59-59, and T1 finally make them not undefeated. Space Station finally dropping a TDM, and they do it when it matters the most. They could have went up 2-0 feeling so good. Wow, 59-59 though. I mean, listen, hey, Blue, this is
literally
this
couldn't have been
good
closer, right?
here.
Yeah.
This is great, exactly. This is amazing.
Amazing game so far, and it's only going to continue, folks. We'll take a look at the stats real quick before we get the next map up in front of us. You can see just how close it was. These scoreboards looking almost identical between the two teams. You've got Vision dominating for SSG, Hypnos doing the same thing over on T1, and aside from that, I would say personally, very even kill counts, just a slight edge to SSG, even though they actually lost the game.
I don't even know. Look, the way these teams are going back and forth, I want to say SSG like had the momentum there. You even saw at the end, Chenzo, he started to turn up for his squad. Like he started off negative and then at the end started to turn things up, but it still wasn't enough. I don't even know what went wrong. I think they're just going to need to go back in the VOD and review that and figure out exactly what went wrong. But regardless, it doesn't matter. Like I said, we're going to the next map. This is going to be good. Abyss domination. This series, it's given all the feels, man. I'm loving it.
We're not going to waste any time, ladies and gentlemen. Getting directly into that third map. Let's get to it. As Worm just said, it's going on to domination here on Abyss to potentially decide who leads the series and who gets themselves up onto map point first. SSG definitely going to want revenge after they finally lose a TDM for the first time in this season to T1. To start things out, though, it's SSG to get the initial 2 cap. That may not mean much, though, on the follow-up. We have to see how they transition into the kills, and thankfully for the SSG fans out there, they've done that quite well, knocking out 2 more players from T1, so that double cap going to be locked in for the time being.
Yeah, not able to get a lot of value out of those rockets was JP. That would have been massive for his squad in T1 to try and tie things up. They still do have A held right now, doing a good job getting these points in. They are going to be able to take the lead here. T1 starting to cook right now. They're gonna need to get something else, because right now you can already see SSG. They're saying that's fine, you can have that. Let's go get A. We'll figure it out and we'll reset. And I like that.
T1's already on top of that, though, putting the harassment immediately onto SSG as they feel they're safe to leave their home point over here at A. K-Jules, though, battling it back, knocks out both of the offenders from T1. Should be a recap for him, but still, he's going to be stuck here. And no, it's not even free just yet. Jalen's was still in the neighborhood as well. Visions was able to at least take him out. That'll be the recap from SSG, and apparently a heck of a lot more than that as they negotiate a triple cap for themselves because of the distraction that was being played into by T1.
Able to get the triple cap for just a second, but even getting a triple cap for a few seconds can be so devastating to a team. It can put you in a deficit that you really can't find a way back from. Even if you only get it for like 10-15 seconds, it can still rack up so quickly. Because right now T1, it's going to be their turn with the triple cap, and just as I say that, they find themselves up by 30 already. It can get out of hand so quick. SSG need to find an answer to shut this down.
Go see the bat and the trading blows with Woodham because it takes him a little bit too longer to get himself into a winning position there. T1 finally going to start to lose some of their caps as well. That'll be the fresh respawns coming in from SSG. Once more, though, immediately trying to contest that, but once again, also getting fended off by SSG. These attempts to get hyper-aggressive from T1 apparently have not been panning out as it's led to far too many deaths for the team and, more importantly, an opening opportunity for SSG to get themselves back into the game. T1, though, off of those respawns, always so strong as well. Always seem to be getting the right reads on them. As you can see, they're quickly working on it, making up for their mistakes by getting the recap going on to B and locking in a C cap too.
Yeah, right now T1, they're starting to answer right back. They're going to act like that trip cap didn't even happen. They got B and C and they're feeling good about it. If you can keep them at A, they're going to, I mean, that's just going to bottleneck this SSG roster. And now they're able to get the trip cap. So now SSG, they're going to need to really split up and cover their bases. And they are able to get B back, but at what cost? You can see the trades coming out, and Hypnos is going to be able to get that one secured. Should be able to clean this one up. Is able to get the killing spree as well, but still, his roster in T1 up by 80 right now. Feeling very good. I mean, if they can hit triple digits in this lead, this is going to smell some devastation for the side of SSG.
Yeah, it's getting rough here for SSG as T1 is just so aggressive, so in the face of everything that SSG tries to do. You can see it here as they attempt to go for the power weapon pickup. It's just not going to work. They've got portals reading into that from afar. The whole kill feed is just lighting up with red right now as it's all T1 kills all day. JP gets himself another one. Finally, K-Jules able to battle something back a bit, but I would not be surprised if we see that trip cap come up at any moment for T1. SSG has been holding a bastion over at the B point, but as you're going to see, that's just been broken. The entire team except for K-Jules now wiped out, and the triple cap once again on the board for T1.
T1 are not messing around whatsoever. They are looking like they are trying to make Upset City happen. When these players were saying it's about whoever really woke up and ate their Wheaties, they aren't playing around. Right now, T1, they're looking like they ate the Wheaties, they drank the milk, they did it all and went back for a second bowl, because right now they've doubled up the points of SSG, not messing around whatsoever.
Hypnos trying to move himself forward. He's going to get fended off. Finally, a successful defense, it seems at least, from SSG with Woodham being one of the last surviving players. He's going to be able to springboard this now into aggression, closer towards A. Gets one from the air, but now exposed. He has to back up, allowing his teammates to bail him out here, and they'll certainly do so. Woodham will get another opportunity to leap forward. Now can take the cap away on A. SSG not giving this up just yet here. Took them a while to find a winning strategy, but they seem to be on a bit of a run here, and one that's certainly going to get them back into the game quite quickly if they can maintain the trip cap. B, more than likely going to be lost over the next few moments, but A and C still under their control.
Yeah, I mean, they found themselves down by 175, and now able to bring it back to double digits already. SSG, that trip cap, as I stated, it can be such a big swing of momentum, but the thing is that T1, they still stop that swing in its tracks, and now they've got this AB hold from T1, excuse me. Things might get a little bit dicey for SSG if they can't rack up some type of points, some type of hill possession right here now.
T1 really going to try to run away with this now. They know that SSG can get themselves back into the game and can find those triple caps on their own regard here. Just going to try and look to shut down their strategy, and so far they've done a fantastic job of doing that throughout this map here. Looking to lock in 500 points by getting another triple cap for themselves. It's really been all or nothing for both of these teams here. This is unlike a lot of the domination games we usually play into, where it's a bit more even. It's just so back and forth right now. Triple caps for either team and pretty much nothing in between that.
Yeah, as T1 are able to get it yet again in their favor, and they find themselves back up 160. SSG, 3 blue dots. We're going right back and forth. Like, yeah, it is insanity as SSG trying to bring this back within 100 one more time. Is T1 going to be stopping this in its tracks, or are they going to be letting this one tick on up?
Still a little under half of the round to go as well, so there's plenty of excess time for SSG to make this happen. The swing potentially coming in again here as we do see T1 go for a cap of their own, but Woonham already working on getting the D cap going. The priority for T1 is over at the B hill right now. We are going to be able to see SSG take C for themselves, so they'll maintain the 2 cap and continue to maintain a bit of a comeback here against the members of T1. D cap in their only point as well. C is going to be saved because of the back play from Woonham working his way back into it. He'll try to route probably over towards A, but C once again has to become the priority. T1 is putting a lot of their effort into that right now to try to send the fight away from A, and it's worked pretty well. SSG now only able to defend B.
And I mean, this squad, they've clawed their way back. They've only down by 60. And I mean, realistically, SSG, they probably feel like, man, they shouldn't have had a chance in this game after going down so much. But I mean, the way that they're able to bounce back this game, this map, if you will, it's got so much momentum. It's a bread and butter map. These players, these teams, they've been playing it since Splitgate came out. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is one of the first maps you're going to load into if you just download Splitgate for the first time. So I mean, right now, these teams are showing exactly why. The way they're able to flip things in trip caps, just trade off trip caps, it's really showing the prowess that these players are playing at.
Either team currently in control of the majority. SSG obviously has the edge with the single cap they have going on to B, but T1 now going to equalize that, and still with about a 50-point lead is not going to worry too much about the comeback from SSG, especially now that they've locked in the secondary cap for themselves. Triple cap, no surprise really at this point, potentially going to be coming up for Jalen if he can lock it in, and indeed he will, but it'll be at the cost of the C point. SSG working on a quick back cap for themselves, prevent an outright triple cap, and still keep the comeback hopes alive for them, but they need to try and lock in a consistent double cap to be able to do that. T1 has definitely had the large majority of control here, and more importantly, have had no problems coming out of the respawn and destabilizing the holds that SSG have built up.
For sure, and right now, only 130 more points coming in for T1 to be able to clutch this one up. They currently have a 75-point advantage. They're looking to really put this SSG roster on their heels because, I mean, realistically, a lot of people can sit here and say they're supposed to be in a 2-0 hole right now. And the fact that it's 1-1, I mean, they're going to be feeling amazing about that. Not only that, but if they get this win and go up in the series, oh my goodness, the confidence for T1 is going to be absolutely through the roof. They're going to realize they might really be able to repeat.
Nap working on the B cap here now as T1 starting from square one yet again, going for the middle cap though gives them easy access to the other 2 points, but immediately the revenge is showing up from SSG. Chenzo and Vision trade out both of the B players, meaning that we are going to see a very quick retake more than likely from the SSG roster. Already seeing it get decapped. SSG still with that B control. They will lose their home point over on A, so the kind of situation flips a little bit here. SSG was working on a C cap in the meanwhile, so they still have the 2 cap advantage for themselves and will be able to overcome and eclipse the lead that T1 currently has, assuming that doesn't change. That's the difference, though. We are seeing way too many changes way too quickly in terms of the hill control. T1 now trying to get B back for themselves. They don't even really need to either. Just need to keep that 1 cap rolling, and they'll be in a better position. But fairly quickly, SSG is encroaching upon their own scoreline with the 2 cap that they've kept going for the past minute or two now.
Whew, and this is oh so close. If SSG hold a 2 cap, they're going to win by 1 point. So that is how close this game is potentially coming down the wire yet again. As T1 with the bat, gonna be feeling pretty good. Oh man, Chenzo is able to take out 1. Can he take out a second one? That would be huge. 36 and 18, double positive right now coming out of Chenzo. Still got the bat. It's a candy cane, and he is looking to mess around and send someone straight to the dentist as he's gonna be hitting him right in the mouth with it. Big old cavities.
Pretty large portal duel between him and Hypnos there as well. Finally able to outwit him, catching him coming out of a portal. So beautifully played there by Chenzo, showing us why he's the player we talk about on this team so often because of his tricky portal plays and positioning here. Neither team with any control over hills right now, and we are coming down to the wire. 10 seconds remaining. We need to see T1 be able to maintain this, and for SSG, they now need the triple cap to be able to push this into overtime for themselves and potentially still come back into it. It's not looking like it's going to happen, so T1 instead will get map number 3 of this series and the first match point of this series as well.
Listen, I called out Jalen last game, and listen, he proved me wrong this one. He said, you know what? Hold my beer. I got this. He said 52 on your head. Simple as that. I'm going to be the only one in the lobby dropping 50 this time, Rome. I ain't going to give you nothing to say. Wow, what a play. What a play all around coming out of this team in T1. They look strong this entire map. I mean, Oh, man, and now the pressure's on SSG. Oh, they have so much pressure on them right now. They all dropped over 40. Everyone dropped over 40 in the whole game. Like, these matches are so close. Like, they could go either way. It is really a coin flip. And now heading to map 4, I don't know what to expect.
Jalen's performance maybe making up the difference there for T1, as you are indeed correct. These games are so close, as it can be highlighted once again by the kills on both teams here. Just seeing everybody get themselves over 40. Both of these teams wanting to play their hearts out, as they know the advantage that will be yielded from winning this matchup, working their way through from the upper bracket into the grand finals. Obviously, you have that potential reset that you can play into. A lot more of a sigh of relief when you get into that final. So either way, we need to get ready for our 4th map, as we're heading in-game for King of the Hill on Lava Well. SSG's last chance to save themselves in the upper bracket now.
Now let's see if they can come out as hot as a volcano in this one, trying to get things started right. But it's going to be SSG to kick things off, getting control of the hill early. As you already see, the sniper rifle going to be in the hands of K-Jules, going to be looking to get a couple, is able to get 2. Still going to be looking for 1 more, is able to get the melee. Can you line up the shot? No. Oh, is going to get taken out regardless, but still, nobody going to be controlling this middle hill just quite yet, as JP says, you know what? I'll hop on it. Who wants to challenge me?
A little bit of a throwaway hill here. Oh, nicely shot from JP as well, just shutting down Woodham pretty quickly. Trying to go for it against Visions too, but it's the carbine that needs to be used here. And that's right there is the reason why we generally don't see a whole lot of players trying to play into this hill too heavily. Nice rocket from Jalen. And so obviously taking himself down, but he makes sure his opponent won't get the rocket either. So he's at least able to get the 1-for-1 out of that scenario. Visions running the flank around JP, takes him out too. So it's T1. Definitely going to take the large majority of time from this first hill, but that first hill is pretty much a throwaway anyway. So it's this one coming up here. Once again, still in a pretty central location, but at the moment, SSG taking it. That is going to really determine who holds the lead for the start of this game.
Oh yeah, for sure. That first hill is literally like, hey, it's red. Come get me. Simple as that. Like, you don't really have much places to hide. So realistically, most teams, it's going to be a feeling out process in this first hill, and it's exactly what we saw. T1 was able to get a slight advantage, but how much is it going to mean? Jalen is going to be able to have that bat and the rocket. This combination is literally the most fun combination to have in Splitgate, and we get to see exactly what he's going to be able to do with it.
SSG quickly working themselves back into a somewhat leading position here. Just about 20 seconds to go on the hill as well, but T1 wants some of that time back. Jalen running himself crazy here to try and avoid getting picked off by these portal angles that have been set up by SSG. He'll succeed in doing that. He's got the recovery coming in now. On top of 3 of his teammates picking up kills over the past few seconds here. Beautifully run by T1. They wipe out the hold and are going to be able to get this last 10 seconds pretty much for free. Beautiful portal run here from Jalen as well. Immediately knocks out his opponent's portal, gets right in the face of 2 players, knocks them out, and pretty much brutalizes his way into getting the next hill for his team.
I mean, realistically, that right there is just Jalen doing Jalen things. I don't even know what to expect, what to say at this point. Like, I'm just expecting it. Like, I'm expecting greatness out of him. I mean, he's having some incredible plays, and it doesn't look like it's going to be stopping anytime soon. And for them to happen right here in the winners' finals, this is literally the biggest moment. Some might even say that this is the most important series in a tournament, because the winners' finals with a bracket reset, it just makes it oh so hard to clutch it up.
Let's see here for Visions and the rest of SSG if they can hold on for these remaining 20 seconds. Going to be able to take the lead away at a minimum. But you've got T1 players on the outskirts. Not able to find much success here, though, as you're seeing all SSG kills flood the kill feed right now. Chenza with a beautiful sniper shot finishes it off, at least on this respawn run from T1. As JP gets knocked out, we got a hill transition coming up, so T1's focus is now going to be on that instead of cutting off these SSG players. We'll see if they can potentially get some revenge on the new hill popping up right now.
Ooh, as you can see, a nice shot going to be coming in from Visions, trying to get the flank in. He's able to line one up, going for it again. Going to need to win the 1-on-2, and no. Gets taken out expeditiously. There's T1 fighting right on back. We got ourselves an extremely close game. This one's coming down to the wire. So many of these games just coming down to the absolute wire. This is literally incredible. What, game 1 was decided by what, like 2 kills? Like, it was extremely close. Yeah. Game 2 was decided by 1 kill. Like, it's just absolutely insane what's going on right here.
Literally, it's been a neck-and-neck match the entire time, and it's not really showing any signs of it potentially changing anytime soon either. SSG currently in control, yes, but as you can see, T1 with plenty of opportunity to jump in their own regard. Chenzo just having Overwatch here with the rockets. It's easy kills for him, or at least that's the way it would appear. But Hypno is able to get out of the way of it. He's going to try to hunt him down, not able to lock him down so easily, but on the comeback is able to finally lock in that kill for SSG. They really surge ahead on this center hill here, getting about 30 seconds of an advantage over T1.
Yeah, right now, I mean, they're doing a solid job. They're holding the line for sure. Of question is how much longer are they going to be able to do it, and how's the next hill going to be looking? Is T1 already going to be rotating on over? You can see JP and company coming in. They're trying to make sure they can get these points while they're still here. And I mean, I respect it at the end of the day. Don't give up any scrap time.
Definitely do not want to be doing that. As we see Jalen trying to make a desperate play for the hill yet again. Does not work out this time. Too much presence inside of it already for SSG. They have no problem battling that back out. You do need to lock in more and more of a point share. This is very different from our first King of the Hill mode, as we have a much more clear leader, at least after the first half of play has pretty much completed here. A little bit more aggression coming in from T1. Is going to try to take these last 10 seconds of the hill away. It'll work, but again, like I said, it's just that 10 seconds. Not going to make a huge difference here. It's the follow-up onto the next hill that matters the most, and they're also pulling that off quite well, too, it seems, with 2 more kills being racked up for them. Should have, hopefully, free right to be able to jump on the new hill.
Yeah, and 5 minutes through this one. I mean, I hate to break it to you, but I think we might be looking at the clock yet again to break this one down at the end. And, I mean, if it is, I won't be mad. I'm going to be completely honest. I mean, the way these two teams have been playing, I'm expecting it to come down to the wire again. T1 currently down on their heels. SSG, they've got the fire, they've got the hunger. They are not trying to let this one go. They are not trying to be the ones to drop down to that lower bracket whatsoever.
Trying to roll in, finish off stealing this hill away after SSG, of course, was able to get T1's initial control taken care of. It's not looking like they're going to be able to fully wipe SSG off of that, though, as they continue to rack up more and more points here. Almost a little over, I should say, actually, the halfway point now. About 135 seconds of control for SSG. It's only just crossing 100 for T1, so definitely not out of it for T1, but we need to see some consistency over these next few hills to prevent SSG from running away with the lead.
Very true, but right now, 35-point advantage going to be coming in for SSG. Right now, Jalen's doing everything he can to keep that from ballooning on to being bigger. 28-13 right now coming in for Jalen. Doing a solid job. On the other side, we got K-Jules, 27-13, so 2 solid players doing a great job.
SSG's players kind of getting run ragged. They're attempting to pick up those kills against the T1 members on the hill. A little bit of an unorthodox place for T1 to try and run the comeback, but is working well for them so far here. So obviously we've completed the full rotation now, working our way back over towards that middle hill. We're going to have to wait and see if SSG can get back some of this time. T1's brought it within about 10 seconds of the overall score of SSG, but still, about 15 seconds remaining here. T1 can still try to sneak in a few more, as it does not appear SSG have much interest in trying to stack up time on this center hill above the lava well itself.
Chinzo's got the Rockets in hand, and Chinzo and Rockets name a better duo. Oh, maybe air. There you go. Got the second one. Able to land that one and picks up the bat as well. So he says, you know what? I got the sniper. I got the BFB. I'm going to be feeling good. Able to get one. Looking for more, though, as he's not satisfied with just that. Able to land the body shot. Looking for more. Gonna be getting one. Chinzo doing solid work right now. He's over double positive, 29-14.
Got that one additional shot remaining in the sniper. Needs to reload it here at some point to be able to properly throw that back out, but we'll see in a moment as he's got a little bit of aggression being thrown at him instead. Chenzo fends off the play there coming in from Jalen to try and deal with the sniper test, but he's more than anything just kind of a distraction here. There we go, finally going to be able to lock in that last sniper shot, trade it out for something a little bit more ammo in this situation here. T1 though still able to overwhelm things on the hill. They'll take that control away, but Chenzo so smooth with the way he's able to operate around this hill. Portals in, smacks out of their player, portals back and finishes off another one which had been already injured. Beautifully played out. That's going to be SSG still locking in their lead as we come down to the final 2 hills at 2 minutes remaining.
Yeah, this one right now, SSG, they've been within walking distance, within arm's reach, if you will, of T1. Oh, so close. The question is, will the gap close? Will T1 be able to find a way to really make something happen in this final 98 seconds or so? I mean, right now, it's going to be coming down to the wire, in my opinion. They've got to get control of this hill, though, right now. You don't want to let SSG get above that 200 mark anytime soon.
SSG still with the control, though. T1 needs to find a way to force these players off, and the bat is not the winning solution here. We've seen them try to rush it with the bat a good 2-3 times. It's really only cleared the hill off once. That was because it came in a bit of a surprise. SSG are watching their corners too much here, so it's not really going to work out that well. T1 need to find another way to insert themselves into the hill, and they need to do it quickly, as they're now 40 seconds behind. They're showing no signs of being able to scrap for this hill. We'll have to fight it all out on the remaining one, coming up in about 5 seconds.
Yeah, it might come down to this. It looks like it's going to be all or never. Now or never, excuse me, for the side of T1. Going to have to give it their all to come back into this one. They're locking this one down for now. The break from SSG is evident to come through. You got App currently sitting at 30 and 22 right now. At the bottom of the leaderboard, everyone in the lobby. But that doesn't mean that he's not going to be able to do his job enough to come right back into this one as they find themselves down by 30. They've got to clutch up here and now, or else Blue, this one's all SSG. We're going to a game 5 again.
Looking more and more like that will be the case here, but T1 certainly wanting to fight for it. They've got the hill control right now, but it's really all on Jalen, and Jalen just doesn't have the coverage from the rest of T1 to be able to make this work even worse. They were not able to prioritize power-up and pickups here, so we've seen Chenzo get away with the rockets. He's going to be able to pretty much immediately clear off this hill. That stopped most of the point game. Mid-air shot coming in from Chenzo as well to lock out Jalen. JP finally knocks him down. Might have been 1 or 2 rockets remaining if the members of T1 could pick it up, but T1 doesn't even have control over this hill anymore. They've been pushed off of it entirely. SSG is in control of the situation. They will take the 4th map and send us all the way to yet another map 5 series.
Wow, we are what, 4 for 4 now going
I think so, yeah.
Going map 5 today? Yeah, that is impressive. That we couldn't have scripted it better. I mean, listen, I know you guys want to see a lot of Splitgate gameplay. We are giving you the literal maximum that we are allowed to. This is absolutely incredible. Look at those score lines coming out across the board, really from both squads. Everyone's pretty even, like you said. I mean, it's a team effort coming out, and that's just a beautiful thing.
T1 more than anything, I think, kind of falling off inside of that game. Didn't really seem to have a great plan to wipe SSG off of those hills. Their defense, once again, as we saw in a previous game as well, just a little bit too strong in terms of its capability to fend off the play from T1, and never really saw an alternative strategy from T1 to try to make up the difference there. Put a lot of the emphasis on the bat play, didn't really work out, and as a result of that, SSG was able to go on these fairly long runs, padding their lead throughout the course of the series there. Finally, that takes us to our last map, though. It's going to be TDM on Club Silo. Bound to be a very exciting match given the way that the previous TDM went there. You can see it as our second game, 60-59. It quite literally came down to the last kill. So let's see if SSG can now get their revenge and make their record here on TDM look a little bit better, as it was finally brought under the 100% win rate with that loss earlier on in the series.
I mean, listen, if you're gonna be in Game 5 of the winners finals of the Splitgate Pro Series Grand Final Day, I mean, you gotta go to the club to celebrate for the last game. You know what I'm saying? You gotta turn up a little bit. And that's what I'm expecting right here, is these players to turn up and absolutely go crazy because they know what is on the line. This map 5 is gonna pretty much give whoever wins this final map, this map right here, they're gonna have at least, like, what, a 65% chance to win the whole thing, to win the whole 30K?
Certainly going to be looking good, as they'll have that reset capability here to play into if things don't necessarily go their way, giving them all of that extra time to be able to adapt to their opponents. Their opponents as well still having to fight their way all the way through the lower bracket. There'll be more matches potentially played out by them. A lot of factors play into the favor of the team that wins this map, so you can tell why they're fighting so hard for it and why this game may have been just that close. It's a good start for T1 as we focus on the objective here now at 9-5, but obviously a fairly delicate lead considering that scoreline. SSG can easily work their way back into it with the simple team wipe.
One thing that I am loving is that these squads, even the predictions is split. It was almost literally 50-50 with the channel points. That right there. I mean, that shows you. Yeah, we don't know what's going to happen. Y'all don't know what's going to happen. No one does. It's going to be a very good one. Tied up 9-9 so far. 51 kills to win it for either squad. Oh, man. This one is already giving me chills. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to call it 59-59, though. Not yet.
We'll see if we end up making our way to that scoreline yet again, as at the moment, we're looking good to potentially repeat that. Both teams deadlocked now, an 11-2 all, and they've been following each other ever since they got their 9th kill. Nicely played by Woodham. Beautiful flick on the shotgun. Came down to the last carbine shot for JP, but just couldn't make it happen in time. Thankfully, teammate there to make up the difference, and that's been what's been allowing T1 to stay in front of this. Their consistent ability to trade out the positions from SSG. They're rushing right up to be able to take down Chenzo, missing all the carbine shots, just says, screw it, I'm going to melee him instead. Works out fine, but Woodham surprises him to get the revenge.
Well, Woodham came right back. He said, hey, Portal, I'm going to go ahead and get revenge on my homie. Simple as that. Solid plays coming out as we still got ourselves a tie game. Oh, man. Now, question. Do you see this Club Silo? Do you see it getting down to that molasses pace at the end, or do you see things just nonstop, just popping off till the end?
I think that realistically will probably slow down if the game stays this close all the way to the bitter end of it, but I will say this is a much more difficult map to kind of lock yourselves in a corner. There's way too many sneaky ways to fly around this map and access pretty much every part of it through a portal wall, so these teams might not be able to rely on that, and that's kind of what I got excited for, is we saw that this was the 5th map and how that second TDM ended up playing out.
Yeah, I mean, precisely. I would expect this one to definitely go down to the wire, and I mean, a third of the way through, that's exactly what we get. Right now, we got ourselves a tie game. T1 SSG battling this one out. This is such good gameplay. Right now, it's Woodham. He's trying to get the angle, but is going to get taken out. Ends up paying for that one. Zap's going to make him hurt for that. Hypnos going to be able to drop one as well. Currently 8-5. Looking for one more. Going to be taking shots from the back, switching to the shotty. And that's going to be a beautiful shot coming out. Perfect timing to be able to keep his life in his hands and keep this lead in favor of T1, at least for now.
Yeah, nice timing on the find there from Hypnos as well, as it potentially just saved his life and is allowing for this play to continue to extend further. Misses the portal initially, but is going to be able to catch it when he gets a shot to his back, so shuts that nice and tight pretty quickly. Another one's going to be opening up. This is what I was talking about before. There's just so many ways for your opponents to insert themselves into your portion of the map due to the portal walls and just the kind of geometry of this map. SSG have brought it back, and not only that, but have pushed themselves into the lead for the first time in the last like 20 kills or so. SSG now up 28-26, but quickly losing that as we saw Hypnos get another kill for T1 as well.
Yet again, here we are halfway through, and these teams couldn't really be closer right now. This one probably going to be coming down to the wire yet again, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think anyone's going to be walking away with this one. But as I say that, SSG string together 4 kills in a row. Finally going to be getting the biggest lead so far we've seen in this game. Nice momentum play coming out of Woodham. Going to be able to land right on his dome piece. Get him a big old pat on the head, if you will. Right now, what is happening? SSG, they have just turned things around. They have turned things on. It is absolutely dire straits right now for T1, if you will.
Yeah, SSG just has so much map control, especially on the upper levels here. So T1, the second they spawn, they're getting harassed at a minimum by members of SSG. They're going to try to stabilize it in that side room down on the first floor. It'll work to an extent here, as we see App finally able to trade out another kill. App will carry that forward, but again, it's just so heavily favoring Visions and the rest of SSG here. Woodham picking up a 3rd kill among that spree here, so it's still SSG in charge nearly by a factor of 10 over the T1 score right now. Still the hope alive for T1 to come back into it. SSG have slowed their game down a bit. More importantly, T1 have figured out how to stop the outright run from SSG. So now they need to figure out how to set up a run of their own to bring the scoreline back under their control.
This one going to be laying some shots across the way. Woodham just going to be trying to add to his tally right now. Not going to be able to get the finish, but still going to be able to come clean. Trying to help out, gets the double as well. This is exactly what we want to see. Woodham putting in so much work for his squad, and I'm going to be honest, I don't know if this club has bottle service, but Woodham might need to start dialing that number, because right now they're only 16 or 17 away from being able to be in the grand finals, feeling oh so good.
Jalen working himself forward. Nice little melee catch against Shenzo, and one that's very much needed but can't get away with it. T1 need to get themselves in front of this chain and, more importantly, keep their players alive when they make plays. Can't afford to throw away lives anymore. As SSG getting that much closer to the ever-coveted 60th point they need to lock in this series for themselves. Both teams, obviously, will benefit from that inside of this one. It's come to map 5, of course. SSG still in charge here. The lead starting to diminish slightly, as it's gone from 10 a few moments prior down to only 6 in their favor now.
Yes, but now T1, they're going to really start to feel this pressure. Going to feel like these walls are starting to really cave in. Every single kill closer that SSG gets to victory. We're going to need to see a serious run out of T1 if they want to win this one. They're going to need to go, 20-15 over these next few, and that's going to be a solid start. Oh, man, that right there is what you needed coming out of Jalen. Solid plays, 19-12.
Excellently done between Jalen and Hypnos there. The team shot, knocking out the aggression from SSG. And SSG now, you can see they've shifted their gameplay as a result of that loss. They know it's come a little bit too close to continue kind of haphazardly throwing themselves in any situation. They're not looking for a much more tactical insert here to try and pick up some more kills. And they're going to be able to find it too. K-Jules and Visions both negotiate kills over on the other side of the map from where we're currently watching Jalen play out. Hypnos able to trade that back in, but no, Jalen's not going to be able to catch this. Visions and K-Jules get away with 3 more kills. That reinforces the advantage for SSG and leaves them only 9 away now from that spot in the upper bracket, or rather just in the grand finals outright.
Up by 7, only needing 9 more, make it 8. They've just got to hold on to this lead right now. SSG, Chinzo, K-Jules, Visions, and Woodham, they're trying to do it. They're trying to send T1 down to the lower bracket. Only a few kills remaining right now. K-Jules trying to line it up, 21 and 14. Gonna be playing so smart. Just playing his life, understanding we don't need to move from here. We just need to get vantage points, understand where they're at, and try to pick them off just like that. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. 5 kills remaining before grand finals.
So close for SSG, they can taste it, and at the same time, they've continued to surge further ahead of the T1 scoreline. But T1 going to be able to get a little bit of control on that. Not nearly enough, though. It's a wild style that they use to get themselves those trades, just throwing themselves at their opponents, leaving them quite vulnerable to the trades back, like you're going to see here now from Woodham and K-Jules. 1 kill is all SSG needs, and they will be our first grand finalists here for the summer season of the SPS. Just need to find that kill, as T1 obviously going to go hyper passive now to try and avoid it. Jalen getting the first of 13 that would be needed to bring this team back from the brink. Obviously a tough ask indeed. As you're seeing the members of SSG swarm all over the map right now to try and see if they can find any lone stragglers. There is one as well. App kind of off on his own right now. Jalen too being spotted, but thankfully gets himself into a corner. He'll be able to avoid outright death, and I believe he can portal himself back to his teammates. Finally though, K-Jules will lock it in, and that's going to be SSG moving on to the grand finals.
Congratulations to SSG securing top 2. They're going to be feeling oh so good, but now T1, you fall to that lower bracket and you're going to need to battle it out down there to get back to top 2. This right here was another incredible series. We are literally nonstop Game 5 action for you all today, and that is literally absolutely priceless. We're going Game 5 again next series. I'm ready for it.
We'll have to see if that ends up being the case, of course. I mean, it's been that way for pretty much the entire time so far, but either way, a really impressive series. T1, like you said, no slouches either. This was literally neck and neck pretty much the entire time. Both teams truly playing their heart out, but I think SSG just having a much better handle on things in that final map is what allows them to ultimately come out on top of this one.
Yeah, for sure. And now they're only 1 series away from that $30,000 first place prize. Woof, man, say it again, $30,000. That's a yearly salary for some people. Like, woof, man, I do with $30,000. You know how many controllers I could get with $30,000? I convert everybody from M&K to controller. Nah,
I'd say about maybe like 300, I think. That sounds like a reasonable number.
I mean, what kind of controller are we getting? I mean,
I don't know.
I guess.
I'm not doing math on broadcast. You can do that if you want, but
Yeah, caster math is rough. We don't do that.
It never works out well. But either way, we can see the replays rolling right here. A great series between both of these teams. SSG, though, like we said, it's the new gods versus the old, and the new gods win today for this battle. Keep in mind, though, T1 still has that potential to come back and get revenge in the grand finals, as T1, of course, now going to be put into the lower bracket final, where they have a chance to fight back and earn their spot still in the grand finals here if they can knock out the team that made it all the way through the lower bracket.
Yeah, and they're going to be having to face Xset, which we already saw earlier. They had the ice. They were able to clutch it up barely in their Game 5. So now a team that just lost their Game 5 going up against a team that just clutched their Game 5. This is going to get spicy after this break.
And Xset as well, we've already seen the type of power that they can show us. Let's not waste any time, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go to a short break. When we do come back, we'll have that lower bracket final ready to play out here at the SPS Season Finals.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Splitgate Pro Series Summer Season Finals, Game 5 edition. We appreciate you guys for enjoying these matches alongside us here, but Rome, how you been doing, man? Just checking in with you because I know it's been just, I can't imagine how exhausted the players are just because even these matches are taking the wind out of me, but are you hanging in there okay?
Oh yeah, listen, this action is keeping me all interested. Listen, I wouldn't have today go any other way. All game 5s, I'm enjoying casting every single one of them, and I'm ready for another one, man. I can keep it going. I can cast all the way through grand finals if I wanted to, man, but I'm here. Man, this is literally everything. This is a dream come true, man. The fact that I'm here casting the SPS and the fact that all these matches are this close, all the games have been this good. I mean, I told you, if I'm on the broadcast, it's going to be something interesting, and that's exactly what we got today.
Yeah, you followed through on that promise for sure, and just taking a look, here's what we're talking about with this bracket. Every single match that we've seen on stream has gone to that best of 5, but now it is time for the elimination final. So we're going to be watching T1 go up against Xset, and just looking at their journey through that bracket is intense. Space Station knocked Xset down into that lower bracket, and then of course Space Station knocks T1 down. So this is really kind of a repeat, or at least what we expected at the very start of this season of the Splitgate Pro Series. These were the top 3 teams coming into it. United was kind of the dark horse in the standings, where they kind of rocketed up to the top straight through, but now the dust has kind of settled, and it's almost what we expected from that previous season. T1, though, going up against Xset in that elimination match. It's going to be intense. T1, though, battling against Space Station, taking game types off of them that they've never lost before, was another precedent that was broken here on broadcast today. But any predictions going into this one, just based off what you've seen kind of T1 and Xset on that they've displayed here today?
You know, this is a tough question. I'm going to be honest, though. I got T1 taking this. I think the reason why is because I feel like Xset might be a little bit burnt out. They've went map 5 every single game, and that can be rough as a player, especially. Like, it's... Oh man, that's such a tool mentally, but not just mentally. Like also, like, man, your thumbs start getting sore. Like you've been playing for like what? Like it's been like 7 hours now. So it's like you're going like that many games in a row. Plus your warm up time before these teams were all in the Discord warming up. So I mean, realistically, I got T1 just because fatigue is real. That is a real thing in gaming.
Yeah, and if you're T1, you're like, hey, thanks Luminosity for wearing these guys down for us,
Yeah,
right? Like, like, hey, good stuff. Thanks again, Luminosity. Sorry you couldn't make it, but thanks for beating up our opponents for us. But here's a look at your maps in this upcoming series. So we're going to have King of the Hill on Impact, a TDM on Oasis, a Domination on Foregone, King of the Hill on Carmen Station for our map 4, and then a final map 5 of TDM on Olympus. I gotta say, this actually looks pretty heavily favored towards T1 just based on their performances on a lot of these maps. I think, like, Rome, would you agree there?
Yep, 100%. That Foregone and that Carmen, those are the ones that I'm really looking at. I mean, the way that T1 played on that one, they were able to finally take a loss off of they were finally able to take a loss off of SSG and that TDM on that map as well. I mean, I don't know, T1, I like how this one's looking for them, as you stated.
Yeah, I think T1 is like in tournament form right now. They've kind of crescendoed right when they needed to with their team, kind of that cohesion really coming through like we saw in that previous matchup. I mean, Jalen, JP, you name it, they were popping off. But here is App starting off with that double kill, does have the sniper in that back pocket. So that's going to allow T1 to retake this hill for the time being, setting Xset on those respawn timers. Huff going to be forced off of the approach. The portal come through. Maddie is going to be backed off of as well. Maddie tries to chase this one down. Can App line up the shot? Is unable to escape through that portal, but T1 manages to hold on to that hill as we see a tie ball game for a brief moment there.
Just for a second, but Xset, they're going to be hanging on to this lead just for now. Maddie is going to be 6-2 to start off. So, I mean, realistically, I would think that Xset wouldn't have been warming up. I would think they would probably have been watching the previous match. But at the same time, I mean, who knows? They might have said, you know what? We'll play whoever we play. We're just going to get warmed up, make sure that we're nice and ready. As you can see, Huff able to get the double kill using the candy cane as well. And I mean, you love the BFB. I love the candy cane. I'm gonna be honest. I think that's my favorite rap for the I was gonna say for the candy cane for the BFB.
Yeah, it's definitely a sick skin, and it's just kind of adding insult to injury, right? Who wants to go down in one shot to a giant piece of candy? But I mean, the real thing that they kind of is jumping out to me is, I think, you know, T1 might have been underestimating their opponents a little bit, but Xset has came to play throughout the entire course of this bracket, and they are turning up the heat on T1 right now. T1 has to stay on top of their game. They cannot underestimate any of their opponents at this point. They're facing elimination right now in this best of 5, and they are playing that way. They are definitely taking Xset to their fullest potential. They managed to hold on to this hill for the time being, but you can see through those outlines, we have 3 players of Xset trying to work their way onto this hill, and that's going to result in Hypnos going down at the hands of Maddie, and that follows through with 3 down for T1. So Xset does such a good job of coordinating these approaches on the hill for those breaks. T1 really has to stay on their A game throughout this entire series, and here we see Huff with that sniper making the plays. The double kills come through to get Xset this lead.
Huff able to get 2. That was an absolutely insane sniper clip for him coming through. Maddie trying to do his part with the plasma. Going to be on a killing spree. Make that 6. Finally is going to be getting dropped, but still Xset was able to get a whole lot of time, and they're still going to be racking up this time as Mason's going to be here to help out on the hill as well, as we're going to be rotating over 5 seconds till the next hill.
5 seconds until that rotates, and power weapons should be up soon as well. So you see Huff here kind of sitting on that BFB spawn, trying to keep T1 at bay, not allow them to secure those power weapons. So switching on board with Maddie right now, has the plasma, has the bat, so he is a close range threat, but JP manages to trade out with him. Looks like Luck manages to trade out on Hypnos. T1 finds themselves with that bat just for 1 kill though. So while it was a really nice setup and approach from T1, Xset comes out on top, and this hill is really, really nice to hold. When you have those close range weapons, your opponents basically have to drop down right into your lap, and here we see the melee coming through.
Yeah.
App is going to go down, so this is a great hold for Xset here.
Yeah, they've done an absolutely terrific job. They got the rotations, got the kills necessary, and now they got the hold that they were looking for. Up by 50, feeling good, but T1 trying to claw back into this one right here and now. Xset Huff going to be getting the better of App. JP picking up a couple. Trying to keep this one on their side, in their favor for now, but that's going to be a lost hill yet again. Xset got control of it. You got to get them off of it. Are you going to be able to? It doesn't look like that's going to be the case. He's going to be getting killing spree, though, and going to be getting out with his life is going to be Hypnos. A solid play, picking up the plasma again. Going to be going right back into the action, looking for absolutely anybody. Is going to be able to get one, but not before dropping.
Yeah, I think the big difference right now is T1 is pretty reliant on App to secure this objective time. Even historically, he is the objective leader in the league and for T1, whereas Xset does a much better job of kind of swapping roles. We see, you know, Mason with the most objective time right now, but it's not unheard of to see Luck have that, or even Huff. So it's whoever is on fire for their team. They say, you go slay, we'll handle the objectives. Whereas T1 is a little bit more rigid in how they approach those objective game types. And if Xset knows that, they can really focus down App, and if they shut him down on those objectives, that opens the door for Xset to take this King of the Hill, and so far it looks like it's working out for him.
Yeah, for sure. They're up by 50. Going to be very comfy with that lead for now. But the thing is, the JP 21-10, trying to do everything he can for this roster to come back into this one. I mean, it's going to be a tough uphill battle, though. Xset, as you stated, they're doing such a good job on this map specifically. I don't know the order of the map bans and picks and who picked this map, but I would guess that Xset picked this map. That's my guess. I would love confirmation on that.
So I believe since T1 is a higher seed, they had first pick on this. So I believe this is a T1 choice. We can get clarification on that just in case. But I believe this is actually T1 favored. But if you've seen this match yet within the SPS, you know how deadly Huff can be. He's an absolute terror. He can really lock down this specific hill. We've seen him kind of one-man army it all on his own, stopping pushes in this little hill corner. Here we see Mason rotating out, trying to get the gun going. But he is going to fall before he's able to get too much going. Luck, however, manages to pick up the slack, finding 2 members down for T1 at this point in time, giving Xset an 80-point lead here going into these final 3 hills.
Feeling very, very good, and I mean, now they're up by about as many as they need to close out the victory in this game number 1, best of 5 losers finals. Oh my goodness, whoever wins this series, they're going to be walking home with a minimum $15,000, and that means it's candy cane time. Huff going to be hitting him in the corner, not letting him out, hanging him up, not messing around whatsoever. Whew, man.
Yeah, a big push out of Huff there. Unfortunately, was thwarted as Xset goes 3 down. So that's going to stop some of that momentum and give T1 a window of opportunity ever so briefly at the end of this hill before it rotates out. But here you see Maddie chasing down the kills, manages to take down JP before being traded. So 3 down for Xset will give T1 an opportunity to shore up some of this difference. And there you see Hypnos does have that AR carbine. Jalen has the bat, and a couple other power weapons might be on their side. I'll have to check and see if we see any of those pop up. But for the time being, Jalen with that bat, definitely a threat. But the Xset push coming through, Jalen tries to stop it, but is unable to do so. So this is going to give Xset the opportunity to extend that lead going into these final few hills.
Yeah, it seemed like T1 were starting to get back into this one. They had a solid hold for just a second, but then Xset, I mean, as you stated, they were just able to come in and absolutely wipe the floor with them, regain control of the hill, and now it's going to be a tough task for this T1 roster to come and break this hold and get this scrap time, and I don't think they're going to even worry about it. They're just heading to next, and solid, smart strategy going to be coming out, but the thing is that Xset, they're lurking. They're already there. And he's got a bat as well. Oh, this might go very, very drastic for T1. And that's going to be a back whack coming in, not messing around. Whew, man, this is what I'm talking about. Xset, this squad, they are so clean, so coordinated. This is exactly what you want to see in the losers finals.
Yeah, they are bringing it to T1 right now. Definitely a huge play out of Huff there, trying to at least, you know, stop T1 from getting some of that hill time where they had were positioned to do so. You know, doesn't exactly work out. The bat is in App's hands now with 25 seconds left on this hill. You see Mason go down, so T1's going to have a pretty solid hold, but here comes Huff yet again with that carbine sniper setup. Manages to clean up App. Great play out of him, so Xset has control of this hill while T1 is on that respawn. Here we see Huff trying to predict some of these approaching players. Does manage to take down JP, so he's going to reposition, look for some of these flanks, and Xset continues to hold this final hill. They just need 20 seconds to take map number 1 here in the elimination finals.
Yeah, and this would be very, very devastating if T1 end up losing the map that they chose. You don't want to start off a series that way. Xset only needing 6 more points, needing to wipe them off of the point, but T1 doing a solid job of getting right back into this one, and realistically, I mean, it can be done. They're going to need to force the overtime. I think T1, they have the capabilities of doing it, but the whole 25 seconds to hold off this roster and Xset, I don't know if that's going to be a possibility.
Yeah, it's a tough hill to do that on as well. There's a couple of nice flank angles you can take. So far, so good for T1. However, they have to stay in this hill for the remaining time to force that OT and then close this one out. 2 down for Xset is going to give them a little bit of breathing room as Xset is on this respawn. And here's the overtime. They cannot
set up
leave
so well.
this hill. Yeah, really good
Look at the setup.
2 down for Xset. This is going to be tough to crack. They're at 40. 41. They have 1 player left in the hill. It's Jalen Mans putting on a show. 244 to 244. Oh! But Xset clutches up in the final seconds.
You have got to be kidding me. 1 more second is all you needed to hold on to?
One toenail, one pinky toe in that hill makes all the difference. A perfectly executed push from your face is exactly, I'm sure, what everyone is feeling right now who was rooting for T1 literally down to the wire. They held, I mean, they did all the hard work. They just needed to hold that literally one more second, and they win the first map. But Xset manages to clutch up, and look at the killer Huff. 46 kills to his name, doing the job in the slaying department, and second in the objective time. Xset putting in the work there in map number 1.
Look, I am just holding my head right now. I don't know what I am witnessing. Listen, I don't even need to go look in the history books of Splitgate to know that this is by far the most competitive day of Splitgate there has ever been in the history of Splitgate. That is just simple. That's got to be a fact at this point. Like, these games are so close. So many clutch plays. And the fact that there's so much money on the line, the difference between third and second is $9,000. That is a lot of money to be choking 1 point. Oh my goodness, 1 point for $9,000 difference. Oh man, these players are going through it. I know I'm sweating up here and I don't got a dime on the line. So I mean, I know they're going through it.
Yeah, if we're feeling the stress, I can't imagine what they're going through. But the big thing here, okay, so going into this team deathmatch, this is what's kind of crazy. So T1 is 1-6 in TDMs in the regular season, and then Xset is, I believe, the opposite. They've only, or I'm sorry, T1 has only lost 1 TDM. Xset only won 1 TDM in that first 3 maps throughout the season. But on the day, at least what we've seen on stream, Xset has not lost a TDM. So they have kind of really corrected some of those mistakes from the regular season and really, you know, got a lot of reps in against Luminosity in those TDMs. So they're in a good position here. I would not rely on those regular season matches to predict the outcome of this one. We've seen Huff going on an absolute tear, and he continues to do so here. Thankfully for T1, Jalen Mans was able to secure those rockets, but Huff has a different story in mind. 3 kills right off the rip before going down, and oof, Jalen only managing to get 1 kill with those rockets is kind of a bummer for T1 as they trail by 1. Never mind, have managed to tie it up, but definitely wanted to make more use of those rockets, I'm sure, and they definitely did not want Luck to secure those. Hopping on board with him now, manages to take down Jalen to keep us tied up at 10s as he looks to put these rockets to work.
As you can see right now, Luck going to be able to do just that with the final bullet in that rocket launcher. Xset currently up by 3, feeling good. T1, if they drop 2 team death matches back-to-back as well, oh my goodness, that is going to be a storyline in itself. If Xset can find a way to go up 2-0 on this roster, man, the storylines are writing themselves, literally. Luck able to kill that player, dropping down from the 2nd level, feeling good. They've got the 4-kill advantage right now in this one. Just looking to keep this lead super solid. Right now, you can see the movement coming. Oh, man, barely able to get out of there. Hypnos is going to be able to get the beat down on the Luck, but answering back is going to be this Xset roster. They're still holding on to this lead. 5 kills advantage.
Yeah, Xset doing a good job of just staying that 1 step ahead. We saw a couple of nice double kills, a couple of chained kills coming through from T1, but Xset really knows how to kind of divert attention and focus, where if they're getting pressured from a certain angle, they will navigate that map to ensure that they get a couple other kills picked up on that backline. So that's really been a big Xset strength here. As they continue to hold on to this lead, we will hop on board with Maddie, who is getting pressured, but is watching all of these angles, manages to secure that kill onto Jalen Mans in a great setup there from him, and now he is on the move looking for these players off the respawn spots. Jalen yet again knows he's going to portal through, and the reaction times out of this man, absolutely insane. Great stuff out of Maddie there.
Reaction time of a cat, absolutely quick, lightning if you will. Xset, they're up by 10, feeling so good. Maddie's 11-5 currently. This roster looking solid. As you stated, I mean, this might be their day. And realistically, T1, you've got to be able to find a way to clutch it up right here and now. You can't let this lead continue to stay around the 10-point mark up until this Xset roster gets to 40, because then, I mean, you're just putting yourself in such a deep hole.
Ooh, nice. Hypnos manages to find that double kill. 3 down for Xset should secure power weapons for T1. So here we have Jalen with the rockets, but I believe Xset knows he has them. And he's going to try to work his way out of this corner, reposition so he can set up a couple of kills on Xset. Is firing a warning shot downrange and manages to narrowly escape here. So 2 rockets left for Jalen. Manages to find Maddie, a great pickup there through that portal. And now he's working down, is able to find Mason and Luck as well. The double kill, triple kill, killing spree for Jalen Mans has cut this lead down to 4 before finally being taken down by Huff.
Jalen is saying, I am him down here. Nobody's going to be messing with me as he's trying to help this T1 roster come back. They still find themselves down by 6, though, as Xset, they're trying to claw back into this one. 40 points remaining for Xset to clutch this one up and go up 2-0. If they can do that over T1 here, my jaw is going to be dropped. I don't know what to say, but, I mean, you would have called it. I mean, you said it's possible, and they're doing just that.
Yeah, I really think it is all those reps. Xset kind of struggled in the TDMs, but I mean, if you go undefeated in TDMs on the day, obviously your confidence is going to be through the roof, and I think that's just helping them really just pick things up when things go a little awry. When Jalen picks up those rockets, gets a couple of double kills, they're able to shrug that off because they have the history now, the foundation underneath them, where they will be able to succeed in this game type, and they're doing so right before our very eyes. The 10-kill lead as we near the halfway point of this game, and Huff going to secure that killing spree with the assists from his teammates Luck and Mason. Manages to find someone portaling through, a little cherry on top as Xset only needs 9 now to go up 2-0, and Jalen Mans going to be taken down by Mason. Xset is on a tear.
Yes, only 7 kills remaining right now for Xset as they're starting to turn up the heat. And they say if you can't handle it, step out the kitchen. Simple as that, because we're cooking up something mean. Whew, man, Luck, 23 and 10, absolutely frying, trying to get another one, but no, is going to be dropped still. Xset, they are feeling great, and I don't think they're going to be slowing down. I think they're going to be pressing the issue right here, and rightfully so, as they only need 5 more to secure this victory. T1 need to go on a 15-4 run in order to clutch this up.
Yeah, we might not even hit that 4-minute power weapon marker because Xset just needs 3 kills now. App does manage to take down Maddie. Mason will trade out. Hypnos finds a kill onto Luck, but again, Xset just needs 2. So Mason trying to find his way into this lower area, spots 2 players, but they manage. The team shot him down. Double kill going to Hypnos. Xset still needs 2. T1 has managed to hit that 50-point marker. Now Xset might be getting a little desperate. They managed to find 1 there. So they're at 59, and there is the Xset victory. They are up 2-0 with the swiftness.
Yeah, and for Maddie to end it like that, I mean, no better way to do it realistically. That right there was a clean play at the end, and I mean, now Xset find themselves up 2-0, 1 map away from securing themselves $15,000. Top 2, Xset, they're here to play. They are not messing around on championship. What is it, Saturday? They're not messing around at all.
Saturday, yeah. They are bringing it to them. Now, what'll be crazy is if they get a lead in domination. I think T1, one of their best game types historically is that domination game mode because they have such great team cohesion. However, this is a brand new Xset as far as I'm concerned. They have elevated their game from that regular season, and they're taking it to T1 at this point in time. I really don't know what T1 can do to try to shut down Xset. I really think it comes down to T1 in this moment. They have to step it up.
Yeah, and T1 looks solid on the Foregone, I believe it was Foregone TDM that we saw them on. So now that it's going to be Foregone Dom, I want to see if that's going to be changing things up. Realistically, Xset, they've got all the momentum coming in. They barely won the Impact, and now coming in, they won the Team Deathmatch in a pretty solid fashion. They had the lead and never looked back in this one. So is domination going to be the same thing yet again? Is Xset going to be securing it right here and now? Let's find out as we're hopping into game number 3 on Foregone. Xset versus T1 losers finals. This could be the final map of it.
Yeah, and more importantly, this would be the first game on stream that doesn't go to a game number 5 if Xset can close it out here, and that will give them so much momentum going into the grand finals if they can pull it off. But let's start off with last season's MVP, Hypnos. If anyone is going to step up to the challenge, it is going to be him. T1 does have the B and C hills, and Hypnos does have that SMG in the back pocket for that close range engagement. Trying to fire through these portals, just getting some damage down range. And a nice little push there, a nice little hold of these hills. Looks like, though, B and C managed to be decapped by Xset, and they take them right back despite being 3 down. So that's a nice thing for Xset to do despite being players down on the map. They managed to take a couple of those hills to force T1 to spread out and kind of break their own setup before getting back on the respawn. So just a little bit of back and forth, kind of letting the dust settle here so far. It looks like App does have that shotgun, though, in the back pocket. So look for him to make some flanks here and try to break this Xset setup.
And people need to remember that Xset has went game 5 every single game today. They have not played anything less than that. So this team has went the distance the entire time. They're trying to make sure that that doesn't happen for the first time with them today. First time on broadcast today as well. But right now, T1, as you stated, domination is their bread and butter, and they're starting to make it known as they've already doubled up the points of Xset.
Yeah, it's their bread and butter, and they are starting to make toast, Rome. Xset is falling behind here. They are getting a little crispy as the T1 triple cap. The killing spree from Hypnos is going to come through, and now Xset finally being contested here in this elimination finals. The long-range shots from Hypnos gonna force Huff to back off of that capture point. Eventually takes away C, and A will fall in kind, but the damage has been done. The 140-point lead now for T1 is making things that much harder for Xset to handle.
Yep, I'm looking at this one, and I gotta be honest. It's going map 5, man. I don't really know. Like, the script is written at this point. It just has to. Like, and then grand finals, we're gonna get 2 best of 5s because why not? Like,
why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we at this?
You're here till midnight, man. You're here till midnight. Get comfy at the studio. Bring a pillow. It's gonna be a long night.
Yeah, it'll eventually be Championship Sunday if this trend continues. we won't have to worry about being caught up on the Saturday finals if this trend keeps going. And T1 is taking it to Xset, still maintaining that almost triple-point lead, tripling up that scoreline. They have the 2 hills. Finally, B going to be taken away, but it's really just Xset being on this back foot. I think domination is just almost a T1 guaranteed win. They are so solid at this game type, and even this map, it's just doubly in their favor, and they're showing Xset why right now.
I mean, for sure, this is a masterclass coming out of T1. I mean, it was funny when I hopped in the Discord when I was first getting into the competitive Splitgate scene, just messing around, you know, not really acting like I could actually compete at this level. Just, you know, trying to understand the comp scene more and all that. We loaded into this map in a game of 8s, and the comp player straight up told me, listen, it's going to be a rough day for you. This is one of those maps where either you're good at it or you're not. A lot of times this map is a one-way street. It's a stomping ground, and I mean, teams are showing why. They got a lot of prowess. You either know the map well, you know how to move around it, or you don't. It's really, really big, as you stated, but there's a lot of quick ways to go completely across the map. So the skill gap on this map compared to other maps is extremely high, and I mean, these teams are showing exactly that as T1 are coming out dominating.
Yeah, it's really up to that routing and being able to traverse the map effectively. And T1, like you said, putting on the master class, and Jalen Mans putting the shots down range. There's the killing spree as he takes down Maddie. Excellent play out of him. Spots off Mason. Gonna take him off the map. Says, have a 7-second break, my friend. And he's still going. Trying to find another player. Almost finds the shot onto Luck before being taken down. Finally, Xset gonna get a hill in their favor, but the lead has been extended to 200 for T1 right now. Despite App and Hypnos being down, they're still in a good spot. I don't think they're breaking a sweat. And the ramifications of this is really T1 is able to build back a lot of momentum potentially going into that game 4, unless Xset just mounts the miracle comeback here, and hold on. I might have spoken too soon. A brief little triple cap. They're showing signs of life. They're trying to raise up off of that table, find a second chance, a new lease on life here. And Mason leading that charge, able to take down JP. He's on this A site, able to decap it. So we might have spoken too soon. Xset is not giving up on this map 3 just yet.
No, they're not. The triple cap is there. You can see all 4 players of T1 just trying to cap one hill. They're saying, you know what, let's go ahead and keep C. And right now, they can't even secure that. Is it still going to be the 2 cap coming in for Xset, clawing their way back in? I mean, this went from out of hand to very much a game, ladies and gentlemen. We got ourselves a 90-point game. Xset up 2-1 in the flag caps currently. They got B and C locked down, and realistically, I like this hold coming out of them. This squad can do some damage. They're on the comeback. Xset might do it.
Yeah, and they're going to be up in time for some of these power weapons as well, which is very big. That's going to be contested very heavily. We've seen how good T1 can utilize those, but on the same token, we've seen Xset use them excellently as well. If Huff can get that shotgun, I'm starting to get worried, but thankfully it looks like Jalen Mans has snagged that for the time being. But Xset does a great job recognizing that T1 broke out for the power weapon, so they said, yep, you can have those and we'll take all the hills. That brief triple cap going to cut the lead down to 49 points. Xset holds on to B while T1 manages to retake C, and now it's a battle for B site. As a great flank from Luck, going to take down Jalen Mans. T1 does manage to capture B and take down 2 members of Xset, so they can breathe for just a moment while holding on to this lead.
Yeah, they have the BC hold right now, which should be doing them very good things right now. I mean, realistically, they're up by 70. They were once up by 200, so the fact that Xset have started to come back in this, that's massive already. But the fact that they got a triple cap to answer back now, this could get out of hand. Because realistically, they only got to get to 700. Like this, every trip cap second that is going by, Xset is in trouble. Simple as that. And realistically, they've just let this lead go from 50 points to now 125 within 20 seconds. Like that is something that you can't let happen. And T1, they're going to make you pay for it for sure.
Yeah, it's that like 600 point mark. Once you hit that, it's kind of like we can just hold a few of these hills if the lead has been extended enough and not have to worry too much about it. They can play much more passively approaching this domination game mode. And with JP having that snipe, he's going to be able to defend these hills along range off these flanks that Xset are going to be looking to take, and that leads to both Huff and Maddie being on the respawn initially, and the AB hold from T1 is going to extend this lead even further, and they say it's a buy one, get one. We'll take C as well. Jalen Mans with the double kill, 37 kills to his name. T1 looking to close out map number 3 and force the map number 4 against Xset.
Yeah, it's looking like we're heading there yet again. Yet again. Like I said, I don't know. The script might be written. It might be written in the stars one more time. T1 only 5 points away from locking this one down and securing the victory, which should be coming through pretty soon. But as I say
mean,
that,
it should be, but
yeah, it should be.
It should be, but hold on just a minute. Xset
There's no
with
way.
T1 at 6. I've seen it happen, Rome. I've seen it happen. I don't want to get anyone's hopes up, but I've seen it happen. 696, but Xset has the triple cap. Can they play this one perfect? That's 3 down for T1, Rome. I don't want to jinx it, but Xset still has the triple cap. That's more players on the respawn here. T1 just needs 4 ticks of a hill, and Xset is back on the triple cap, Rome. I'm not sure. I don't want to speak too soon, but Xset is giving themselves the best possibility for the ultimate comeback here.
There is no way that they're going to try and do this right now. 80 points down. They did capture A. There we go. Okay, T1. Oh, okay. Why was I sweating that? Why was I sweating right there? Why did I think that was actually about to happen? I feel like today has just been absolutely so ludicrous that I was literally almost expecting it to happen at this point.
Yeah, it would have been totally believable with the things we've seen happen today. It'd be like, oh yeah, that totally makes sense. I almost had to Amazon Prime a brown brown paper bag because I was going to start hyperventilating on stream if they managed to do that. So thankfully, I mean, T1 makes it make sense for us, but Xset is going to fall in that map number 3, so we'll be moving on to a game number 4 on a King of the Hill. Taking a look at the stats, it really was, I mean, T1 kind of slaying out. No 40 bombs, but 2 39s for both Jalen Mans and App going to be putting in that work, and JP really stepping it up in that OBJ department, securing that victory for T1.
Solid plays coming around. They got to do the reverse sweep in. I mean, realistically, that game 1 was a heartbreaker. Like going back to it, the fact that it was a 1-point game, like this could be a 2-1 advantage right now for T1 so easily, like ridiculously easily. And now that we're going to Carmen, oh man, this is going to get
it's
spicy.
A game 5, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I was literally just saying that because T1 is so good at Carmen. So it's like, oh, we're doing it again. Game 5, going to be 5 for 5 most likely. I mean, you guys can put in your chat predictions, but I'm letting you know the script right now. T1 are taking this one 250 to 238. Calling it.
Okay. Hey, man, listen, it wouldn't, again, I've seen crazier things happen on stream than you predicting the exact score and the outcome of this King of the Hill. I've seen it here today live in front of me, so I won't be surprised by anything anymore, I think is the big takeaway here. So here's T1 out early here on this initial first hill spawn, but that did allow Luck to secure this shotgun, and he's going to use the business end of that to take down App, and Xset will retake this hill in the background. A couple of members of T1 will be battling back, trying to approach here, but Maddie also has a different idea in mind. Spots out Hypnos, is going to give him the butt of that carbine to secure the killing spree before going down, and it's just a bloodbath here on this first hill on Carmen Station.
I mean, really, are we expecting anything else from these rosters right now? They're coming into this game number 4, both of them with a chip on their shoulders. T1 feeling like they should be up in the series right now, and Xset feeling like they could have clutched up and shored up some of those mistakes. And I mean, realistically, I feel like they honestly, the way that they got both of those trip caps in the last game, like for that long, like they could have strung that together and tried to, and made it a little bit of a closer game. So realistically, Xset, they're going to be feeling like they could have won that last game as well. So both of these teams right here, they've got a whole lot to play for. I mean, aside from the $9,000 difference in placing, but whew, man, this is absolutely insane.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolute battle here. You see Maddie holding down this position, has the sight line set up with those portals, manages to team shot Jalen Mans down. So that's a great pick. Both Jalen, Hypnos, and App all down for T1 is going to give Xset a little bit of breathing room in the final 20 seconds of this hill before they are forced to rotate out. Looks like Hypnos is going to make one final push, but maybe overextends just a bit. That's 3 down for both squads here as we have the hill rotating at the 8-minute mark, but Huff going on a tear with the killing spree, is on the rotation, gets shot, doesn't even care, just shrugs that off, shoulders through the bullets, and continues on his rotation to spot out Jalen Mans, force him to back up just a bit, spots Hypnos, and he's going for the rail. The rail is a little bit misguided. He's kind of flying through space right now. He's going on a little bit of a trip. The scenic route misses that railgun, so unfortunately Huff will go down, and that'll give T1 an opportunity to take the lead.
He's soaring, flying. There's not a star in heaven he couldn't reach out there, but man, right now Xset gave up the lead. 10-point advantage coming in for T1 in this one. As I gotta be honest, I mean, I feel like I'm just walking everyone to like a ledge, walking everyone to a cliff that's game 5. Like we already know it's going there. Let's just get there already. That's what I'm waiting on.
Do we even need to commentate this one? You guys know it's going to a game 5. Like, we can just hang out, watch this one play out. I mean, Huff's quite literally reaching for the stars on the map, so, I mean, we'll see what happens. But for the time being, again, it's that back and forth. Xset manages to regain the lead. Luck is putting up huge kills for his team alongside that objective time, but will be taken down there on that push. We have some great shots, though, coming through from Mason. It is an exchange back and forth. Some really nice plays, some really nice flanks coming through from both of these squads. We do have JP with that shotgun looking to make a move. Might be spotting out a couple players, but the railgun was actually secured. Huff tries again and manages to get it. That's a huge pickup. We rarely even see the railgun utilized here on this map, but Xset saying that is going to be our X factor. We are going to go for this weapon and make use of it. So have to see how Huff plays this one now that he has that weapon secured.
You can see he's lining up, is able to... That's patience right there. That is a great play out of Huff. Great trigger discipline right there. 15 and 8 coming out of him to start things off. I mean, you got Luck that's sitting at 18 and 6 as well. Maddie got 18, making 19 to his name as well. This squad next set, it's a clean performance from each and every one of these players right now, as they're all sitting at single-digit deaths.
Yeah, they're playing this so well, so patient, really playing their lives perfectly, which is giving them that 40-point lead that they have right now. But it's a battle back and forth, really 3 down, almost 4 down, back and forth. Constantly being on this spawn cycle means your teamwork and your breaks off those respawns have to be flawless, because every second matters. We've seen so many single point victories here today that it can literally be like we saw in that first King of the Hill. 1 foot out of the hill can be all the difference in the world. So XSET wants to try to hold on to this lead for as long as possible. They do contest this hill against T1. They do have the plasma, but Huff will go down, but they make sure to trade out lives and at least take a couple of bodies with them.
Yeah, for sure, as it's still going to be a solid 50-point advantage coming in for XSET. Feeling good. They're more than halfway there. Oh, man, XSET, they can feel it right now. They can feel it. They've got a solid advantage. Like, this isn't a little advantage. This isn't one that we're like, oh, it could go back and forth. Like, this is a good enough advantage where you're like, all right, XSET, are you going to put your foot down and in this series, or are you going to let this squad in T1 claw their way back into it and send us to that fabled Game 5? I know they're not trying to go to Game 5 again, this XSET roster. They've been going to them all day long. I know they're going to be really, really hungry to end this here. The question is XSET going to let them or not?
Yeah, we will have to find out. T1 has been doing a really solid job here of making up the difference in that score line. They've cut it down to about 20, and with this hill rotating, we will have the power weapons coming up. So this is when we really see the potential for those big swings in the lead. And I know that XSET does not want to give that up. We do see Luck managing to secure that shotgun, but Jalen does have the sniper, so he's going to use that as a big deterrent and finds a nice little pick on Mason as well. So this is going to tie us up. T1, are they going to take the lead? No, it looks like XSET managed to force them off the hill, so here we are tied yet again at 141, with finally T1 re-entering the hill. What once was a nice 60-point cushion for XSET has been taken away, so great work being put in here by T1.
Yeah, realistically, this is T1 just absolutely flipping this one on its head right now. I mean, XSET, they had such a strong advantage. They came out so hot, and now T1, they're just looking like they are not ready for their tournament to end whatsoever. This squad is doing everything possible to keep this lead right now, but XSET holding strong, holding the hill, going to be tying this one right back up. We got ourselves an even game heading into the last 100 points for a squad.
Yeah, this one is going down to the wire, which has been the theme of today against all of these squads, absolutely bringing everything they have to the table in the summer season grand finals. So we'll hop on board with Luck here, who's managing to hold the hill and get this lead back for XSET, but he is going to be taken down by Jalen, who's been on fire all tournament. The railgun, sniper, sorry, back in play here. So we'll see Jalen try to portal through, but does manage to get caught out. So he's going to go down for T1, but T1 did manage to take this lead off of that great positioning from Jalen Mans. Here's Maddie trying to make a play, but JP has the carbine on point to battle back and shut down that push. So 2 down for XSET is going to give T1 a good chunk of the remaining 10 seconds of this hill.
Yeah, T1 already doing a great job in the scoreline as well. If you look at the kills, you got Hypnos at 34. JP currently at 32. They're both doing such a great job trying to lock this one down, and now they're going to need to figure out a way to get over there, because XSET, they've got this one locked all the way down. I want to see exactly how JP's going to maneuver this. Looks like he's going to take the side route. I'm not mad at it whatsoever. Trying to get some easy shots, and he's going to be able to. Looking for this other player. Not going to be able to take him out anytime soon. Need to get around that. Now he's going to be spotting out this player, understanding exactly where he's at. Going to need to try to get there, but no, does get taken out. XSET brought in this one a lot closer now, as we got ourselves a tie game, 200 to 200.
I am scheduling an appointment with a cardiologist as we speak, Rome. I do not think I'm going to make it through the end of today. This one is neck and neck yet again. 3 down for Xset, though, gives T1 the 10-point lead. A double kill from Hypnos, that previous season MVP, putting in the work right now. 37 kills to his name, and he's just set up in a great position, watching for these flanks. He'll drop down to catch some of these members of Xset off of this respawn, but T1 has this hill on that rotation, and they are holding strong. They just need 20 more points to force the game 5, but as I say that, Xset manages to retake that hill.
Oh, here we go, and this is the thing. T1 is going to need to reclaim this in the next 35 seconds, or else this one's going to be all over in favor of Xset, and they're going to be moving on. I know there's a lot of T1 fans in the chat. I know there's a whole lot of Xset fans in the chat as well. A whole lot of people biting their nails right now. Well, I got some news for you. It's a 9-point game. 19 points left for T1 to secure this and force a game number 5 for the 6th time today on stream. T1 is locking this one down, looking to end it here. But here comes the push in coming from Xset, and it's not doing all that well so far.
No, it's going a bit rough. 3 down for Xset. You have Jalen Mans in the hill, 1 shotgun left. Now he finds a sniper, so that's going to be T1 with the hold to, of course, checking the script, force a map number 5.
Oh, is it? Oh, we're here now? We're at map 5 now? Okay, I was asleep. I was just waiting for us to get here, you know, because we all knew it was going to map 5 anyway. So, you know, let's just cut to the chase. We're finally here, man. It's map 5. It is all about to go down. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, here we go. Another best of 1 to finish off everything.
We could have been done in a half hour. If I had known, we could have just made all of these series best of 1s, Rome. If I had known they were going to just go to the game 5 time after time, we could have really speed ran this one, but we wanted to make sure the entertainment factor was on point, and that has been delivered thoroughly here today. Looking at these stats, 244 to 222. Your final results for that King of the Hill. And I mean, really highlighting these stats at this point is just kind of us reading numbers, because all of these players are popping off from map to map. But I mean, they are putting in the work, and it's all going to come down to a game 5 TDM.
Yep, another one. So that's the thing, is our T1 going to clutch up in this TDM, or are they going to lose again in this TDM? Like, they've now lost 2 TDMs in a row after not losing any TDMs all regular season. That is a problem, because now you're coming to Olympus. Literally, Olympus is probably one of the maps you need the most communication. You need to be clicking as a team the most. And heading into this game number 5, let's see exactly if that's going to be clicking for this T1 roster, or if Xset are going to keep this momentum train that they've started to acquire going. This right here, this is for all the marbles. $9,000 in difference, as we're going to be restarting this one real quick. But regardless, $9,000. This one map. I hope everyone in chat is listening. This is a $9,000 wager. That's what this is right now. Let's just say these teams loaded up and said, "Hey, let's play Olympus TDM for $9,000. Let's go ahead and do that. You guys down? Yeah, sure. Let's do it. $9,000 pot. That's what this is right now. One map for $9,000 in difference. I would be shaking, literally, like."
Yeah, so
I'm shaking now.
All that means to me is this one needs to go to 59-59, and we need a $9,000 kill. I think that's the stakes I want to see. And
whoever, if it goes 59-59, whoever gets that kill, they're getting half my money. I don't care. Like, thank you so much. Like, you could take it. Like, I don't care. You get half of the 9,000 extra. I'm cool with that. That is fine by me. I'm not worried about who it is. I would have that agreement before it even starts. I'm like, look, if we got to clutch up and somebody goes crazy, you getting the bread. Simple as that. Teamwork makes the dream work.
Absolutely. Just imagine that. You load up into a map, first person to die loses $9,000. That could potentially be at stake here. That's just setting the framework of this matchup. We have a nice little even split of the power weapons. Looks like Luck managed to secure that railgun, and App has the rocket, so Xset off to this 1-kill lead is going to be tied up immediately with that Jalen Man's beatdown of Mason. Huff going to trade one out to keep us tied up at 4s, and yeah, why not? Let's go 59-59. App coming through with the rocket kill. Going to take a brief lead. Maddie walking right into that one. The gifts are being dropped into his lap. Tries to charge up the railgun, but can't get the charge off in time. So it's just another battle back and forth between these two squads, coming in all guns blazing.
Yes, indeed. As right now, Xset barely up in this one. You can see right now these teams, they're absolutely flying, soaring around the map, trying to get these vantage points. And really, that's what this map is all about, is being able to use these portals to get to better vantage points, to being able to help out your teammates who are in these situations. And really, I mean, you're looking for temples on this map. You're looking for side of the heads. You're looking for people looking the opposite way, and that's what you're going to be walking into and finding a whole lot on the map. Is that player's going to be meeting his maker again. Xset up by 3, feeling pretty good.
Yeah, Xset does such a good job of chaining those downs onto players, kind of keeping them on that 2-and-2 spawn cycle can be really effective for just snowballing that lead here in the team deathmatch game type. But, I mean, T1's going to know that. They've played against Xset enough to kind of recognize that play style and know how desperately they need to play their lives and not give those advantages over to Xset. A cheeky little corner from Huff, going to allow him to go on that killing spree. Nice little play on that ledge from him.
Realistically, right now, Xset with only a 3-kill advantage. They're going to feel okay, but they're going to understand exactly the situation that they're in. Right now, this T1 roster, they've got every capability of making a miraculous comeback. Right now, with $9,000 on the line, you cannot let any mistakes come through. Xset are up by 5. They just need to play super, super, super clean Splitgate from here on out, and they should be good to go.
Yeah, great little juke. Gonna take down Maddie there. So the lead cut down to 4, and we've got power weapons that'll be up around that 7-minute mark. So we'll hop on board with Huff and see how he's approaching this one. Tries to go on a flank through those portals, gets caught up just a little bit, but manages to make it out alive. Is gonna spot 2 members from T1 and recognizes he needs to back off of this one, but he is gonna be cleaned up by that crossfire from JP. And here comes Hypnos. Oh! Gets clipped. Catches the shin on the box, but it works out in his favor. Hypno's going to go on the killing spree now as T1 looks to tie this one up at 23s.
Yeah, it didn't look pretty at first, but ended up working out as you stated, and let's see exactly if he can make it happen again. Able to come right behind. Ooh, but Mason is going to be getting the better, and now with the railgun in hand, let's see exactly what JP's going to be able to do. Currently 7-6. It's a 1-point game right now. Oh my goodness, 35 more kills and someone's walking away with $15,000 minimum. This right here, this is what it's all about. This is Splitgate at its highest level. I am sweating. I know everyone is sweating right now. If you're a fan of, it doesn't even matter, Xset, T1, Splitgate in general, this is nerve-wracking Splitgate action we're watching.
Oh, absolutely, because you have JP with that rail and whiffs that one shot, so he's going to be on the run at this point in time. Mason, I believe, still has the rockets for Xset as well, so they're able to bring that lead to 6, but the killing spree from JP with that railgun going to connect. He spots Huff for that double kill. The lead is dwindling at this point, but a great flank going to come through to take him down and stop that JP pressure. So we'll hop on board with Maddie right now, waiting for this battle rifle. A little bit of extra firepower never hurt nobody, but he taking some shots now, forced to reposition, does a great job through the portal to take down Jalen Mans, and Xset manages to hold on to this lead with 3 down briefly for T1.
Yes, and right now they've ballooned this lead up to 7, the biggest lead that we've seen so far on this map. The T1 starting to climb back. Oh, that's a big 1v1, because that brings it within 5 now. T1 bringing it within 4. This is what I'm saying. This roster, they can go on runs. They're within 3. We've almost got ourselves a tie game. Make it 2. Oh, man. It goes from a 7-point lead to just 2 in the snap of a finger. Make it 1. Snap your fingers, and I don't know what else to ask for. 22 kills left for either team to be able to say they're top 2 in the summer season.
5 minutes remaining. The halfway mark has been hit, and Xset hits the 40-kill marker. T1 only trailing by 2, however. We see Hypnos continuing to go on a tear, but a nice little peek from Huff is going to lead to 4 down for T1. So while they battled back to tie things up. Xset turns the tides to go up by 5. We've got about 30 seconds until the next round of power weapons. That's what T1 really needs to hold on for, is to secure those power weapons. If they can secure both, they'll be in a great spot. But for the time being, Xset is just trying to stay one step ahead. The flank gonna come through. The melee from Jalen gonna take down Mason. So we'll jump over to Huff, who's immediately taken down by Jalen as well. A great double kill out of him. But Huff answers back with a double kill of his own. The 2-kill lead that Xset is hanging on to is being contested heavily. And here comes the battle for these power weapons.
Xset has a 3-kill advantage right now, only 11 more kills remaining, but just like that, they get answered back with 2 coming in from T1. A little bit of frantic play coming out, and that's going to be tying things up. 49 apiece. Xset going to be the first to hit 50, but they're both at 50. We've got first to 10, $9,000 difference in prizing. This one is coming down to the wire, ladies and gentlemen. Get your popcorn, get something. I mean, you're going to need something for a headache. Whatever remedy it is, I mean, for something. Oh man, get it on deck, because this is coming down to the wire. Xset, they've got the 1-kill advantage, looking to close this out.
Give me the 59-59, Rome. Just give it to me. That's what I want. Huff has the rockets. Xset has the 1-kill lead, but he is being pursued by T1. The whiff on 1 rockets, but manages to connect with Jalen, but the flank from Hypnos gonna come through. It's 56 down to the wire. 4 kills for $9,000. Hypnos still has a couple of rockets in that back pocket. No, they are gone, so he's going to have to trade those out. Xset hits 58, T1 trailing by 1 at 57. Maddie spawns in, App spawns in, and Hypnos is able to take down 59. It's 59. Next kill wins. Next kill will be moving on to the grand finals, and it is Xset with the last kill to take it and move on to the grand finals.
Oh my goodness, I'm gonna need to see a replay of that right now. That right there had me shaking. Oh my, what did I say? If it comes down to 59-59 and someone clutches up and gets the kill, they getting half my cash. I don't know who that was, they getting half of it. Oh my God, that right there, for $9,000, a $9,000 1v1 to finish it off.
I forgot to breathe. Give me a minute. Oh my God. I was kind of memeing on 59-59, but it really came down to it, and Xset clutches in the end to move on to face Space Station Gaming in the grand finals. I am beyond words. I know both of these teams absolutely poured their hearts and souls into that series. I mean, huge props, huge ups to both of those squads, but Xset with the final kill clutch takes it.
I feel so bad for T1. I would have felt bad for anyone. Like, oh, I want to see that final kill so bad. It almost looked like they traded. I swear it almost looked like they traded on my screen. That was so close. Oh, but Xset able to clutch that one up and secure top 2 and $15,000. That right there is the 1v1 of the century. You called it. 1v1 for $9,000. You wanted to see it. I want to see it in slow-mo. Like, I'm asking a lot of production right now. I do not care. I need it. I need that in slow motion. I need to see what happened at the very end of that game. That was absolutely, that was nerve-wracking, and I'm gonna need some tea. I'm gonna need some tea after this. I gotta calm down.
It was absolute madness. I mean, just the entire series, right? The whole back and forth. Xset managing to not see much success at all in the regular season in the team deathmatch game type, and to just ignore that going into the season finals here today. I mean, they did a great job. They do what these star-studded teams need to do, and that's recognize what your weaknesses are and correct them. And Xset has done that, and going into the grand finals against Space Station, I mean, again, it's going to be so hard to predict. I mean, from the start, the map #1 single-digit victory going and crescendoing in the Game 5 single-kill victory. I mean, Xset has to be on cloud 9 right now. I mean, well, it's a different org, but Xset has to be absolutely so happy with that performance.
Oh, they are They are ecstatic. They won a 1-point Impact King of the Hill and a 1-point TDM as well. Game 5 to close things out. This right here was the best day of Splitgate I've ever witnessed. I'm so happy I got to cast this madness. Oh man, this was such a treat. Like, this is such a treat, and I'm expecting more for the grand finals. Look, I might not be casting it. I'm gonna be getting my popcorn. I'm gonna be in chat. I'm gonna be right there because I know it's gonna be even more fireworks. And listen, I am blessed to have casted this. This was absolutely an incredible time. Oh my goodness.
I mean, I feel like we've soul bonded at this point. When if me and you go through something like that, like, you know, we've been through it all. We've seen it all. We've been in the trenches, and then the players as well putting in that work. But yeah, I mean, it's been an absolute treat, like you mentioned. Could not ask for a better series to cast. And Roan, we actually absolutely loved having you here on the desk casting these magical moments with us. So great stuff here today. And yeah, now you're off the hook. You get to kick back. You can let your heart rate settle. Whereas me, I'm wired now. I have to go through it. I got to push these boundaries. I think we have EMT on standby for me at this point because Lord knows I am going to need it. But once again, Roan, thank you for joining us. Huge props to XSET on that one, and T1 as well, absolutely playing their hearts out. But that sets the stage here for the grand finals. It is going to be Space Station Gaming going up against XSET. So we're going to throw it to a brief commercial break and then be back with our final match. Stay tuned. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're ready. I know I am. Blue, I'm sure you are, but it is time for the grand finals where we will be crowning a champion of this season of the Splitgate Pro Series. A lot of winners out here today with all that prize pool on the line. So we want to make sure you at home can be winners as well. So go ahead and throw that exclamation mark Astro in chat to enter, and you can be the lucky recipient of the Astro Gaming headset with the custom SPS speaker tag. So once again, all you got to do to enter is type exclamation mark Astro in the chat. Now, Blue, I know you got to bear witness to that 59-59 game 5, but what I want to know before we bring a very special someone in back on the desk is who do you think Xset is able to carry that momentum to kind of compete with Space Station, or is that just like a clutch and now they're kind of running out of gas?
In all honesty, I feel like they might have it in them, right? They've taken down so many different teams. I'm pretty sure they would manage to knock out Luminosity twice, technically speaking, as well, because they took them down from the lower bracket. It seems like really no one can stop Xset. I think at minimum they're going to be able to keep up pace, and I hope, just for the storyline, that we end up going to a 5th map in this series as well. And if they manage to reset it, all bets are off at that point.
I think, honestly, if I did anything then bet against at least a game 5, I'd be doing a disservice to what Xset has put on display here. But of course, we want to bring in the one, the only, the exclamation mark Endo back in on the desk to get his thoughts going into this grand finals. Endo, first off, how you doing today, man? Yeah, exactly, right?
Yeah. I had to take a shower really quick. I can afford to do that since I wasn't part of the broadcast until now. I can't imagine what you guys are feeling, but hey, here's where I'm at with this, right? So I thought about what I was saying last week, right? How this could be anyone's tournament. Any of these teams could take it all the way. And I thought, all right, well, what if there's a scenario where like it comes down to the 5th game every time? So I made sure to clear my day, my evening, so I could make sure to be here today. And that's exactly what happened. I'm glad I did that because this has been quite a. The only thing you can predict is the fact that these matches are going to a full best of 5, and that has not disappointed.
Yeah, and be lucky that you're remote because you don't want to be sitting next to us after all of these game 5s. We are absolutely drenched. It is smelling very athletic in here right now. So you are in a very nice quarantine space. So be lucky about that. But yeah, like you mentioned, I think the only guarantee is that these are going to be close series, and like we kind of mentioned, I mean, it'd be doing Xset a disservice to predict anything less than a game 5. They've shown us that they will go toe-to-toe with any of these teams, and I mean, you talk about like Luminosity taking down E United, and then Xset takes down Luminosity twice in the bracket. So really, yeah, that whole like standings 1 through 6 absolutely squashed. It is like 1, 1.1, 1.2 all the way down because all of these teams are here to compete today. And I believe the picks and bans have come through. So let's take a look at our maps for this upcoming grand final. It's going to be King of the Hill on Abyss. Then we'll go for map number 2 to Team Deathmatch on Carmen Station. A Domination on Stadium for the map number 3, making its first appearance here in the grand finals. Map number 4 will be King of the Hill on Olympus. And then a TDM on the guaranteed game number 5 on Lava Well. Endo, anything jumping out at you about this map rotation here?
Well, I'm glad we finally get to see Space Station Gaming play on Carmen Station. I thought it was their home base, and we'd see that all throughout the season. But I think this is the first time we have, so I'm happy to see that connection finally. But in a more serious tone, you know, this stadium is going to be super competitive. Olympus is going to be super competitive, even Lava Well, right? I could see any of these maps going either way. I'm afraid to even comment on who's going to win what. But I know especially those last 3 maps are going to be very, very neck and neck because they usually are.
Yeah, those last maps can, like the entire day, right? Very neck and neck, very back and forth. I think Xset, though, has the benefit of having reps on, I believe, 3 out of the 5 of those maps, maybe more. So they've really played those specific game types a lot today and shown that they're very proficient at them, and they'll just kind of be able to dial in that strategy. Is there any kind of head-to-head players, Endo, you're looking at to be kind of the difference makers here going into the grand finals?
Maddie versus Chenzo. I think those two guys have been stellar all day. And you know, last week with Xset, I know that's ancient history at this point, but last year Xset was not themselves. They were playing way below their normal selves.
Yeah.
And now they're punching up. Now they've gone up to the next level. They've leapfrogged where they usually are, and now they're here at the grand finals. And it's the likes of Huffei or Maddie. Like, those two guys have been stellar all day.
Yeah, I think the big thing that kind of leans me definitely to look at both Maddie and Chenzo doesn't come down to the big plays. They are the consistency on those teams, and that allows them to just have that backbone of the squad kind of going in to these matchups. So I'm very excited to get into these grand finals. So Endo, want to thank you again for your input, your analysis, and we'll check back in with you at the end of the grand finals here. But Blue, going to throw this one over to you. Who are your players that you're looking at in this upcoming series?
I think we already talked about Chenzo. Woodham has been on fire today, too, and he's able to get the power weapon in his hand, nearly unstoppable with the way he's been able to route around the map. So he's definitely another player I'm going to be keeping my eye on, but I do have to agree, especially with Chenzo, too. If we get to a map where you can abuse portal play pretty heavily, like that stadium map on number 3 there, that's going to be absolute chaos if Chenzo goes for those rotations and is able to get himself into a winning position to flank out his opponents on Xset.
Yeah, I think the big thing for me is both of these squads throughout the entire day. There isn't one standout, right? Like, everyone has been making plays. Everyone has been stepping up. We've seen huge plays out of, I mean, all 8 players.
I think there was one game where literally everyone on Exit had like the same exact number of deaths. Like, that's how synced up they are. I'm pretty sure, if I'm remembering the game correctly.
Yeah, totally. So when we're kind of contextualizing this Astro MVP award, to me, the big standout is that consistent play. And I think, yeah, Maddie and Chenzo are the people we'll be looking towards to, kind of in this series to really step up and be that backbone of their squads. But again, whoever ends up being the MVP, we have to see this Game 5 series play out first. That's what we'll be looking for, I think, to crown that MVP champion. But of course, we'll be crowning a team winner as well here in the grand finals as we jump into map number 1.
It all comes down to this, ladies and gentlemen. SSG has the upper bracket advantage, so they only need to close out via normal means inside of this best of 5 series. If Xset wins it, however, it will be a reset, and we will do another best of 5 to determine the true winner, as it is indeed a double elimination bracket. To start things off, though, it's all SSG control on the hill. Probably going to see that lead change hands pretty quickly, though, as Xset get a full team wipe against SSG and now take the hill for themselves.
Yeah, really nice response here from Xset. You do see Huff with those rockets and the double kill going to connect both Visions and Woodham. Going to be taken off the map here as Xset manages to gain the lead against Space Station. The portal, though, gonna be kind of catching him up just a bit, but manages to navigate out of that situation, but will be taken down by Vision. So 2 players down for Xset right now. Is going to lead Mason to pick up that bat and look for a play himself. For the time being, Space Station has a decent hold on this hill.
Mason with a good POV here to try to get some damage out. Unfortunately, just not connecting it in the way that he needs to. Too much resistance now coming in from SSG, so needs to replay it. Another spot here. Has the bat to play off of as well. Going to get pushed into a corner. Finds Woodham, just nowhere to run for Mason, so the bat gets dropped. That's going to be SSG picking it up. Unfortunately, only one player still alive from SSG, and it was the one with the bat, so he's going to have to play things quite passively, as Xset will be able to run things up on the hill in the meantime while waiting for those SSG respawns to work their way in. With this said, Luck doing a fantastic job of holding off the pressure coming in from a few of the members of SSG, but that bat making its appearance, locking out Luck and taking him down.
Yeah, I do think Xset has been doing a superb job all day of focusing and target firing those players with the power weapon. So a great flank from Woodham there, but he was kind of answered on that push, so wasn't able to go on too much of a run as the hill rotates out. Looks like Xset has the early control, and Huff with that bat is going to help his team hold on. It's a nice another swing, and a connection comes through onto Vision, switching to that carbine, throwing a couple shots downrange in the flank for the killing spree as he takes down Chenzo. Is a nice play from Xset, but SSG manages to fire back and get 3 down.
Exit definitely with some better usage of the bat there, but even with that advantage playing into their favor, as you can see here, SSG still able to eventually work their way back onto the hill, steal it away, but only with really one player controlling it, so it's going to go a bit chaotic here now, as neither team really has considerable control, but Exit will have the very slight lead for as long as it remains the case. Only 20 seconds left on this hill too, so SSG might pull back a little bit, start to focus a bit more on cutting off the rotates from Exit, and of course getting themselves in position for the new hill coming up in 10 seconds.
Nice little approach from Huff there, but is going to be met with some resistance from Chenzo. Maddie and Mason, though, picking up the slack to secure 2 kills onto K-Jules and Visions. Mason with the killing spree now is allowing Exet to navigate this map, and he's holding SSG at bay while his teammates are on that respawn. So a 20-point lead for Exet, going to start to be cut down as Space Station has control of this hill, and Woodham has control of these rockets and manages to find the kill there onto Luck.
SSG, once again, looking to take control of things here. More than likely going to be able to get that lead. Back a whiff rocket from Woodham, though. Not the optimal formula he wants here. Nicely done, though. Pretty sure that's a mid-air collision against Huff as he knocks him out. Unfortunately, goes down after he gets that kill due to him floating in the middle of the map. But still, the job is done. He's cut off a lot of the pressure, and it's free time on the hill now, or at least seemingly free for SSG. So they've got a little bit more resistance starting to come in from Exet off the respawn.
Huff doing a great job in the slaying department for Exet, but his teammates running into a couple of tough spots here as Space Station sets up around this hill, tries to get into position for this one to rotate. They manage to have 2 players in there, so Maddie tries to rotate out himself, but is going to be caught out. Visions now with this bat has sight lines on the hill. Huff and Luck going down for Exet, and Visions desperately trying to stay alive, wants to maintain control of these power weapons and allow his team to hold on to this hill. Another long-range engagement, throwing some shots through those portals, trying to keep Exet back, and it's been a nice, solid hill hold so far out of SSG.
SSG continuing to try and surge ahead with a little bit more of a comfortable lead to play into now. This has been nearly neck and neck throughout the entire map so far, but SSG finally locking in some consistency and more importantly, blocking out the more aggressive plays from Exet here as we've just seen them fortunately get locked in. SSG tries to expand beyond that, but in the process they're going to lose the bat outright as it goes off the map entirely, and 2 players will go down, leaving the wall open for Exet to be able to take a little bit of control for themselves. Won't really be able to do that too much though, as again, we've got the hill actively moving here, so Exet chose the right time to kind of get pushed off of it, as thankfully there wasn't a whole lot for Exet to gain at that point.
Chenzo being in a great position with that SMG, or I believe it might have been the AR, but is able to take down that player, getting aggressive with him. So stops that little push briefly. 2 down for SSG now, and Woodham trying to hold on to control of this map, but all 4 down for Space Station is going to allow SSG to set up around this hill. You see them denying some of those portal walls with their own portals. Here comes the push from SSG. It's going to be led by K-Jules, but a couple of shots going to force him to back off. He will eventually fall as well. SSG manages to find themselves in the hill despite all of the chaos and secure a couple of kills onto these Exet players to set up around this hill, so nice work out of them, but Luck has a different idea in mind. The double kill as he secures that one is going to allow Exet to set up and at least get a little of scrap time before the hill rotates out.
Bleeds off the presence here, still going to be able to allow, like you said, for that scrap time to show up here for Exet. Not going to make up a huge difference though at this point because SSG is already waiting in the wings, ready to jump onto the new hill here. Members of Exet starting to run out of time to a certain extent here, but thankfully the pressure is good back on the hill. They're able to bleed out the members of SSG, at least stop the point games, but Exet not able to put themselves in a position where they can take it themselves just yet. That'll start to change now, as you can see Chenzo being denied on his reinsertion as well, but Visions having much better luck as he picks up a double, leaving the site fairly vulnerable and very easy for Chenzo to work himself in and take it back now for SSG.
Yeah, Vision's kill as well takes those rockets out of Mason's hands. He was playing those patiently, trying to bide his time, look for an opportunity to use them, but those big kills out of Vision denies that pressure. So SSG is able to reset up briefly around that hill, and I believe the rockets found their way into one player's hands, but not for long as Space Station falls 3 down, and Exet tries to mount this 30-point comeback.
Maddie working his way up here. Gonna look for a way to kind of insert himself in towards the hill. Doesn't necessarily want to go for it outright, though, as they have to know that there's presence from SSG nearby. Maddie should have had Wooden to be able to take him down with the bat in hand as well, since he got the back slap, but it does not end up working out. He still ends up going down. SSG negotiate a few more points for themselves, certainly slowing the climb for them, however. As obviously, we haven't really seen them make any huge strides over the past few hills, so still only leading by approximately 30 seconds over Exit. Still certainly winnable for them, but they are beginning to run out of time as we're falling down to the last 2.5 hills now.
And here we see Chenzo putting in work on the portals, does have that bat, so if he can engage in a successful flank, it could give his team a nice little advantage in the remaining 20 seconds, but with Visions and Woodham down, it's going to be a big ask, so he is going to play this one patiently, bide his time, and look for a play here. Does manage to find the portal through, but Exet is on the run. He manages to juke and dodge and dip and duck and find at least one kill. Huff and Luck going down, but Chenzo falls as well. Space Station, though, in the chaos, manages to find a couple of seconds and find their way to this hill first. Luck, though, manages to secure that melee takedown and go 4 down for Space Station Gaming.
Full team wipes, a lot of free time coming onto this hill here. Now Chenzo starting to re-aggress into it, but not really with a great capability to actually put some damage out onto these players from Exet. Despite that, though, K-Jules and Visions work together to come in from the rocket spawn up on top. They overwhelm the hold yet again, and everyone, I believe except for Huff, ends up going down on the Exet side. SSG getting quick revenge and now starting to encroach on that 250 point margin here. We got about 40 to go, and there's still half of this hill remaining. Exet knows they need to do or die at this moment, so they're going to try and push directly into the hill, and it works. They flood off the presence, but it's a very delicate hold. Really only 1 to 2 players staying alive, and Woodham takes them both down as well. The hill is now his for the remaining 10 seconds here. You can see other reinforcements coming in from SSG as well. That's going to leave them with about a 50-point advantage as we head to the last hill.
Yep, and those rockets are going to be up at that 1 minute mark, so I think Woodham is trying to navigate his way over to them. And yeah, he's going to be able to secure those rockets, so that's a huge swing in Space Station's favor with the final 25 points to take. Map number 1 now in reach, so gameplay going to slow down as Exet really has one more push, and they need all of this time to be able to sneak map number 1 away from Space Station Gaming.
See Woodham working himself forward here. Gonna try and line up the shots versus Huff. Has the wrong read on his position, though, so both the rockets end up whiffing completely. Good in the fact that mainly they're not going to be able to give these rockets over towards Exit, of course, but still would have liked to be able to lock in the kills to truly settle things. However, I don't think SSG are going to have much of a problem with that, as they only need 2 more seconds on this hill. They're actually going to be denied on that final single point here. But here's the problem for Exit needing to run so much time up on this overtime spree. They can certainly do it, but it's going to be a tough ask at the least. 10 seconds remaining here. They're going to need approximately 1 full minute inside of OT to make this happen. And at the moment, they're exercising full control over the hill, so they can absolutely get this done. As there we go, the overtime is triggered, and the timer starts ticking. SSG needs to wipe them out at some point in the next 50 seconds, otherwise this game goes to Exit. Starting to see him bleed out, though. 2, 3 down, and the 4th as well. The team shot from SSG just too strong, and they take the opening map of the series.
I mean, really well executed by Exet in those final seconds of that hill. You saw him 4 stacked up and managed to fend off Space Station for a decent amount of time, but really it was just too little in the end, as Space Station had a really nice coordinated push to finally get Exet off of that hill. You saw them take multiple angles there, and Exet just couldn't target focus enough in time. So it will be Space Station taking map number 1 here in the grand finals.
SSG with a really nice measured approach of how to get past that too. They knew they had about a minute or so to be able to push them off of that point, so they just spread their players out as much as possible, basically spread themselves out to the point where it would be near impossible for Exit to properly priority target someone and take them out, so they're able to overwhelm. SSG doesn't have as much of a problem because all the players from Exit are just stacked up on that point, like you said, all 4 of them together. That was probably the biggest mistake they made in overtime, was playing it all together. I think they had the time to do this, were able to establish someone on like one of the upper catwalks surrounding that site. Things probably would have worked out better for them, and they could cut off some of that presence from SSG, but didn't end up happening. Just too quick of a situation for them to think of a plan like that, and as a result, they get wiped off of it. Overtime is denied, and now it's going to be SSG taking the edge at the start of the series, and will do so again at the beginning of map number 2 as they get the shotgun.
Wow, really nice initial break there. Chenzo with the triple kill right off the bat with that shotgun. He manages to tie up the initial break all on his own, so nice kills out of him. Catching fire a little bit, so he's going to back off of that portal flank he was looking to take. But SSG will extend this lead to 3 now, A nice little play, manages to hunt down Luck, and a killing spree right off the bat for Chenzo. Super well played from him in this TDM. Add another kill on the books before going down, and Space Station is tied up here at 8s.
Most of the efforts coming out from Chenzo right now as he's picked up 5 kills so far for himself. Has credit for the 6th, of course, too, but most of the efforts have certainly been coming from him to start this game out. Need to see some of these other players step up as we are seeing Cagel's, Visions, and Woodham kind of get handed to them in quite a few of these fights here. Maddie specifically lining up that double kill, knocking them out. Leaves Exit, of course, in charge, now by a factor of 4 kills over SSG. So when are we finally going to start to see things change? Because other than Chenzo, it's been a rough game so far at the start here for SSG.
Exet really performing super well in these TDMs. I kind of, said it earlier, but against teams like Luminosity and T1, they've managed to carry that over here against Space Station. A nice triple kill from Huff. He had the sniper earlier, doesn't need that to be effective. The carbine and pistol is enough for him, hunting down Woodham, but great shots out of Woodham going to trade out those kills. Exet with that 8-point lead has a little bit of a cushion now where they can slow things down and really take these battles with a little more thought in mind.
SSG definitely going to want to try and find a way to get control over this situation, reset it outright if they can in terms of positioning, because Exit is just reading the SSG players like a book right now. You can see it perfectly played. The only thing that's not letting them win fights is just if they jump into something with lower HP. Bold play from Huff there, tries to go for that forbidden railgun sitting in the middle of the map. It's actually pretty rare, and that's going to successfully get scavenged. Cagel's, though, is able to work himself to it. You can see why it's so tough to grab from time to time, because it literally sits here in the middle of the map, and ultimately is going to, no, it stays in bounds, so it is going to be pick upable by one of the players on either team, but probably not going to end up happening just because it's in such a weird spot.
Yeah, Exet has a pretty solid little lead, still hovering around that 8-kill lead mark. They did kind of throw a couple lives away going for that railgun. The railgun did drop to the bottom of the map, so it's kind of like you have to take yourself out of the fights for a little bit to secure that one. So I'm not sure any team is really going to try and go for that downed railgun, especially while Space Station is doing a pretty good job of cutting down this lead. A great flank from Visions is going to find one, but Huff is going to answer back, take him down. It looks like he has the sniper back in the back pocket with the plasma as well as the sidearm, but isn't able to connect there. So 3 down for Exet as SSG continues to try to chop away at this lead, but Exet doing a great job of just trading out and maintaining the lead that they have.
Members of SSG once again going to be able to work with the shotgun here. Woodham gets it for a second time. Somewhat limited use for it outside of these big towers, however. He's going to have to rely pretty heavily on his portals, much like he would with a bat, to be able to find the effectiveness that he would like out of this weapon. Thankfully, he's going to get a few players of Exit walking right into him. He catches the rotation path of Mason, knocks him out. Things are starting to look much, much better for SSG as they finally have been able to rebound a little bit, get some control over this rotation, this kill chain that Exet has been on for the past 2 to 3 minutes now, and bring it within just 4 kills reach of Exet's score. 35 to 39 now.
Wow, really nice shots out of Woodham there. The hot swap over to the carbine to clean up that kill. The 5-kill lead for Exit, but not for long as Woodham manages to find the collection agency and the double kill. So big plays out of Woodham. He popped off in map number 1, had something like nearly 100 points of objective time and a nice, decent chunk of kills as well. And this little run out of him is going to cut this Exit lead right down to 2, and now just 1.
Team shot really starting to favor the players on SSG now as they get in front of these rotations. You can see them on top of most of the power weapon spawns as well. Even things like the plasma, they're right there for it. So is Exet though, but in this situation, SSG just barely going to be able to come out on top of that fight. Chenzo now with the plasma, trying to shuffle a little bit. We've got quite a few weapons sitting on the ground there. He wanted the sniper as well, but unfortunately going to get caught in that transition. Exet knock him out, preserve their lead by boosting it back up to a +4 over the SSG scoreline.
Yep, and here we see Space Station off these respawns, taking this much more patient. A couple of trades come through in the kill feed, so Exet going to hit that 50-point marker as Space Station still trying desperately to catch up here, but Mason has 3 shots in the sniper, manages to connect 1 with the body, and Chenzo going to be weak. That's going to slow him down. K-Jul's weak as well, but Woodham and Visions managed to turn on Exet and cut this lead down to 2, and now down to just 1 off the back of the K-Jul's triple.
Great recovery from the other three members of SSG. I did call them out at the beginning of the game, but they've more than improved it since then. Now bringing it back. Xset, though, sneaking in a near-team wipe. Woodham, the only one that survives, and even he's not guaranteed safety. There we go. Staggered spawn for him. He's going to be about 3 seconds behind the rest of his teammates here. SSG, though, still making up the difference. They're coming back in on the rotation here, knocking out many members of the Xset roster. Still 3 behind, however. We need to see consistency, and we need to see these lives get preserved. Flank coming in from Xset. K-Jules sort of reads into it, but he stays in the open, giving away his life. Just 2 kills to go for Xset. 4 to go for SSG. And SSG now have to play hyper passive in the hopes that they can stay alive. You see Vision's able to negotiate 1 kill, but it's another trade from Xset. And unfortunately, SSG just not able to get a grasp on this scenario. So it goes to Xset instead as they tie the series up at 1-1.
And if you would have told me at the beginning of the season that in the grand finals, Xset would be taking TDMs off of Space Station, I probably would have reported you to some sort of authority. I never would have believed it, but here is Xset in the TDM tying it up. The 3-kill difference being all that they need to secure map number 2. Excellently played out of Xset.
SSG, unfortunately, just way too slow of a start here on Carmen Station. You heard Endo talking about they hadn't really played into this map throughout most of the season here, and as a result of that, it just seemed like they were a little bit out of their element when it came to some of those quicker rotations or the faster crunches that Xset wanted to go for against them. Was able to get a grasp on things, and as we can see by the scoreline, obviously nearly able to bring it back, but just unfortunately that deficit from the beginning of the game was too much to come back from, and that took up most of their energy, it seems, inside of our second map.
Going into map number 3, the domination on Stadium. Interesting to see how this is going to favor both of these squads. I know you mentioned Chenzo with those portal plays will have, you know, a decent advantage kind of traversing the map, but then, of course, in that domination, you will have to control all 3 of those points, or at least, you know, shoot for that. We've seen a lot of triple caps in that previous series that kind of led to some big swings, so going to be interesting to see how this one plays out. 3 down early for Xset is going to give SSG an opportunity to control the map, especially now that Woodham has, well, briefly secured that railgun, but he will fall.
SSG immediately going for that mid cap as well. They want to try and lock that in as they know that's going to be so pesky to try and get back. Just a quick, fresh respawn can harass out players that are trying to decap that and make it nigh impossible for it to change hands. So SSG are going to get a pretty big advantage, in my opinion, by being able to cap this first. In fact, they've already transitioned this into a triple cap for themselves, so they're exercising just full control throughout the entirety of the stadium right now. K-Jules is just throwing out pre-fired railgun shots as well in hopes of catching a member of Xset. That one obviously does not land, but thankfully Woodham is having some more success with the bat, and that's what we were talking about, that capability to rotate around, jump out of these portals. That bat is going to be so huge for breaking these bunkers. You can see Xset setting up into one now over towards the red tower, but K-Jules as well finally runs himself out here. He's going to leave one more shot remaining in that railgun for someone else to scavenge.
Chenzo with the bat and all of these portal walls available is definitely scary, and yeah, that great rotation going to stop C, and he might even cap this for himself and his team as a big lead from Space Station here as Xset almost spending more time on respawn than on the map. 3 down yet again. The trade will come through too from Woodham with that bat play. K-Jules and Chenzo picking off Mason and Maddie. So Xset really having a tough time dealing with the Space Station pressure.
SSG really looking to get revenge for that last map. Yeah, things may have started out poorly for us on Carmen Station, but we're going to make this entire map go poorly for you, is probably the thoughts for SSG now, as they are just shutting down any resistance so far from Xset. Luck gets a nice 2 for 1. That's going to leave the gates open for Huff to clean up the stragglers here. Finally, you should see a consistent cap come up for Xset finally, but it took them nearly 2 minutes to get to that point. It's going to be the problem for them. Now they're just working to recover, as SSG is already close to the halfway point.
Yeah, Xset's going to need a triple cap and need to hold it for a decent chunk of time to decrease this huge lead that Space Station has found themselves with. They do have C Hill, they just lost B, so Xset will take 2 of these capture sites, but as long as Space Station can at least hold on to one of them briefly, they should be in a decent spot, but Xset doing a good job of bouncing back and at least slowing them down for the time being. We see Chenzo, though, does have that sniper. He is working that map, and I love how Space Station, how aggressive they are playing with these power weapons. Long range doesn't matter. I will battle against that bat and find success. Huff does pick it up off the ground, but it is a great play out of Chenzo nonetheless.
Out juking the bat right there. Beautifully played out. Still not going to translate into SSG getting these sights back, however. In fact, now it's XM with full 3 hill control for themselves. They are going to drop B. That's pretty easy, or should be, to shut down. And indeed, they'll kill the player that capped it, but still not going to be able to stop the full-on cap here. C's also being taken away from them as well. SSG trying to establish a base for themselves. XM will use as an opportunity to try and get B back, but there's the problem I talked about before. It's such an open battlefield there. So easy for just a non-busy player elsewhere on the map to be able to knock you out. Things will work for SSG here, though, as it's looking like with the rails in hand, Vision will be able to get B back for himself. Locks another kill with the rail as well. One more shot, potentially one, maybe 2 more kills, but not going to happen. Goes a bit too deep into enemy territory, and Luck is going to be able to take him down instead.
Yeah, all that pressure, though, does lead to Space Station having the triple cap again. Woodham does have the bat and the rails, and he is a power weapon aficionado. Oh, tries to find the portal play through, but will be taken down. But it's okay because Space Station maintains control of the majority of these capture sites. So all of that attention being pulled because of Woodham, it was well served here. So XSET still trying to battle back, but Space Station just has been, I think, really navigating this map at a much more rapid pace than XSET, which is just allowing them to kind of access these hills and kills much more easily. XSET having a tough time of catching up, as Mason with that bat is going to fall to that SMG. So Vision's now having those power weapons is going to be in a pretty decent spot to again put the brakes onto XSET.
It's interesting that we see the game evolving this way too, where SSG is just way better on the rotations. That was part of the problem back on Carmen Station, is XSET seemed way more confident about their pathing around the map, and as a result, they were able to line up better plays. Now we have almost the exact opposite scenario showing up, where it's XSET that seems a little unsure of themselves, or at least what they're trying to execute towards, for the most part, isn't really working. They'll succeed here in fending off the pressure on C. I think they'll be a 3v1, so not going to require too much effort from them. They'll get a 2-cap off of that as well, but still just trailing the same advantage. Huff, in the meanwhile, just absolutely executing 2 players from SSG. 2 back-to-back headshots. He'll try to go for another one. Body shot fall by Melee is going to be good enough here for him, though, as he locks in yet another kill once again against Woodham.
All right, so here we see him dropping down. Does manage to take down Chenzo, and that will regain XSET the triple cap. They're in a great spot right now, but they need to keep the pressure up and not let SSG kind of out of these spawns and start contesting these hills. 3 down for XSET for a brief moment. We'll give Space Station an opportunity to start to navigate towards these hills and get them out of XSET's hands, but XSET has all spawned back in, and SSG only managed to decap that A point. A nice double kill, though, coming out of Chenzo should allow him to at least decap this B site, and they did manage to decap C. So SSG turning the tides back in their favor and securing that triple cap as they near the 700-point marker.
Nice place from Chenzo there. Kind of had to keep his head on a swivel to try and watch out for those portal openings that was going to try to stop him from capping B. Does not end up working out, but still, the large majority of SSG gets wiped afterwards. So all that effort to cap B has just been thrown into the garbage, as XSET have already decapped it for themselves and are just about to negotiate, if not the full-on 3-cap, a consistent 2-cap in both of the towers as well. So things looking strong for XSET, and there we go. B point is locked in. They're quickly rocketing their way back into this game, but they still have a considerable number of points to go, as SSG is just trying to trail their way up to 700 at this point.
Some great shots out of Woodham there, turning and staying alive throughout this fight. Chenzo as well with the double kill finds his way back up to this heavily contested B site. Looks like the rail from Huff gonna secure that double kill. Great plays out of him. You do have Woodham with that sniper in this low ground, trying to find a target, trying to battle back against Mason here. Is going to connect with 1 melee, but the good shots and the help from the teammates are going to take him down. So XSET still has 2 of these sites, but SSG still has a pretty decent lead. XSET going to be looking for another triple cap here off of SSG being all 4 down.
Great capitalization here from Mason. Sees an opportunity to follow it through and wipe out multiple members of the SSG roster, and he's going to continue to thrive inside of that environment. Does it once again, assisting a teammate in the fight versus Chenzo to knock him down. He's going to leap directly into the enemy base as well here. Woodham reads into that, though, and is able to counter him out, as unfortunately loses too much HP. This could be a turn of the tides, but it could also be sending up the rest of XSET to wipe out this SSG hold here. Cagel's coming in on the back end, but he cannot maintain, was the last player in that chain, so C stays under the control of XSET. The lead slowly starting to shrink here now, but at the same time, SSG just about 100 points away from locking in the W.
Thankfully, Luck does have this bat, so he's going to look to add some pressure onto these sites. A was decapped. SSG does hit the 600-point marker, but doesn't have a hill to their name right now. With XSET, this triple cap, and the bat, they're in a great spot to try to chip away at this space station lead. Both Visions, K-Jules, and Chenzo on the respawn now. Only Woodham left alive to try to decap some of these points and get his team back on the board. But Exet doing a great job, despite being 3 down, of maintaining this site control.
2 minutes to go as well. Time going to start to be limited for both of these squads. SSG can stop the bleeding to an extent, but they need that second cap to be able to retake control over this map. And K-Jules, unfortunately, won't be able to fend things off on himself. A will get decapped. There's the triple cap. Almost a certainty now. The next set will at least eclipse the 6-16 from SSG. And now they've been reset because of that. They got to fight for everything at this point forward. They're at least able to get the decap on B and, of course, restore a home point for themselves on C. Huff is immediately going to start to throw pressure. Maddie will as well here on the home point for SSG. This pressure from Xset is just completely shutting down all of the plans from SSG. A 3-cap coming in again for this squad as well. Now they're going to rocket ahead here, way past the 625 margin that SSG was operating at. They're already up to 650. Just a few more seconds of this, and Xset will steal this map right out of the hands of SSG.
Yeah, SSG had a 200-point lead right off of the rip, and it is all null and void at this point in time. Thankfully, but for a brief moment, SSG had B, but Xset is there with the answers, hopping on board with Visions. Xset is 3 down, but SSG has not managed to decap one of these sites just yet. Nearing the end of this game, the 40-second marker, Xset just needs 5 more seconds to win, and it looks like they are going to do it.
Xset, nicely done. Like we said, starting out almost 200 points behind. In fact, I think more than that, 200 points behind. What SSG was able to get is they went right for a triple cap at the start of this game, but Xset able to get a handle on that, able to figure out where the proper pressure points were, and completely shut down all of the late game plans from SSG to lock in multiple triple caps, which allowed them to come back into this in huge fashion. In fact, they didn't even end it on the timer. They managed to get to that 700-point marker while still coming back from behind on that massive score deficit they had to start the game out with.
And just look at the stats. Look at how much Xset turned up here in map number 3. 45 kills for Maddie, 51 kills for Mason, 42 kills for Huff, and 42 kills for Luck, really eclipsing Space Station Gaming in that slaying department. So really excellent job by the Xset squad of kind of capitalizing on that kill pressure, and that led to that great triple cap at the end, and that will force the map number 4. It'll go to King of the Hill on Olympus. I think this is another one that we've seen Xset play a handful of times, so the very least they're well seasoned here, and it's going to be on Space Station to bounce back and force the game 5 if they don't want to have the bracket reset.
Let's get into it here. It is a nice opportunity for Xset to get it done on the 4th map as well, so still somewhat early in the series, can save some of that energy for the second run through. SSG, of course, definitely doesn't want to let this happen. They want to stop it. They don't want to be here all night. They want to claim their championship and head home, but they need to find some solidity inside of this second map, or rather 4th map, to be able to close things down, tie us up, and send us to that 5th and final TDM to lock things in. Even the TDM won't be guaranteed, however. Nicely done from Huff here as he catches 2 players quickly, and he's going to get the rails to work with as well after emptying out his rockets. Still 1 to go, and he has the rails. So that is a lot of power sitting in Huff's inventory right now. That's a large part of the reason why Xset are keeping up.
The man has absolute ice in his veins. The double kill coming through, another melee kill. Mason gonna clean that one up. But Huff didn't care. He had all 3 members of his team down, but he had the rockets, the rails, and a dream. And he manages to shore up the difference in that initial hill. The hill will rotate at that 9-minute mark, so Space Station has brief control. K-Jules looks to mount up some hill time, but he'll be taken down by Maddie. 2 players down for Xset means that Space Station can potentially get inside this hill, but looks like a hold from Mason is trying to come through, so Space Station hasn't really been able to get into this hill despite Woodham getting the killing spree and triple kill there.
It's done here from SSG, going to be able to get themselves into a stable position. Xset already working on lining up plans to be able to breach past this setup, however. See Woodham kind of reading into that, goes for a high-flying kill, and he'll be able to get it, but it's at the cost of his own life. Still a 2-for-1 exchange, though, so SSG will be relatively happy with that, as it should fend off some of the pressure currently coming in from Xset. Nice sneak kill from Chenzo, nearly gets himself a double as well, as we see that player over towards the midpoint, trying to rotate away through a portal, and I believe succeed in doing so. Chenzo will be the lone hold on this point for the time being, but obviously we'll be moving it in just a second, so it won't be the case any longer here as Xset now ready, or seemingly ready, to hold on to our new hill, but it's just as quickly unfortunately stolen away by the SSG roster.
Yeah, great work from Chenzo, just kind of staying slippery and staying alive here while still putting some damage downrange. Looks like he managed to see Maddie, but Maddie escapes behind that box, so he's going to rotate, try to insert himself into this hill. Does spot Maddie yet again, but has to back off, realizing the 2v1 is a fight he doesn't want to take. He's going to wait for his teammates to come through. K-Jules and Visions managing to help him out, but Luck and Huff going to take down a couple of his teammates. 3 down for Xset, 2 down for SSG is going to keep this one close, with SSG finally finding a brief couple of points in that hill. And here we see Chenzo trying to bait the members of Xset in before him and his teammate manages to secure it for themselves.
So close between both of these squads right now. SSG nor Xset really want to be the one to take a massive risk here. They want to make sure that every play is calculated and as safe as possible. It's creating a very low-scoring game so far for both of our teams, though, because taking a risk would imply standing on the hill here. SSG up by about 15 to 20 points over the Xset scoreline. And oh, nicely played by Maddie here, is still able to win out in the duel versus that member of SSG. But important to note, we've got new power weapons up, and once again, SSG now has been able to get both of them under their possession.
Yeah, Maddie did have that railgun for a brief moment, but Chenzo makes the great play with the rockets to take those out of his hands, swaps with his player, so Visions will have the rail, Chenzo will have the rockets, and SSG will now have control of the hill and the brief lead, but Xset manages to stack it up with a couple of their players, so it's going to be contested from this point on. Chenzo eventually falling to the hands of Luck. Just Huff down and Mason down for Xset, but Visions with this rail is trying to keep Xset off of this hill and doing a decent job at it before eventually going down.
10-point lead now established for Xset. They continue to push themselves ahead. Closer and closer towards that bracket reset. Just one map away from doing it, and this would seal the deal if they can indeed complete the set for themselves. Huff having to defend out against a lot of aggression from SSG right now, and it'll work out. He'll be able to transition this onto the hill. He'll immediately end up going down, and that's going to be bad too, as there's no follow-up, it seems, from Xset in that department. SSG take the control themselves, and are very quickly going to be able to close the gap between their score as well as Xset's. Mason now moves in. We'll get a little bit of revenge for it. Still with half the hill to go, though, so plenty of changes in possession could still end up potentially happening here, as there is a big skirmish for this very, very open hill.
On board with Luck here, trying to find a battle to fight, but is instantly turned on by Woodham, so he is going to fall. Hopping on board with Chenzo now as he portals his way around the map to contest this Xset hold. They want to try to chip away at this small Xset lead, but 3 down for SSG, going to make that very difficult. Hopping on board with Woodham. He's getting chased down by Huff. Huff being absolutely relentless there and manages to trade out.
Guarantees the 1-for-1, which is going to be the best he could realistically ask for inside of that scenario. Mason moves in to steal the new portal box hill away from the players on SSG. It'll be a shortly lived cap, however, as Mason has got some fragging to do here. Rolls himself around the tower and the hill to be able to lock in a triple kill for himself. That's going to give a lot more freedom over to the Xset roster as they curve ahead yet again, now up by about 20 points.
Yep, still on board with Mason, managed to do a little bit of damage. K-Jules will fall with some help from his teammates. Notices that portal go up, drops down to contest Chenzo, is going to be able to secure the kill onto him. Now we'll look to retake some high ground position. Looks like his team does have a decent little stack in this hill with about 10 seconds remaining of hill time. They're going to milk that one for all it's worth to try to extend this lead. They want to try to eliminate as many opportunities as possible for Space Station to work their way back into this one, but now is the big battle for these power weapons. You see the railguns coming up in about 5 seconds, and he's going to put some shots through that portal to stop SSG from securing those. The collection agency for Luck and Space Station Gaming going 4 down is going to give Xset a great opportunity to close out this map.
Seconding that much closer. 3.5 minutes to be able to try and lock in the 250th point, but as long as they can get themselves into a stable leading position, that will be more than good enough for them. We've already seen SSG be able to close out in similar fashion, so now Xset looking to get that revenge and looking to get the full-on reset. Nice little pixel peek here from Maddie as well to catch the players trying to go for the rocket pickups, as we just had that spawn in for yet another time. I'm unsure if SSG was able to negotiate it for themselves, nor Xset, so it's still probably sitting down there sitting on the floor waiting to be picked up. We'll have to see how that comes through, and there we go. Now we get a better intel on the Rockets here. Huff has been able to scavenge them, already making good use to be able to take down Chenzo. We'll see if a second, third, or fourth kill sits in the future of this Rocket.
Yeah, really nice plays here. Cajules, though, with that double with the railgun, gonna make this tough, but Huff cleaning up the job with those Rockets. Ooh, isn't able to secure that kill onto Chenzo, so Space Station Gaming trying to mount the comeback here in the final 2 minutes and 40 seconds of play. They can't find access to that hill just yet, getting just 1 second here before Xset swarms it to contest, and here's Visions doing his best to try to stay alive, but the swarm from Xset proves too much to handle, so he will fall. But now it is Woodham and Cajules picking up 2 huge kills. The triple kill from Chenzo as well will put all of Xset on that respawn timer, so here is the potential SSG comeback.
Immediately going to see one of the players from Xset go down again as well, but thankfully Huff has continued to be this rock of consistency for Xset that always brings them back from the brink, currently leading the charge at 44 and 17. He gets those 2 critical kills that pushes the pressure from SSG off the hill. However, as we see, Chenzo as well as Cajules able to trade some of that fragging back out. Cajules having some trouble working the BR here, so Huff once again will be able to clutch out in the 1v1, take him down, and stop the point gain and the point bleed from the members of SSG. 30 behind here now, a little more than 40 about to be the case, as we sit with a little under 2 minutes left to go. 2 minutes for SSG to stop the series reset from becoming a reality.
SSG can maybe hold on to the hope that they can secure these final round of power weapons coming up and try to mount the comeback there. They're getting about a few seconds here with 20 seconds remaining on this second to last hill. They'll need all of this, or at least want all of this, if they want to give themselves the best shot at forcing the game 5 and stopping Xset from resetting this bracket. So here is Woodham trying to find some shots, is able to ping Mason through that portal, so Luck and Mason down briefly for Xset, but Xset has the hill on that rotation, but the killing spree from Woodham as the railgun comes up, but he will fall, and Xset looks to hold and close this one out.
Gonna see a big push from Chenzo, but it's all on his own for the most part. Has to wait a few seconds to get any support from his teammates. Even now, after he gets the kill, tries to hide in plain sight above the portal box. It will not work out. All relying on the follow-throughs now for the other players on SSG. Looking somewhat promising, but we've got a lot of players from Xset also flooding into the site here. And more importantly, now the rail in possession of Huff as he's able to take down Woodham with it. Hasn't found that second kill to bleed SSG off just yet. And SSG as well, only about 20 to 30 seconds behind the overall total here. They are going to need a slight stretch into overtime in order to make this winnable, but it certainly is going to be that case. Winnable here for SSG. They need to maintain that presence though, and they've just been bled off of it. 3 kills, that's a near full wipe against them, but Luck, he's got the rocks on hill here, denied as he throws out another one. Visions instead will be able to steal that away, so SSG will be able to make it at least into overtime, but will they be able to maintain here? Need a decent amount of time on this, so they're going to have to stretch it quite a bit. Xset in the meanwhile, rolling back in. They've already gotten 2 kills. They'll be able to deny this just as heavily as SSG did back on map number 1, and with that, Xset completes the set. A 3-1 scoreline for them, and they reset the match.
So it wasn't a game 5. We didn't go that far, but we did manage to reset the bracket.
We got 2 more maps guaranteed, so that's technically a map 5.
There will be a 5th map. There will be, yeah, it depends where you segment it. There
and hey,
will
maybe
be
this next series
5.
will actually go to the 5th map, so.
And there you have it. An absolute stellar performance, though, and a stellar run from Xset in that lower bracket, and then they manage to reset the bracket here against Space Station Gaming. I don't know if it's just Xset coming in hot off of that run. I mean, they've got to be absolutely ecstatic with the way they've been playing, and Space Station just kind of wasn't able to find the answers to what Xset was throwing at them.
It seems like Xset just refuses to give up in the midst of a fight. They will constantly come freshly off of respawn and just throw those bodies at wherever they were fighting previously. Like, no, guys, we still got another respawn wave coming up in a second. We're still going to try to commit to this fight. Where normally we would see teams like, all right, lost that fight. Let's take a step back, reset, look for another point to engage. No, Xset's like, we're going to keep this going as long as we feasibly can. And that's what's allowed them to come back into so many different scenarios here just by kind of clutching it out and having those players able to line up multi-kills eventually through the process of those trades.
Yeah, it's almost like they're willing to throw that life away if it's going to mean maintaining a capture on a hill or a site,
especially
or
if they're in the
like
lead too.
Yeah, they kind of really play kind of all out So super interesting to see that kind of strategy being employed. We kind of talked earlier in the SPS how, oh yeah, teams are more kind of setup oriented and playing things a little more tactically, but Xset has really found their groove in having a lead. Once they have that lead, they are just not letting off the gas, really keeping up the pace. So ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are going to have a bracket reset. So we're going to throw it to a quick commercial break, and then we'll be back with the final series of the summer season finals. Stay tuned.
Nice play. Woo!
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the bracket reset in the grand finals here of the Splitgate Pro Series summer season, presented by Prime Gaming. And man, it has been an intense day in its entirety, but it all comes down to this. This is the last opportunity for both of these teams to crown themselves victorious. So taking a look at the final map rotation here, it is going to be King of the Hill on Helix, a TDM on Abyss, a Domination on Lava Well. Map 4 will be a King of the Hill on Oasis, and then the map 5, if we go the full distance, will be TDM on Stadium. Blue, anything jumping out at you here?
We need to get to that TDM on Stadium. That's going to be
I wanna see
absolute
that.
chaos if we manage to make it all the way over there. So I definitely want to make sure that this game goes to a map 5. Overall, Exit, I think, really learning how to try and get the better of Space Station, though. A lot of these adjustments between series is going to, for me at least, fall primarily to Space Station to make up the difference here. Exit definitely had the winning strategy on more so of those maps in the previous series, so we're going to have to see what Space Station can change up now. These are some kind of like different maps as well in terms of the theming for some of them, so it is going to potentially open some new opportunities, I think, for SSG over the course of this series.
Yeah, I think if you're SSG, you're kind of happy to see some of this variety in that map rotation. Exet has proved to be dominant on those maps that we really saw in that previous series, so kind of a breath of fresh air. I think Space Station will be taking a nice deep sigh of relief seeing the maps, but of course they have to perform. But right off the rip, a double kill, now triple kill for Woodham is going to set the stage here for the King of the Hill on Helix.
Good start indeed for SSG, getting that near full wipeout against the large majority of the Exet roster, able to take them down and force them into a reset position here, giving that additional 12 to 15 seconds over to SSG. Problem being, again, it's only Woodham sitting on the hill. They kind of use Woodham a little bit as bait, too, in order to draw out a few of the players from Exet. It works to get a 2-for-1 exchange, but now they're going to throw Chenzo back onto it. Have to make sure, of course, they don't chain this too crazily, because that's how Exet can easily force off the presence from SSG entirely and allow for Exet, of course, to take that control, which they're going to try and do now. Moving on, at least trying to get in the way of some of these point gains that are coming in from SSG, as they're taking a considerable amount from this first hill, able to take, I believe, almost exactly half of the time on it, a little bit more than that, in fact, as we come to the closing seconds of the first hill.
Yeah, a really nice early lead there, and of course, Cajules managed to take that shotgun off of Mason, so him having those power weapons gives a slight advantage, but nice shots coming out of Huff to take him down on that approach. Now, for the time being, Exet is posted up in that hill, but Woodham, with the triple kill yet again, is going to wipe Exet off the map, and they are going to be set up for this second hill. Excellently played by Space Station.
SSG definitely seems to have centered themselves quite well, at least for this first map. Between the break, spending a lot of time to make sure that they're not going to be running into the same pitfalls. Players won't be able to be harassed out in the same way as before. Beautifully done here from Woodham as well. Had no business getting at least one of those kills there, considering how low of an HP he was at, but still able to make it happen due to the good positioning that he played out there. Away from that, things still playing fairly heavily into SSG's favor as they just passed the 1-minute mark on their score. Exet still with less than 10 seconds of control in the 2 minutes that have been played out so far.
Yeah, Exet just coming into this one without that same intensity, but at the same time, Space Station playing this one so well. You can see these countermeasures, these flanks coming through. Great plays out of both Woodham early on. Cajules running into a tough spot there, running into those members of Exet, but with 3 down for Exet, Space Station should be able to regain control over this point. We'll have an assault rifle spawning in that hill as well, so that'll make it doubly difficult for Exet to approach that from any close range type angles.
Cajules looking for a good fight to get himself into. Has a little bit of an awkward moment trying to hop through his portal, however, so he's going to get bested inside of the situation. Exet get a full team wipeout, in fact, against the SSG roster, so finally going to be able to make some momentum going here, as it took them a solid 2.5 minutes to be able to get to that point where they fully lock out all of the aggression coming in from SSG. Going to continue to do that as well, now that they've finally been able to get some control going for themselves. We've got a few players close to the hill. Specifically, you can see Cajules there trying to get more so in the way of the rotations off of this hill, since unfortunately, time has passed for SSG to take any points for themselves. They need to focus on the new one, which is coming up right now.
Yep, Hill going to be rotating. Power weapons as well should be spawning in. Woodham wants that railgun, but Huff says, I want it more. Manages to secure that for himself and the team. So now they'll just need to break out, kind of gain control of this hill. I believe 15 seconds has passed with no one really securing it. A nice little flank going to be able to pick off Woodham, and that leads to SSG being 4 down and Exet being in control of this hill.
Huff trying to figure out where that shot came from for a second. He finds it, but a little too late here. Has to run himself a bit crazy here, trying to get out of the situation, but will still end up dropping the rails onto the ground. Should be able to see another member of Xset pick that back up and utilize it, but SSG still throwing some aggression at this hill, just not nearly enough to force Xset out of it. Once again, the hold is too stable from them, so they're going to gain considerable points on this one, putting them within just about half a minute's reach of the SSG scoreline now.
There's a really nice wipe by Xset on SSG, so they get the final moments of that hill, and they will have priority in this rotation. You see Chenzo trying to deny the push from Huff, but Huff, going in guns blazing, manages to pick up the double kill. Only Huff and Mason falling for Xset, so that's going to allow Luck to find his way into this hill, start racking up these points, and Xset has been doing a great job of cutting down this space station lead. Now that all of Space Station are up and on the map, they're going to be approaching this hill, and they're going to wipe out Xset in kind. So a really nice counter measure deployed from Space Station to retake that hill site.
Chenzo and a few of the other members of SSG still stalwart positions here, to throw themselves at the next fight as soon as it becomes relevant, which is going to be in about 10 seconds or so here as this hill begins to die. Bit of a surprise insertion there from Chenzo as he tries to line up a flank back shot against a few of those members from Xset, but they read into it far too quickly. They're going to be able to get into the way of that. SSG, though, still excels in these final few seconds on the hill, pushes them into a position where still about 30 seconds ahead of what Xset have been able to claim, and at least for the start of our new hill here, SSG once again on top of it, but Xset definitely having the better position to play into here, it seems. That is, of course, until we see Chenzo come alive there with the 2 kills on his own regard to fend off all the presence from Xset.
Yep, great little play out of Chenzo there, but here we see Mason with that SMG trying to find his way towards this hill site, take that out of SSG's hands. It looks like Woodham, another player up on that high ground, going to stop that push as Mason kind of backs off and waits for some of his teammates to spawn back in. So he has a little backup on this approach, but that does allow Space Station to rack up a decent chunk of time on this hill before it starts to rotate out. About 15 seconds left on that one, so looks like Space Station, with them being 2 down, will try to branch out and anticipate this rotation, and they do a great job of that as Visions picks up the triple kill and the killing spree to put Xset on the back foot on this rotation. It looks like they're in a great spot to secure the next round of power weapons as well.
We have a new hill up as well. Xset just knocking out quite a few of the members on the squad here for SSG and denying, more importantly, the railgun pickup, which we're now going to see. I believe it was Mason going in to grab that for himself, and indeed, that will be the case here. Woodham at least fends off the play from Huff down below to prevent the shotgun pickup that I believe will have successfully worked out, but still not going to be able to see SSG get it for themselves just yet. They do still have the rails, of course, and Mason's going to be able to use that. Knocks out Visions with it. SSG, though, still in control of the hill, and that's what matters right now as they continue to rocket ahead of the score from Xset. Almost 100 points over them now, and only 3 hills remain.
Yeah, Xset put in a big chunk of work to try to cut down on that lead, and just like that, Space Station has extended it once again. Great shots from Woodham coming down range, the double kill, the killing spree for him. 31 kills, leading SSG in kills right now, and also putting in the work in that objective time. He will have the SMG, looking to catch a couple of these flanks from the Xset players as he knows that hill rotation is coming through, but a great little pick from Luck will take him down. Luck, Huff, and Maddie able to retake this site and establish domination of this next hill.
SSG still in charge, but beginning to lose the edge a little bit here as we continue to see more and more points stack up for Xset, and such a casual hold here for Xset too. Yeah, Woodham sneaks that kill off, and he's going to try to jump over the wall, but that's way too easy for Luck to read into. The rest of the team's been holding this quite well also. They're going to be able to move in, make sure that this hill goes neutral if SSG wanted to continue their harassment, but they've already dealt with the players that tried to venture over here. So consistent points, just absolutely scoring up right now for the Xset roster. They've only got about 50 to go here to tie things up against the current score from SSG at 190.
Yeah, a really nice angle there from Luck. You can see how he's placed those portals to watch that flank, and it leads to a kill. He's the last alive right now, so he has to battle many members of Space Station, so he's eventually going to go down. But SSG only getting a few points of time on that hill site before they're forced to rotate out. That gives Xset the first step towards this next hill. We'll have to see if Chenzo can find a way to stop Xset from managing to set up shop. For the time being, it looks like he's been able to do so, as no one claims this hill just yet, so he'll drop down and start to extend this lead for SSG once again.
Chenzo ready to fend off pressure, but it's going to be a little bit too much for him to bear. Ends up portaling out of the site. Should have some more teammates ready to jump in there, and indeed K-Jewel's going to have Overwatch for it, but he too does not have the positioning to properly rotate himself onto the hill, so Xset with a great flank to finish things off and knock out Chenzo. They're going to be able to take control of this one, start to crawl back a little bit, and they'll need to certainly try and lock this one in and make sure they're on top of the next transition too. You can already see Woodham kind of getting in position to get ready for that next hill, as everything will fall to this, and Xset need at least about 40 seconds on that next hill to be able to try and claim victory here inside of regulation and not rely on the overtime contingency.
Yep, Xset should be spawning in. Of course, the power weapons will be coming up. We'll have to see if they're able to secure those to make a push onto this final hill. They need 40 to catch up and then potentially force an overtime if SSG manages to camp this one out. Here comes Huff on the approach, but fighting against that SMG in close range going to be tough, so he's going to back off for the time being, let his teammates kind of swarm in with him, and now it is dire straits for Xset here in map number 1. They're making a play onto this hill. Woodham goes down, but Layson and Luck do fall. Maddie, though, with this railgun, manages to retake the hill, and now Xset needs all of this time and overtime to take map number 1 here.
SSG just 20 seconds away from being able to lock it in, but less than 20 seconds to go, meaning we're going to end this on the timer or through overtime. Xset works their way in, wipes out everybody except Woodham, and now Woodham's going to get staggered as well. He'll be about 5 seconds behind the rest of his teammates here as they've all come back up, but only just now we're going to see Woodham spawn in and continue to play things out here for SSG. Coming down to the end of the timer now, it's going to need to be about 30 seconds for Xset in overtime to be able to make this happen. This has been denied 3 times in a row, however, and SSG lock it in once again. Our team just cannot negotiate position inside of overtime long enough to push the points to where they need to be. So it's SSG once again that gets the booming start here at the beginning of the series.
Yeah, kind of similar to how we saw the original best of 5 of the grand finals play out, but I really think Xset made a decent push at the end. I think the difference being SSG looked kind of ready for that push out of Xset. They looked a little bit better prepared in their setup and how they kind of played around the power weapons and that final hill. So we'll have to see if that's any indication of the way the rest of this series will play out. But of course, Xset mounted that comeback in the TDM. So they'll be looking to that game type to kind of launch themselves forward in this series. And that TDM is going to be on Abyss here. So a nice job from Xset trying to mount that comeback, but a good response from Space Station. We'll have to see who comes out victorious in map number 2, as it looks like we are jumping right in.
Power weapons are going to dictate to a pretty huge extent here how players are able to make proper plays out, so definitely going to want to put priority on that. Otherwise, you'll be locked into a corner and you won't be able to play things out in the way you will want to. Things start well for SSG as they get a 3-for-1 exchange at the beginning of the round here. However, Xset still with some opportunities to make up for it, but they'll fail to do so. Luck throws himself into a 1v2, and instead it'll be a 4th kill. Finally going to see Maddie close out on Visions, though. They've been hunting him down for some time. This is why you got to be careful. The power weapons, though, really claustrophobic map, a lot of shooting halls here, and as a result of that, it's going to leave a lot of opportunities for weapons like this one with the rocket to find massive impact. Already getting himself 1 kill. Kind of surprised he didn't bleed it onto the second player, but thankfully K-Jules and Visions are able to make up the difference by knocking out the 3 other members of the Xset roster.
Yeah, nice job from them kind of cleaning up that splash damage from the Chenzo rocket. Well played. Ooh,
a little messy there.
Yeah, a little bit of a scrap. Didn't do enough damage with that rocket, but 3 fall for Xset despite that kill being picked up onto Chenzo. So, you know, it's a net positive for the Space Station Gaming roster. Here we see Woodham as well as Visions challenging down Maddie and Luck. Chenzo picking up a kill on Maddie, of course. SSG off to a nice little 9-kill lead here in the TDM. So they're kind of woken up knowing that Xset here came to play. But of course, Xset answers back 4 down for Space Station. So that's going to allow Huff to pick up this bat and start to work off of these Space Station players who have spawned in. Does manage to find Visions, now hunting down Chenzo Woodham as well. The team going to clean that one up. So a nice little job there from Xset to cut this lead down to 4. And now 2, very quickly.
Yeah, Xset definitely going on a bit of a spree for themselves over the past few seconds. Chenzo lines up another one to try and battle back against it a little bit, but just really a passing frag here, managing to bleed off the remaining damage that I think Luck had sustained in a previous fight. Regardless, though, he goes down. Huff looking for a way to jump into this. He'll find it. May have not wanted to switch away from the bat, but still is able to negotiate the kill regardless. Woodham, though, just going on a melee spree here. He knocks out Huff, Luck, and then now with the bat in hand is going to be able to take down Maddie, too.
Yeah, a really nice play here out of Woodham. The SMG coming in clutch, the double kill, the killing spree, 10 kills, 3 deaths for Woodham, and the 7-kill lead for Space Station. Visions and Chenzo did manage to drop in the background, but Woodham staying alive with these power weapons is absolutely pivotal. Here you see him just playing this one patient now. I like it, letting his teammates get back on the map. Huff is going to go down to the hands of Visions. The SMG double kill yet again. Huge plays out of Woodham. Great trades. 3 down for Exet, and Chenzo will fight to clean up this kill on the remaining members. So this 7-kill Space Station lead extends out to 9 with the Chenzo double kill. Well played from Space Station here, and this should give them a good amount of momentum going into these power weapon spawns.
SSG definitely in charge right now with a positive 10 lead over the Exet roster here. Like you said, power weapons are coming back up right around now, and I think we've already seen the bat potentially get picked up by K-Jules here. He's going to be able to utilize that, trying to look for a position to play with the bat, though, and that's oftentimes the hardest part of it. Finding that portal line that lets you lock in these kills as he's able to finally get one going for himself. Chenzo, though, is going to be the real hero here as he picks up 2 on this wipe. And Visions with the rockets, it's all SSG controlling the entire map. They've got both power weapons, they've got the kills playing out in their favor. There's not a lot that Exet can do to stop them at the current time, so that lead is going to continue to grow ever more.
Yep, K-Jules finding his rhythm right now. Doesn't want to overextend into this battle. Maddie hitting some absolutely clutch shots. Looks like he managed to clean up both Chenzo and K-Jules, but it is a huge Space Station Gaming lead right now. The melee going to come through. 3 kills for Space Station. Now all they need is 15 to close out the TDM and go up 2-0 in the bracket reset of this grand final. Vision's really putting in work, doing a great job staying alive here, just trying to navigate the map, collect a little information for his team, and they're just playing this one patient. They don't want to let this lead slip at all. Nice AR fire, keeping Exet at bay. Visions will drop back through that portal, and Chenzo with that bat going to clean up Mason. Woodham cleans up Maddie, and Visions taking down Luck will be a double kill killing spree, and 3 down for Exet as SSG only needs 8 now to close this one out.
Lead's been locked in at about 20 kills for the last 10 for either team here. Not really looking like there's going to be much of an effort to be able to be put up by Exet to change this scoreline, but we'll hold our breath and see just in case. 6 kills away now, even less than that for SSG as they're constantly just racking up the frags. Chenzo going into the Matrix here via the portals. You can see him hopping all over the place, but a missed shot from him, believe it or not. Thought he was going to be within range for sure, but the kill against him shows up just a bit too fast. SSG with 2 kills to go now. Woodham trying to make it 1 kill to go, but instead it'll be K-Jules to knock out Maddie. 1 more is all SSG need, and they've got the 2-0 lead to get quick revenge against Exet for the bracket reset. They're well on their way to a championship now by claiming these first 2 maps.
Yeah, and if you're SSG, that's how you want to come out in this bracket reset. Stop all of that Exet momentum right where it stands, and they've done that so far. I think going into a map 3 domination, it might be a little tough for Exet to bounce back here. That is one of those game types that requires a lot of momentum and really for you to be on point. Taking a look at the stats, a really dominant performance out of Space Station here, taking the TDM 60-37.
And they were just constantly in the face of Exet as well, especially when they had power weapon control. They were absolutely pulling no punches over the course of that game. They wanted to lock down Exet, as letting them out of the box kind of puts them in that little bit of a peculiar situation they were in for the last series too, where Exet just continues to play hyper aggressively against them at every single opportunity. So they instead try to take a little bit of that for themselves. They push Exet into a corner, don't allow them to make any sort of plays, and as a result, we get this pretty one-sided TDM in the favor of SSG.
Yep, and so we'll be going into a map number 3, domination on Lava Well, and you know, I think we've seen Exet perform pretty well on this map in the past, but for me right now it's all of this Space Station momentum going into the map number 3 of that bracket reset. I know SSG wants to close it out right here and right now. So we'll start on board with Huff as he's trying to pepper some shots down range. But SSG off that early break is going to maintain or at least be able to capture that B site. Huff here though is going to start to contest. Tries to recap, push through, take down K-Jules. So Exet is going to flip that C site and A site into their favor. So a nice little spree off the rip here from Huff.
Continuing to excel here for Exit as they actually take the opening 2 caps for themselves too, but SSG had a stable point on B for pretty much the entirety of the beginning 40 seconds of play, so they still have a little bit of a buffer to play for here before they start to really fall behind. Do need to try and find some way to get in the way of this A and C routing, as that's the priority right now for Exit, and they're just waiting for an opportunity to jump onto B when we see the SSG players try to prioritize one of the side points.
Ooh, almost a nice little lineup for Mason there with the sniper rifle. Does have the bat in the back pocket. I believe that was Chenzo. He managed to spot, managed to get the no-scope to take him down. 2 members down for Exet, however, is going to leave SSG in possession of just that B site. With the rest of its members of Exet falling, it's on Luck to try to hold some of these ones, stop SSG from moving about the map and capping that C point for themselves. So we'll see how Luck approaches this one. Knows K-Jules is there, spots one, and the bat with the turnaround is going to take him out. Woodham going down with that double kill, so that'll allow Luck here to capture C.
Flare from Luck as well, pulls off a little mini 180, and he does it so beautifully done to lock out the SSG pressure over here on C. Team's going to continue to rotate back and forth. This is what I was talking about earlier when I was casting with Rome about just how easy it is to navigate between the A and C points on this map, making it very, very easy for a team to continue to exercise control over that. That's not the priority, however, from SSG. They want to go for that center point on B and springboard it into a C cap as well. Have been able to take control of the 2 for themselves and now making progress on decapping things on the other side, point 2. But at the same time, we've got Exit going for a priority cap on B, and they're going to be able to get it immediately, launching their entire team into the A point also.
Ooh, really nice response here as well from Exit. Despite Mason and Maddie being down, they managed to set up the triple cap. So here's where Exit can really start to extend this lead. Visions, though, with that sniper, doesn't want to be too mobile, too aggressive around the map. He's going to choose his shots pretty carefully. Thankfully, SSG manages to capture B and decap that C site. So while Exit had that triple cap, not too much damage done. I like how K-Jules is now approaching this one. Just tries to contest this site, hold on to this site while taking down members of Exet. They do manage to take down Huff, taking him off the map, but Exet managed to capture this B and C site and find 3 down for Space Station. So Exet really turning up the heat here in map number 3, fighting for their life in this grand final.
Going on to a bit of a delicate lead for themselves here now, and they've been able to decap the Meliors on Space Station outright, bringing them down just a single point here after they do get control back onto A, but that's really just the start for them. Need to follow this through. We can see them trying to pressure onto B, but Woodham out of his element a little bit there, gets completely surrounded the second he steps into the hill, and will now lose his life as a result of it. Exet continue to control 2 caps here for themselves. We're seeing a little bit of pressure from SSG to try to take C away, but again, it's going to be at the cost of their home point over towards A. Exet are just flowing with it right now, not panicking at all, and always staying one step ahead of SSG on these rotations to continue to maintain a 2 cap.
Yeah, and you add in the power weapons to the mix, and Exet is in a really good spot right now, despite not having the majority of these hills. So Vision's doing a great job of contesting. That leads K-Jules to pick up that bat, but Luck with the rockets. Going to secure that double kill on Visions and K-Jules as SSG hangs on to both B and C. Exet just holding on to A, but they do have the rockets and bat back in their possession, so they'll be looking to push out now.
Rockets here will work out for Luck as he's got one more to try and throw out here. I think he may have one more sitting in the chamber as well, but no, set to trade that out for the bat instead. Collection Agency locked in for Luck, and he'll get one more on top of that, doing a fantastic job of defending this setup here for Exet now inside of C, and as well still able to quickly rotate himself over towards A should the need arise for it. SSG getting locked out almost entirely now. They're a little under 50 points behind the overall scoreline. Even as we see them try to get control over B, they'll still lose a player here in a long-range duel, leaving them once again one man down as they try to springboard this into another hill.
Yep, Exet does have a brief triple cap, but Chenzo trying to contest one of these sites. C being contested, and K-Jules helps out. Visions as well contributing to the 3 down now for Exet. So that will flip 2 of these sites into SSG's favor. And Chenzo with that snipe putting in major work to take down Maddie, and another one as well onto Luck with Visions in that cleanup onto Huff is going to give SSG the triple cap as they start to mount this comeback.
SSG focusing up there, making sure they lock out any and all aggression from Exet and chain it together. Already had the B cap to start things out here, so this is a great play from them to be able to get some serious points back. They'll in fact take the lead, but at the same time, Huff gets credit for all 4 kills against the SSG roster. It's a kaleidoscope from him as he works his way forward. Not even going to mind the action pain while going on over at B, as he needs to go for a quick portal back to C to defend that. that against the quick back push from the SSG roster. That means they're a player down for this hold, but still, they wipe out the Xset resistance because Huff was also pushed out previously.
Yeah, a huge save from Huff on what SSG had mounted there with that triple cap. So a great kaleidoscope, and his teammates kind of following up on it is super great for that Xset squad. But Space Station bounces back here. A and C in their hands with only a 13-point lead for Xset. This one's going to be cutting it close as 3 down for Xset are going to allow SSG to rally back, tie things up, and take the lead now with that triple cap.
Triple cap, and on top of that too, a lot of shots going in right into the back of Luck and a few of the other members of Xset. It's going to wipe them off with a 1 recap they were trying to get for themselves. They'll at least be able to come back on C off of respawn and get that, but again, they're being shut down inside of their own home point here. SSG feels they have the right to jump into it. Kajos realizes that's probably not the best idea after he sees there's 2 players at near full HP waiting in it. Woodham, though, he won't mind that too much. He thrives in these claustrophobic environments with the bat under his control, so he'll take that every single time. Xset, though, finally able to get themselves a 2 cap as they also negotiate back control over B. Do not have the rockets, though, so they'll have to keep Overwatch on that. Thankfully, most of SSG has just gone down, so Visions has to hold for a few moments here with the rocket and a second one as well. So excellently done from Xset to get out of the way of these power weapons for the most part and make sure they don't find the effectiveness they need to find.
Yeah, a really nice job literally dodging bullets by Xset there. Luck also finding that bat might allow them to set up on another one of these hills. They will take that A site away, but can they cap it? SSG still has the lead, but Luck has the bat. The double kill is going to come through for them. They have the C site, but they're losing A, and Luck will eventually go down to Visions. Visions now on a bit of a tear on the site, a little bit of a ring around the rosy, gonna portal through, try to juke things out, and regroup with Chenzo. Finding a kill through that portal onto Luck, will turn and get the double kill onto Huff, and find the triple kill on Mason as well. A great play from SSG Visions, and that will lead to them having security over A, B, and C.
Team Shot makes up the difference for SSG and gives them a huge field of opportunity. Xset can attempt to recenter off spawn over on the B point. It'll work to get them the initial cap, quite a few kills too, so can more than likely negotiate this into a second one, but they've got to be careful. SSG now over 600 points, less than 100 to go here before they lock in not only this map, not only this series, but the championship outright. Xset needs to get an outright decap now and bring the score back under their own control, as they still need 2 more maps on top of this one to still close out the series for themselves.
So they do manage to get 4 down onto SSG. That leads to a brief triple cap, and this double kill killing spree, triple kill out of Luck is certainly going to help. So I believe we are going to tie things up now, and Xset will take the lead, and the triple cap now at 640 points. Space Station Gaming desperately needs to find an answer. They managed to decap C. We see Woodham decapping B, so that will stop some of this bleeding, but the Luck flank comes through, and that will be a full reset on the map as C and B now are captured for each team respectively, but that A and B site out of Xset might just get them the victory now.
Xset just about 10 points away from being able to lock this in. There needs to be one more play from SSG. Where are they going to try to field it, though, and it just won't happen. They're going to lose C as well. Xset running up to 700, and they finally get a map going for themselves in the second series of the grand final here, setting the score up at 2-1.
Yeah, really nice comeback there from Xset. I mean, SSG had that triple cap for a decent amount of time, had a really solid lead, but I mean, Xset continually battling back. That's kind of been their narrative. They've been to more Game 5s than I can count here in this tournament today, and they fought a lot of tough teams, so they've just got to be feeling confident on their ability to execute with their backs up against the wall.
So Xset able to bring things back under their own control, great rotations, and more importantly, great capability to catch the more freshly respawned members of SSG when they were trying to set themselves up again to prevent them from chaining those caps together into an outright wipe against Xset. Beautifully held from them on multiple hills, and as a result, they're going to be able to negotiate victory here on map number 3, which sends us to Oasis, of course, for our King of the Hill on map number 4.
Yeah, will be interesting to see how this one plays out, of course, because Space Station did take that first King of the Hill, not totally dominantly, but they look solid on it. Of course, Oasis, you have some of these longer sight lines, you have some rockets, some snipers. I think that's going to play into Woodham's hands pretty well. He's going to feel pretty comfortable, but he's going to die right off the spawn. So the battle continues, the battle rages on, but K-Jules with the rocket triple kill, going to find initial control over this hill site, and he's not done just yet. Is going going to go down, take down Huff, and continue to chase down the members of Xset. Now the killing spree right off the rip for K-Jules. Going to set the tone here in map number 4.
Excellent start to the game for SSG, locking in 10 seconds already on the initial hill. Xset going to try to equalize that out a little bit, but of course, once again, as we talked about before for these King of the Hill games, that first hill is oftentimes a little bit of a throwaway for teams. Xset, though, not trying to keep it that way. They want to get themselves right back into control of this on the first hill. They do not want to take a chance on falling behind, even to the small extent that SSG was able to claim there, going up about 10 to 11 at the beginning of this game, but obviously now falling behind. Xset as well, if they can maintain these positions, it'll be a great springboard into the second hills. It'll come directly below them for the most part. So we'll have to see if they're going to be ready to jump directly onto that, and indeed it looks like they won't be, as Chenzo is instead directly on top of this hill. He's going to be able to rotate out pretty quickly, though, as he does not want to fight against the entirety of the Xset roster as they flood in.
Yeah, Xset doing a nice job of stacking this hill to just be a deterrent against SSG, and luck with that plasma is going to go huge. The killing spree and double kill for him, going to leave Space Station 3 down and allow Xset to set up shop in this hill, getting a bulk of this time. Half of the hill remains, so we'll see if Woodham can make a play here, but no, the shots from Luck are on point before they trade out, but thankfully the remaining team members of Space Station Gaming will flood that hill. They'll be able to retake it for these remaining 20 seconds if they can hold off this Xset push. Looks like Huff trying to work his way in. A couple of shots, a great flank from Luck is going to lead to Space Station Gaming falling and Xset having the remaining time of this hill.
Yep, so Xset lock in a solid about 20-second lead for themselves. Should have control over the new hill, at least for the initial spawn of it. Also, we're going to see some immediate pressure put onto Mason, though. So he actually backs away from the hill after taking the initial few points for his team. SSG does not have the confidence to go onto it to himself, nor do they really have the players to do so anymore either. Just K-Jules and Vision up right now with the Woodham having just respawned. So we're going to start to see that aggression lean a bit more into the hill now, as you can see K-Jules on top of it. Woodham also gets that clutch grenade off, and Chenzo leaps in to finally stop this harassment from Mason in Big Bazaar.
Yeah, Mason doing a great job of just being that DPS threat for Xset there on that play. Here comes K-Jules, though, with that double kill pistol, and the plasma going to follow through for that triple. So a nice response from Space Station on this hill rotation. Keep in mind, in about 15 seconds, we'll have the next series of power weapons up on the map. It'll be interesting to see how Space Station plays around those ones. Of course, for the time being, K-Jules just going to milk the remaining points here and manages to pick up a kill on Huff on the way. So now the rotation is going to come through onto the new hill. See if anyone manages to secure some of these power weapons. I believe Visions did secure those rockets, but was taken down almost immediately. The K-Jules killing spree will follow through, however. No one in the hill just yet as Xset tries to fight for this time. It looks like they will manage to start to rack things up, but Chenzo with the rockets might have a different idea in mind.
Xset still ahead by about 20. Of course, as you said, SSG trying to kind of change things up for themselves. Half of this hill remaining, so they can take the lead away, but Xset has been doing a fantastic job of playing, at minimum, a disruption role here, just disallowing SSG to get themselves sit up on top of this hill, as they have been struggling to try and get consistent point gains. You're seeing it right now here, as Xset not really going for the hill just yet here, but instead keeping themselves aligned on the outside to eventually bleed out the pressure from SSG. It works, but at the same time, SSG rolling on the respawn. They're not giving up this fight either. Things still end up going into the hands of Xset at the end of the day, though, and with that, they continue to preserve their lead right around positive 20.
Yeah, Maddie being the silent hero for Xset right now has the most hill time and also the most kills for his squad. You saw it, and there's 3 down for SSG, so that's going to allow Xset to rotate onto this new site. You see Maddie trying to deny some of these players. Looks like Woodham has spotted him out, trying to play this one patient. Will be cleaned up by Visions. Woodham has the double kill and the triple kill now. So the question is, can Space Station start to mount a comeback here with that flurry of kills coming through?
Started to fall behind by a little bit there because of the fact that we saw Xset have so much control go uncontested there. SSG, though, seems to be locking in some good positioning. They're kind of getting ready for the portal hops for the members of Xset, but we're not even going to see that as K-Jules, along with Visions, able to fend off the push outright. Chenzo already knocking down another member of the Xset roster as they freshly spawn back in, so excellent harassment coming in from SSG. They are stopping Xset before they even can start with their own plans to push them their way back into this map. So things are going to rotate back around. We've officially completed the first rotation. We're going to go back to that center hill here. As you can see, SSG already getting themselves back on top of it.
Yeah, a pivotal hold there from SSG right on top of that rotation. Will tie things up at 115. Woodham on another killing spree. 3 down for Xset. Can this man be stopped? Woodham putting in tons of kill pressure here. Spots another player, manages to take down Mason. Luck as well, but the flank coming through will eventually stop this Woodham run. Space Station has the hill, but it is going to be contested. Mason, though, trying to find something to do on this hill, but with all of these members of Space Station up, it's going to be exceedingly difficult. Maddie manages to spawn back in, but a collection agency for Chenzo. Going to set the tone on the final 20 seconds of this hill before it rotates out. And then, of course, with those power weapons coming up shortly, Chenzo certainly doesn't want to throw this life away, and he just says, I'll get a double kill instead.
SSG, once again, with excellent control to be built on here. We're going to see if they can barnstorm their way in for the next hill as well. Mason tries to hide in the corner, but it won't work out. This is going to be a two-tiered fight. Obviously, we have the hill to fight for, but the rocket's now showing up as well. First one's going to be a whip as it goes through the portal. Second one, just as Maddie falls, though, will work out. Chenzo able to get that one kill, and of course now Visions can pick it up and immediately get the insta-give against anyone from Xset that tries to push in on the sides here. Not getting any hill time though as a result of it. It's just Visions alone right now. Doesn't want to take the risk on doing so, especially with the rocket in hand, so has to wait for Woodham and a few other members of SSG to work their way back in here.
Yeah, one is out of rockets, I believe, as well, so he's going to drop that one on the map. Ooh, but a great double kill with the team shot coming through for SSG and allow them to rack up a few more points. The good thing for Xset is on this hill, they can really portal right into contest, so that can really stop some of the point gain from SSG at this point in time. You see Woodham is going to get taken down here, so we'll hop on board with Chenzo. 31 kills, 42 objective points to his name, and he's looking for a little flank here. Looks like no one in control of the hill, but Xset will finally step in bounds as Luck manages to walk away with his life because Chenzo realizes that's a 3v1 and doesn't want to take that one. I'll wait for Luck to drop right into my lap. A nice little play patiently by Chenzo there allows his team to flank through and regain control of that hill.
Gonna pull out the plasma from him too, so that'll now be in the hands of the players from Xset. Gonna try and see if they can use that to get some more control going, especially near the hill. They'll need to take that control first, and this is starting to become the problem for Xset, as it's been a while since we've seen them go on a decent run for one of these hills here. Plasma once again being controlled by Woodham here. He's gonna be able to at least get the 1-for-1 trade that will still allow a member of Xset onto the hill. However, with only 20 seconds left, it's not gonna make up a massive difference on this scoreline right now. They're still gonna leave Xset about 20 to 30 seconds behind here, and as well, we'll see those players get pushed off. It's going to be Chenzo playing from the other side of the map now, trying to keep himself alive as he also gets ready for the next hill transition, but Huff has him one step ahead beat.
Yep, so this hill going to rotate here. Looks like Xset tries to get into a position for it, but Space Station successfully deters them for the time being. Woodham and Visions on the respawn for SSG, going to make this battle by K-Jules a little bit difficult to engage on. Have to see how he approaches this one. They are losing this hill for the time being. Manages to find a couple players in there to contest. The melee, though, is going to trade through, and no one in the hill at this point in time.
200 points on the board for SSG, less than a minute to go for them, and Xset still about 40 seconds behind, but slowly closing that gap as well. The game nowhere near over just as of yet. We only have a minute and a half to go, so Xset quickly running out of time and running out of opportunities to get themselves back into this. As keep in mind, it's still Space Station with the map and match point right now. They can lock in the championship by just closing out the lead they've already had, but we've already seen them slip up from it once or twice over the course of this series, so they need to keep things consistent in this final minute of play.
Yeah, and this hill is going to be a mess. It is going to be a flurry here. The Rockets are up, and Chenzo manages to secure them and snag the double kill, but has to give up that position on the hill just briefly, but a great flank and killing spree. Going to stop Xset from gaining these points, and he is just on the hunt right now. Manages to find Maddie with those Rockets. They are going to connect. Chenzo doing a great job of allowing Space Station to close this one out.
That's exactly what SSG needed to get to this point. So close from now, just a few more seconds away from locking in the victory. Xset gets some pressure going onto this hill, however, so it's not going to be done just yet. But Xset once again going to need to rely on overtime in order to get the job done, and it's just not looking like they have the presence to necessarily push onto this. The divide is getting larger, and the time is getting lower, meaning Xset is running out of opportunities to bring themselves back into the fold and into a position where they can take this in overtime. This will be the hill as well, is going to be the big problem for Xset. It's such an open territory. You can already see Chenzo has picked off one of the two members of Xset that's currently holding on to it. If they can bleed Mason off, that's it. That's the game. But at the same time, Xset bringing it back. They managed to take down Woodham Cajules, trying to snipe out Maddie from a distance, but the shots aren't connecting. He gets beaten by Maddie. It's only another 13 seconds that they need, and they'll win this out and send us to a map 5. Is this going to happen? Oh no, it'll get denied at the last second. SSG swarm the hill, knock out Xset, and lock in the championship for the summer season.
A perfect pinch executed by Space Station there in that final hill. You had Chenzo coming through on the one end and his teammates coming through on the other to wipe Xset out of that hill. So let's take a look at these final stats now. It is a Space Station Gaming Grand Finals victory here, 224 to 212 on that King of the Hill. You can see the slaying dominance coming out of Chenzo on that one. 48 kills to his name. Woodham not so far behind with 46. Then you have Cajules with 43 and Visions with 42. Really that great slaying power and pressure allowing them to secure those hills in that final time. So extremely well played to them. But of course, Maddie, Luck, the whole rest of the Xset squad putting in that work. Kind of heartbreaking at the end. They managed to reset the bracket, but I think they just kind of ran out of gas after that long day of Splitgate.
It also seems like SSG may have really won to a certain extent on this second map ban. They seemed way more comfortable, way more in control. Just kind of, I would assume this is in part because of the play on the first series too. They just had a better idea of Xset's game plan. So I think that kind of break in between the series, on top of the way the maps ended up breaking down, gave SSG a nice little breather to reset, figure out how to properly approach this series, and for the most part, lock it in.
Yeah, I think you have a great point there. It didn't really appear like Space Station was as caught off guard as they were in that first map rotation. So really good job kind of in the planning stages. Another skill set, you know, within Splitgate and the Splitgate esports itself is the map picks and bans. So Space Station also doing their homework on Xset as well. But I mean, what a valiant run out of Xset too. So, you know, can't be kind of sold short on that one. They played amazing here today. But I want to get Endo's thoughts on this grand final. So we're going to bring Endo on to the desk. What'd you think of that grand final between Xset and Space Station?
Oh man, that was, I mean, Xset forcing the bracket reset, and then for Space Station to win in such convincing fashion, that was a statement, and that was proving that, I guess maybe we've already knew this already. Space Station Gaming is the best team in the Splitgate Pro Series, and that's undoubtedly the case. They won the upper brackets. It's true they had to go through a bracket reset, but then they came back with such a force, and they were laser focused. Every single member of that team had one goal in mind. They were totally in sync. You know, Xset put a really good effort on, right? They live or die with really good teamwork. I wouldn't say one player over another is necessarily better. They're just a really, really good team. But SSG, they've got that same level of teamwork and the star power to boot.
Yeah, I think that was really just the difference maker, is just kind of a slight step above Xset. I think Xset proved themselves that they're a top contender, one of the top teams in the SPS. It just seemed like Space Station was playing at a bit of a higher level here today, especially in the grand finals, and maybe that is just some of the fatigue that I'm sure it was setting in for that Xset roster. They managed to topple all of the other titans within the SPS, but then by the time they got to the grand final, they were just kind of running on empty there. And Space Station made the corrections, though. The fact that Xset alone even reset that bracket is amazing to me, and a huge testament to just how well they were playing. So here is the final map rotation. After that bracket reset, you have Space Station winning 3-1. I was pretty shocked that Xset managed to take that domination, because I thought that would be the most exhausting game type and really require the most pristine gameplay. Endo, what were your thoughts on that domination on Lava Well in specific?
I think that was a comeback, wasn't it? I'm not sure.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. So Xset, I think you guys said it earlier. I mean, they do their best when their backs are against the wall. Unfortunately, it only worked for that one map. They tried really hard to keep up on Oasis, but that got away from them, even though they had the lead for about half that game too. So, I mean, yeah, like what's the difference between these two teams? The difference between these two teams is Space Station, they were just playing at another level. And I'll say this really quick. We were talking about it just depends on who shows up. I think everyone showed up today. All 6 teams in this tournament showed up. And then we got to see how everyone actually stacks up in terms of their peak performance. And Space Station came up on top.
I would say they didn't even just show up; they put in overtime. Did you see how many game 5s we had today? They did more than show up. I think this was hands down one of the best just esports, like not even Splitgate, let alone, just one of the most exhilarating and electrifying tournaments that I've ever had the pleasure of not only casting but watching. I mean, I was kind of joking, like, oh yeah, 59-59, like game 5, how funny, haha, wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
It got to a point where we could just like predict it as well, like, oh yeah, this one's going to the 59-59, for TDM and whatnot, or it's going to be overtime by 1 point. We were just calling it at a certain point. It was absolutely insane just how close all these matches were.
Yeah, and that just makes me excited for the future of Splitgate Esports, right? You have all of these teams playing at this high level, but of course, here is your breakdown, your summer season results at the end of the day. The big winners, they started off the season strong and they ended the season strong, and that consistency is what you need to stay at the top. So Space Station manages to take home $30,000 for their first place finish. Xset battling through that bracket, more game 5s than I have ever seen in my entire life, and then also to reset the bracket to give themselves a fighting chance against Space Station cannot be understated. 15K going to their name. T1 faltering a little bit, but really putting on a strong showing here. They're going to finish in 3rd and take home 6,000. Luminosity, again, one of the heartbreak teams right on the cusp. A lot of those game 5s against Xset could have gone either way. They're going to finish in 4th and walk away with $4,000. E United is going to be hands down the scariest team going into next season, because I know all of them are pissed off. So I know E United is going to come out hot next season. Do not count them out. This was not indicative of their performance. And of course, Moist as well. Another heartbreak scenario where they really could have mounted that comeback. We saw them pull off the upset in the final day of the Splitgate Pro Series against, Xset, no less, who then manages to come in 2nd. So again, you talk about how close all of these teams are in skill, and when you get down into the nitty-gritty and the finer details, you could throw these teams in a hat, pick them out at random, and place them in spots, and it would be just as viable as them playing through the bracket. All of these teams, deserve huge amounts of credit here today. But of course, there is one player who was a standout, and they will be receiving that Astro MVP award for the summer season finals. And of course, that prize pack includes the SPS MVP A40s, those custom gold plated, I don't know if it's actually gold plated, but it's gold colored speaker tags, gold speaker tags with the 2022 MVP with that Mixamp TR to go with it. The BP35 backpack, you will be looking fresh in that, no doubt. The CS03 cross body sling to match the backpack, you love to see it. And the A03 in-ear monitors for all your gaming on the go needs. So let's announce it here and now. Your MVP award goes to none other than Woodham. Looking at these stats, absolutely insane. The season finals performance on top of the regular season, the man is a monster. A 1.91 KDA in the regular season. In the finals alone, 1.781. The big thing, average kills plus assists in the season finals, that is the highest we've seen, I believe, in like the history outside of maybe match day 1, right, when the dust settles, of 40.81 average kills plus assists. So yeah, he absolutely deserving. You saw those plays in the very end, really carrying the team when he was the only one left alive. He just kind of saying, I'm good. I got the rockets. I got a carbine. Yep. I'm chilling. I'm going to hold this one down, guys. I'll see you when you respawn. Probably
the player with the most freedom when it comes to strategy as well for SSG, so a massive achievement that he ends up topping out the stats for this squad and earning himself the MVP award, because he's arguably in one of the riskiest positions on this team.
Yeah, absolutely. Endo, thoughts on Woodham's performance here today as the Astro MVP winner?
There's no doubt in my mind that Woodham earned this MVP because, we measure consistency, stats, effect on the team, and he checked all those boxes without question, especially like his influence on the outcome of games and his consistency. it felt like anytime that he was doing good, his whole team was doing good. He was lifting everyone around him, and it felt like at times I couldn't do it without Woodham. Every one of those every one of those players on Space Station Gaming are amazing players. And this is a team esport, of course, but Woodham stands above all the rest. Clearly, statistically, he passes the eyeball test. He earned this one.
I was going to say, even based off of those graphics, we kind of do like the gold, silver, bronze for like stats with kills plus assists, KDA. He'd look like Michael Phelps if we actually like gave him those medals. He would be fully stacked with just his stats throughout the season. So yeah, absolutely deserving, kind of a cornerstone of that Space Station Gaming roster. And without him, it's just not the same team. So huge congratulations to Woodham there, and huge congratulations to, of course, Space Station Gaming. And with that, I think we're kind of ready to put a button on it here today. Endo, thanks for joining us. Any final words for the viewers there at home to kind of put a nice bow on the grand finals?
If you missed this grand finals, definitely go watch the VOD. This was the most incredible Splitgate esports event I've ever seen. Frank, I think you said this is one of the best esports period events that you've seen. I tend to agree. Share this with your friends. The gift of Splitgate esports is awesome, and celebrate this great game. And to be here with you guys as an analyst has been my pleasure. You guys have been doing an awesome job. You're also the MVPs in my heart.
Endo, exclamation mark Endos. I want to see Endos up to 1,000 by the time the stream goes offline. Endo, you're my MVP, man. I love you, man. You bring such a great charisma to the desk. Love having you there as the analyst to bring in that insight. So thank you, Endo, for being here. And, of course, thank all of the viewers for being here. And, just to remind you guys that the buck doesn't stop here, make sure to follow all of the Splitgate esports social medias, of course, at Splitgate and at SG Esports, because we will have more things to announce in the future. And speaking of the future, tomorrow is relegation, where 2 of our Pro Series teams are fighting to stay in that Pro Series, and 2 of the Challengers teams we saw play yesterday want to make it to battle with the big dogs. You are not going to want to miss tomorrow either. But from all of us here on the desk, we will see you all next time. Peace.